Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter found Pokémons in the Chamber of Secret? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I ran away from the whispers, away from the concealed grins of amusement, away from the hateful and malicious gazes. Potter, the boy who lived, the youngest seeker in a century. The glory hound, the heir of Slytherin. They had many names for me. Why did my name have to come out of that stupid cup? This was supposed to be a quiet year of self-improvement. I was going to work on my spell casting, research ways to get Sirius exonerated, and prepare for my eventual fight against Voldemort. The damn blighter would not stop coming after me. I wanted to be left alone. Did they think I wanted to live like this? I didn't want fame. I could barely handle attention from my own best friends. Why couldn't they understand that I just wanted to be left to my own devices? My heart was pounding furiously, unable to keep up with my sudden, unexpected bout of exertion. Eventually, I collapsed and sank to my knees. I tried to draw in a breath, but it never seemed to be enough. I tried to keep my lunch in. I didn't want to vomit, on top of everything else. It was already bad enough, as it was. It took a while, but I finally composed myself enough to open my eyes and check my surroundings, cursing my reckless behavior, but thanking whoever was out there that my collapse had happened here. I shakily got back to my feet. I stared at the seemingly inconspicuous sink in front of me. I heard familiar giggling from behind me, and took a breath. "Hello, Myrtle," I greeted, my mind working furiously. Why had I come here? "Harry," I turned to her as she spoke excitedly. "I haven't seen you in so very long." I took a moment to compose an answer, breathing in and out steadily to reduce the burning feeling in my legs. "It has been a while, hasn't it? But you came to visit just like you said." She circled me, looking ecstatic. Did I promise that? It did sound like something I would say to get someone off my back. I nodded and made an attempt to chat with the long-dead girl, asking her how she was. Happy to receive such attention, she started talking about anything and everything. I nodded politely and patiently as she talked about how lonely she was in here, and how one of the ghosts made an inappropriate comment about her glasses a few months back and she still held it against him. Even dead people wouldn't leave me the fuck alone. I stifled a sigh, and looked to the sink once again. "Open," I said on a whim, interrupting her rant about the inconsiderate ghost who had insulted her. "Harry," she sounded cautious as I approached the sink, which had not split off to open the entrance to the chamber. I frowned. Why didn't it work? I have to be speaking in Parseltongue. I murmured to myself, nodding in realization. In the excitement, I had forgotten that little tidbit. I turned to Myrtle. "Can you do me a favor, Myrtle?" "Anything," she said, sounding shy. "I never thanked you for avenging my death." "Don't tell anyone I came here," I said, before focusing my gaze on the snake-engraved tap. I remembered my conversation with the boa constrictor that I'd set on Dudley and spoke. Section open. Section. It still sounded like English to me, but the sink split apart, showing me the entrance. "Why would you want to go down there, again?" she asked curiously, staring down the dark hole in trepidation. "I want to be alone," I thought to myself, but didn't say out loud. Inspiration struck. The only secret down there was the basilisk. So, well, it's the Chamber of Secrets. Not secret. There must be more to it. I reasoned out, the idea slowly growing on me. I had never thought to come back to this place, because of its significance. This was Voldemort's legacy, not mine. The very idea of my sharing anything with that monster was repulsive. So, why did I come here, now? Because it's the last place anyone would look for you. Part of me said slyly. I nodded, agreeing. Why would the Gryffindor Golden Boy be in Slytherin's seat of power? My mind made up. I nodded to Myrtle and jumped down the hole, feeling the adrenaline rush as I sped through the twists and turns, my anger and resentment lessening as I reached the bottom. Breathless, I got to my feet and dusted myself off, staring at my surroundings. It looked exactly as I remembered it, the giant pile of stone and rock caused by Lockhart, the small opening which I could possibly still fit through. I shook my head. I didn't want to think about Ron. Instead, I drew my wand and tried the latest spell I'd learned. Reducto. Blue light flew out of my wand, impact, ting a large stone and reducing it into a fine mist. I frowned. This would take a while. I kept casting the reductor over and over, until the blockage had completely disappeared. I waited for the dust to settle. It would be foolish to breathe in the rock, after all, before delving deeper into the chamber, finally reaching the dead basilisk. Oddly, there was no whiff of decay. Perhaps it's so poisonous that nothing can even touch it. Even in death, I murmured to myself, staring at the dead rats inside its open mouth. They'd tried to feed on it, only to die from the poisoning. Interesting, but not what I was looking for. The thrill of discovering something new had overridden my want to just sit around and hide out in here until I calmed down. I stared at the large sculpture of Salazar Slytherin's head and concentrated. Section Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Section. The grating sound of stone rubbing against stone assaulted my ears as Slytherin's mouth opened up, revealing the dark path inside. For a long moment, I stared at the hole, ready for anything. Perhaps there was another basilisk. When nothing happened after a full minute of tense staring, I plucked up my Griffey Endor courage and waded through the water, climbing up into the mouth of the statue. A few flicks of my wand, and I was dry again. Lumos. Light collected at the tip of my wand as I carefully made my way in Salazar's mouth. It was minutes of walking, hearing the crunching of bone underneath my feet until I reached the end of the long tunnel. I sighed. I supposed I should have expected that. This was simply where the basilisk slept. There was nothing special about weight. I took a step back, feeling a very slight breeze on my face. I frowned and approached the source. It looked like solid rock. I pressed my hand against it. It felt like solid rock, but I could have sworn I felt something else. Shrugging, I figured I'd try my luck. Section open. Section. The hiss came out. Stone grated against stone as it sank down, revealing a small entrance. I stared, wide-eyed for a few moments, before quietly making my way inside. My excitement reached a new level when I saw what seemed to be a study. I blinked. There was no dust, not a mote. Did Riddle also find this place? I shook my head. The rest of the chamber was full of dirt and grime, unlike here. Clearly a spell of preservation was used for this place. I took a closer look, making my way around the room. There were a few bookcases, a desk with a few odds and ends, and a few chests full of gold and rubies. That settled it. If Voldemort had been here, this place would have been ransacked. Everything, however, looked completely untouched. The bookcases were full. The chests were overflowing with riches. Then again, the chamber could only be accessed by parselmouths, so he might have felt there was no need to change their location. I shook my head. That didn't make sense. It would have been smarter to put the gold, jewelry and books in Gringotts. As coming to Hogwarts every time to research was an exercise in futility. My eyes flitted to the corner of the study. Set aside on an ornate table, it was a large, rectangular black metal box, with an odd symbol at the very top. It was a circle, split into two. The upper section was red, and the lower section was white. At its center was another circle, with a line going through it. How strange. I fiddled with it for a few seconds, before giving up and checking the table. There was a quill, an inkpot, a few broken glass balls, and a journal at the edge. It had the same symbol as the black box. Intrigued, I opened the journal, and began to skim through it. I stumbled across an odd relic in a cave near the top of Chomolunga. The climb was arduous and challenging, but I conquered the tallest mountain, I read, frowning. The tallest mountain I knew of was Everest, but I shook my head and kept reading the seemingly self-satisfied journal entries. The box resists any and all attempts to open it, absorbing destructive magics without issue. Runic attempts to open it have failed in equal measure. I flipped a page. Extensive research on the symbol's origins led nowhere. It is meaningless. Perhaps I should focus my attention elsewhere. Not even Rowena was able to understand the box's inner workings. I had suspected, but this was confirmation that the journal was written by Slytherin. I turned the page. Nothing. I flipped through the pages, finding nothing again. Had he given up? Reaching the final page took my slowly forming grimace off. I finally understand. I read. After years of study, I was able to somewhat understand the inner workings of this device. It is a container of what, I will never know. It is set to open for whomever it deems worthy. The symbol on it is ancient, predating our earliest mentions of history. That it was left at the top of the highest mountain indicates an advanced civilization, beyond anything I can imagine. I have found one other such symbol in the world, and that is where I gleaned what little information I have now. Descendant. I kept reading, eyes slowly widening as I realized Salazar had addressed this journal to his bloodline. If you wish to ascertain your worthiness, place your hand on the box and channel your magic into it. Perhaps you may succeed where I failed. Salazar Slytherin. I took a deep breath, and pressed my back against the chair, trying to make sense of what I had just read. My eyes trailed towards the box in question. It was something older than civilization as we knew it, and it judged you to see if you were worthy. A few seconds later, I found myself in front of it. I stared down at the inconspicuous box, before placing my hand on it. Nothing happened. I frowned, and went back to check the journal. Channel your magic into it. I read slowly before placing it back on the table and moving back to the box. I placed my hand on it, and closed my eyes in concentration. I tried tea. Oh, remember the warm feeling I had when I got my first wand. A loud hissing noise interrupted my concentration, and I stared down at the box in shock. Lines of white power began to cover the box, and its top began to open. Splitting the symbol through the line in its center, revealing 3 balls matching the look of the symbol, with an extra addition on each ball. One had the symbol of fire, another had the symbol of water, and the last one had the symbol of a leaf. I stared at them for the longest moment, not daring to touch anything. Eventually, I grabbed the one with the fire symbol and examined it closely. The metal felt smooth against my hand as I turned it around. Before focusing on the protruding circle in its center, it looked like a button. Swallowing, I pressed it. The ball crackled with power. Startled, I let it drop to the floor, where it exploded with white light, blinding me for a second. When the dark spots cleared from my eyes, I stared down in shock at the creature looking up at me. It was a small, bipedal dinosaur, with orange skin and blue eyes. The tip of its tail was alight with a flame. What the hell was this thing? It grinned, showing razor-sharp teeth, and curiously poked at my leg with its claws. I blinked at its curious behavior. With trepidation, I greeted it. It looked up at me and waved, attempting to roar. Instead, what came out was a cute little cry. I grinned and started petting it. After a few seconds of petting, I regained my bearings, picked up the ball, and turned to the black box, the strange dinosaur-like creature moving to stand beside me. I tried making sense of it all. Just what are you? I stared down at the creature, which pointed at itself in reply, as if to say, I'm me, duh. It even possessed an understanding of English, which was quite odd. Perhaps it understood my gesture of pointing at it and turning my hand. There was no way to know. I smiled slightly and placed my hand on the black box, wondering where it came from. Who made it? According to Slytherin, it had existed before the earliest mention of human civilization. How much history did we lose as humans? I felt a strange pull from the box. Was it still feeding on my energy? Curious despite myself, I kept my hand on the box, feeling it drain me of power for the next 30 seconds. With another hiss, a slot opened at its base, ejecting a sleek, red device. The pull on my magic stopped. Huh, I muttered and pulled the device out. Fiddling with it for a few seconds, I managed to open it, revealing a black screen which promptly turned on, displaying a language I didn't understand. Then, it began to speak in what I assumed was the same language. I don't understand any of this. What even is this gadget? I thought, fiddling with the buttons. This thing was more advanced than anything I'd ever seen before. I knew this, because I'd seen the game consoles and handhelds that Dudley would always receive. They were bulky things, incapable of displaying anything but the most basic of shapes and colors. The screen on this thing, on the other hand, displayed perfect images and letters. I turned to stare at its back, hoping there was some button to turn off the sound. The glass-covered circle at the back shone with a green light. Before emitting a beam which roved over my form, it was scanning me, I realized before flashing furiously. Weo, duh, Kitop Franas. The machine stopped for a second. Language settings modified, switching to the language of the Ekans, Seviper and Snivy species. What the hell? You can understand me, I hissed back in shock. The machine beeped once. I faintly turned the screen, realizing that I could read the words perfectly now. It wasn't English, though. What was this language? Wait, the machine. You said the language settings were modified. I asked. If this was true, then this was written Parseltongue. Was there such a thing? Affirmative. Scans indicate you possess the innate language of the snake lines. How a human came to possess a Pokemon language is something beyond me. It replied. What's a Pokemon? I asked in confusion. A pause. Before I answer your question, can you answer mine? It requested, taking me aback. This was just a machine, right? Sure. I replied unsurely. How many years has it been since my placement on the peak of Mount Silver? The voice inquired. Mount Silver. I figured it was referring to Mount Everest. I shrugged. No sense in lying, or sugarcoating things. The man who found the black box wrote in his journal that it predates all known civilization. He found the box over 1,000 years ago. I broke it to the machine, which beeped furiously for a few seconds before returning to normal. Thousands of years my family, my world, gone. The hiss seemed almost mournful. You're a person, I blurted out in English. I do not understand what you said. Is that your native tongue? The machine asked. I took a moment, my mind still reeling. Yes, and I asked if you were a person. I hissed back. I am, of sorts. My name is red, yes, the color. I volunteered to have my consciousness copied and encased in the box so that I may aid any survivors. It explained, then continued before I could ask questions. There was a cataclysm. By the time we heard tell of it, there was nothing else to do but send the box up Mount Silver, as well as other boxes in different locations across the globe before attempting to stop the inevitable. We must have succeeded, but at the cost of our civilization. I felt bad. I'm sorry, Red, I offered, not really knowing what to say. What could anyone say to someone who was all alone? I've been alone for most of my life, and even I didn't know the harsh words I would tell myself to get through my own tribulations. I would never repeat to someone else. A long moment passed. You asked what a Pokemon is, correct? The machine read. I corrected myself, changed the subject. Yes, I've no idea what that word means. I replied, allowing him the change. Pokemon are creatures of the wild, imbued with the power to control the elements such as fire or water. A good example of them would be little Charmander, here. The screen displayed a perfect likeness of the dinosaur which had been patiently listening to us talk this whole time. You're a Charmander. I looked down at the creature in question. It nodded excitedly and made its cute cry, once more. It understood me better, this time, though, it could not talk back. So, it understands Parseltongue, but does not speak it. I turned back to the machine. The inbuilt Pokédex, an encyclopedia for all living Pokémon, basically displays any pertinent information about the Pokémon. Simply point the scanner at it, and it will give you your Pokémon's attributes. Red explained in a matter-of-fact done, like he'd done this before, many times. I did as ordered. The same beam of light went over Charmander, before going back into the Pokédex. Charmander. The lizard Pokémon. I read slowly. Type. Fire. Sex. Male. Native to the Kanto region, Charmander is an orange, bipedal reptile. Since its birth, a fire burns at the tip of this Pokémon's slender tail. The flame is an indication of Charmander's health and mood, burning brightly when the Pokémon is strong, weakly when it's exhausted, wavering when it's happy, and blazing when it's enraged. It is said that, if its flame goes out, Charmander dies. This Charmander's ability is Blaze, which powers up its fire-type moves when in extreme danger. This Charmander knows the moves: Scratch, Growl, Ember and Smokescreen. I read. It all seemed self-explanatory. I had no idea what the Kanto region was. It sounded Japanese, though. Something to consider. Moves? I questioned, looking down at the Charmander. Yes, in my time, Pokémon were caught using Pokéballs, so that's what the balls were, and used to battle each other. Some were kept as pets. Others aided in agriculture, farming, power generation, construction. You name it, Pokémon were our companions, our partners in every facet of life. Red certainly sounded passionate. Simply tell your Pokémon the move name, and they'll use it. Red explained. I ran my hand through my hair, before looking down at the Charmander. Ember. I pointed at the wall. The Charmander gave its cute cry and swiped its tail towards the wall, sending a ball of red-hot flame into it. The fire impacted with a thud against the wall, leaving a large scorch mark. Wicked. I grinned down at the little guy and pet his head. He jumped around excitedly. We'll have to see what you can do more thoroughly, later. Quote. I grabbed another ball, the one with the water symbol, and released the creature within. It was an upright, blue turtle, looking around curiously with its purple eyes. Its long tail curled and uncurled as it took notice of me and patted over curiously. I pointed the Pokédex at it as it greeted Charmander. Squirtle. The tiny turtle Pokémon. The screen displayed. Type. Water. Sex. Male. Native to the Kanto region, Squirtle is a bipedal blue turtle, though some are sometimes seen walking on all fours. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in water, enabling this Pokémon to swim at high speeds. It sprays foam powerfully from its mouth. When in danger, Squirtle withdraws into its resilient shell before striking back with vigorous force. This Squirtle's ability is Rain Dish, which allows it to recover at an accelerated rate when in a body of water. This Squirtle knows the moves: Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun and Withdraw. Interesting. Hey little guy. I knelt in front of the Squirtle, who rewarded me with a friendly headbutt. Mind showing me your water gun? Quote. It nodded, and spat a narrow, but very powerful stream of water, cutting into the rock wall. Whoa, I had thought this would be like the water conjuring spell, but it actually did some damage. No matter. With a wave of my wand and a muttered, "Reparo," the wall was back to normal. After my little display, the Pokédex beeped furiously. Scanning. Red said, "You possess a Pokémon's aura. Incredible. Do you mean my magic?" I asked curiously. It was just a spell. Plenty of people can do magic. I see. Red's voice replied, sounding wistful. Perhaps there is a remnant of my old world, after all. Your people, what types of moves can they do? Pretty much most of what we can imagine. I brandished my wand and levitated a nearby book, before setting it down and transforming it into a rabbit. Incredible. Red repeated as the machine scanned the rabbit. It scans like a living being. What else can you do? I showed him the fire-making, water-making, and wind-making spells. Your aura shifts to each individual move type as you cast your spell. Red sounded odd while he attempted to use my vernacular. And you say an entire sect of humans can do this? I take it people couldn't do something like this in your time. I hissed wryly. There were a few who trained alongside their Pokémon. Red disagreed. Hey eventually gained traits common to the type they practiced with the most. I battled a woman named Sabrina, in the past. Her specialty was the psychic type, and she, herself, was an extremely powerful psychic. On par with her strongest Pokémon in Alakazam. It displayed a picture of a yellow humanoid creature holding 2 spoons, with a long, but thin snout and a large mustache. Another one trained with fighting types for so long. He could hurl heavy boulders with ease. There was also an old, creepy crone who controlled ghost types. I could go on, but you get the idea. Red finished. I do. I tried to imagine what such people would be like. I shook the thoughts off after a few moments. I myself was capable of bonding with my Pokémon so strongly that I did not require to speak for them to understand my commands. Red decided to add, "Unfortunately, I became a quiet person over the years, as speaking was not wholly necessary in my travels." I opened my mouth to comment on that, but was interrupted by the sound of my 2 newest friends entering a scuffle. "Hey," I called out sternly, before switching back to Parseltongue. Quote, "None of that." Quote, the guilty look on their faces almost made me take back my words. They were so cute. I would like to learn your native tongue, if time allows. Red requested. For now, there is another Pokeball left. Quote, right. I hissed and went for the last ball. What came out of it was stranger than the 2 before it. It was a quadruped, blue-green plant-like Pokémon with a closed bulb on its back and red eyes staring curiously at its surroundings. It saw me and gave a dinosaur-like cry. I walked it and was surprised when it extended a vine from the base of its bulb and shook my hand. Bulbasaur. The seed Pokémon. The Pokédex displayed. Type. Grass poison. Sex. Female. Native to the Kanto region, Bulbasaur is a small, quadruped Pokémon that has blue-green skin with darker green patches. It has red eyes with white pupils and sclera. It also has pointed, ear-like structures on top of its head. Each of its thick legs ends with 3 sharp claws. On its back is a green plant bulb, which provides it with energy through photosynthesis. This Bulbasaur's ability is chlorophyll, which allow it to move faster when exposed to harsh sunlight. This Bulbasaur knows the moves: Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, and Vine Whip. You think you can show me your Vine Whip? I hissed, pointing at the wall. It nodded and obeyed, sending its vine flying through the air and smashing the rock with extreme force, leaving a small crater in its wake. Holy shit, every single one of these creatures was dangerous. According to Red, the old world was full of them. Also, according to Red, the majority of the people were as vulnerable as muggles. How did they ever manage to tame and befriend them? Then again, these Pokémon didn't seem all that dangerous, I thought as I watched the 3 get acquainted with each other. They were pretty cute, come to think of it. Cute, little monsters that could destroy anything they touched, if they wished it. I gazed at the rest of the room, a treasure trove of books and rubies, and felt tiredness creeping over me. Suddenly dizzy, I plopped myself down on the chair. The 3 creatures seemed alarmed by my sudden lethargy and malaise, but I paid them no mind as my mind was too busy trying to regroup. I tried to keep up with all that just happened in the span of a few days. Not even a week ago, I had planned on simply finding an out-of-the-way classroom to practice spells and the like. Maybe I would have attended a Triwizard task or 2, to see what the fuss was about. I was honestly annoyed that Quidditch was cancelled, but relieved at the same time. It would have allowed me more time to get stronger in my spellcasting. And had removed the stress of telling the team I wanted more time to train. Being chosen as a champion had thrown a wrench into my plans. And now this. discovering Slytherin's study, as well as a relic of a civilization so old they were almost completely forgotten. Unbidden, I laughed. It was a sound that was familiar to me, but different than my usual laughter. This was not the joyous laughter after seeing something amazing, or a prank done by the twins. I had laughed like this before when I was younger. It was a demented laugh which sought to inject a modicum of cheer into a hopeless situation. Back then, it was one of my few defenses against the Dursleys, mistreatment. They took away my friends. They took away food, but they could never take away my spirit. Faintly, I realized that tears were streaming down my face. The great Harry Potter had finally broken down, it seemed. What a joke. If Malfoy could see me now, he'd never let me live it down. Are you all right? Red asked when my laughter began to die down. I took a few seconds to compose myself, wiping the tears away. Get a grip, Potter. I'm just overwhelmed by everything, that's all. I sighed eerily before looking at the worried Pokémon. Only recently, I learned that I have to participate in an inter-school tournament against people 3 years my senior. Now, I discover an ancient room that only one person before me has been in, with its own share of secrets and creatures. You'll forgive me if I'm feeling a little upset. A moment of tense silence passed. I understand. How could you possibly? I countered, heat seeping into my tone. I have held my own share of burdens, in the past. Red quietly replied, not taking the bait. Perhaps it was the fact he was a consciousness in a machine. Or perhaps he was the sort of person that did not get roused easily. I fought against a criminal organization which took Pokémon and cruelly twisted them into horrific, unnatural beasts consumed by hunger, pain and hatred. I had to grit my teeth and kill those once innocent, if a little mischievous, creatures. Such an undertaking stains the soul, no matter how noble the cause is. I had a feeling that a lot was left out of that story. It reminded me of how I downplayed the danger and importance of my own stories. Oh, I replied, chastened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply. It's fine. Red replied quietly. Your new partners are starting to look worried, though. I turned my eye to the 3 hesitant creatures. Pokémon, I reminded myself, again. The Charmander padded over to me and tugged at my robe, catching my attention. What is it, little guy? I asked. He held out his hand in reply. I stared at it for a few moments, trying to understand what he was saying. When Charmander impatiently waved his hand at me, I relented and placed my hand against his. He stared into my eyes for a second, before gesturing for the other 2 Pokémon to come. Squirtle happily waddled over and added its own hand to ours. Bulbasaur hesitated for a second, before sending a vine to wrap around our hands. I gazed at all 3 Pokémon. They stared back, fire burning in their eyes. A determination that I had felt a few times in the past. I felt a bond form at that moment, a bond which surpassed anything I had felt before. I grinned. It looks like you've become friends. D sounded wistful and happy at the turn of events. I can tell you're going to be a marvelous trainer. Pokémon are known to be excellent judges of character. The fact that 3 Pokémon of different typing accepted you almost instantly tells me everything I need to know. Thank you, I said sincerely, filing away the word trainer for later, and keeping my hand locked with my 3 new friends. Would any of you like a name? The 3 Pokémon extricated themselves from our team handshake, and shrugged uncaringly. That's fine, I said, getting up and taking a breath. I waved my wand at the rabbit, turning it back into the book I had transfigured before placing it back in its bookcase. I grabbed one of the Pokeballs and stared at it for a second. What do I do with these balls? I asked curiously. If you point it at the Pokémon, it will return it back inside. Red explained. Don't worry, I have it on very good authority that the inside is quite comfortable. I helped in the design, and that included being in one. It wasn't so bad, kind of like falling into a deep sleep, being vaguely aware of everything around me. It was theorized that we could slow the aging process through sleeping in Pokeballs. But we scrapped the idea before anyone could hear of it. Some ideas shouldn't be shared. I nodded, in amusement, before pointing it at Charmander. A beam of white light shot towards him, sucking him back into his Pokeball. I repeated the same process with the other 2. So, I just put them in my pocket Pokemon, pocket monsters, huh? I shook my head. That should have been obvious. Yes, Red seemed faintly amused, though. There should be a compartment underneath the one holding the Pokeballs. In it, there, should be a belt, my old starter belt, actually. You don't think it would be completely worn out by now? I asked hesitantly. No, it's made from the same substance as the container. Red explained. The box itself was in stasis, and the gear was made to last. Anything short of extreme damage leaves it untouched. I nodded, and moved back to the black box. Searching around for grooves for a better hold, I managed to lift the section, revealing the compartment beneath. I stared down at the contents. There was the aforementioned belt, an empty backpack, a red and white vest, complete with a similarly colored hat and blue jeans, and a laminated piece of plastic. Squinting at it, I grabbed the card and turned it over, reading its contents. Pokemon Trainer Red, Class, Champion of Kanto, Johto Regions. I read. The card showed an identification number, hometown, age, weight, as well as a photo of the person in question. It was a man in his mid-20s, wearing the same clothes neatly placed in the container, with red eyes and black hair. His face was set in an attempted smile which looked more like an amused smirk. Underneath his name, there were no less than 16 different symbols. Is this you? I asked curiously. Yes, Red replied, sounding confused. What about this stuff? Are they yours? I added while showing him the various effects left in the container. This is all mine, yes. Who would have never mind? It must have been my mother. Red's reply had a touch of fondness to it. Only she would have packed my clothes, gear and trainer ID into a doomsday box. Likely, she thought we would have survived the cataclysm. Quote, that took a dark turn. Well, I'll be taking the belt. I don't think these clothes would fit me, and even if they did, it's probably not my style. I tried to put some levity in the situation. It seemed to work. Hey, I would have been offended if you tried. Red replied as I tied the black belt snugly around my waist. My style is my own. Anyway, all you have to do is place the Pokeballs on the belt. They'll attach themselves automatically. Be sure to remember which Pokeball has which Pokemon. We labeled them to make it easier for whoever found this box, but it's probably best to learn which is which through muscle memory. I nodded in understanding, before doing as he said and pulling my robe on, hiding the Pokeballs from view. So, what now? I asked. All that's left is teaching you how to raise a Pokemon. Other than that, it's up to you. Red replied. While you were getting acquainted with your partners, I took the time to scan the contents of the journal. And it said there was another place which had a mention of my past civilization. I can only request that you find this place. I will not force you, your life is your own, after all. Not that I could force you, in the first place. I'll do it, I promised without thinking, feeling sorry for what was basically the remnant of a long-dead, great man. But, it might take a long time. Right now, I am more worried about surviving this year. There was a long moment. Let me guess, this tournament you've been dragged into against your will is of the life-threatening variety, and you have to participate. Or there will be terrible consequences. Red sounded almost exasperated, and a touch bitter, reflecting my own feelings on the matter. How did you? I started, before realizing Red had most likely gone through similar things. He'd said he fought against a criminal organization. I don't usually believe in fate, but what are the odds that? Red trailed off. Tell me everything. So, I did. 15 days left. I muttered to myself as I took a break from spellcasting practice, watching my new companions go through the drills I set them on doing under Red's advice and guidance. It had been almost a week since I had come across the secret study within the Chamber of Secrets. This regimen is something I fine-tuned over the years as I gained more experience as a trainer. Back when I started, I had simply pitted my Pokemon against wild ones, as well as those of other trainers. It was more of a trial by fire, really. My Pokemon and I advanced, or we didn't. Red said as his image shifted on the Pokédex to show a thoughtful look. Whatever exercises we did in between were few and far between, but they are significant. I would even go as far to say that they're necessary. Quote, it was still a bit odd hearing Red speak in English. It had taken him less than 4 days to completely assimilate the English language. Granted, using a few dictionaries I'd nicked from Hermione, and listening into my classes, the ones I deigned to go to, anyway, helped a lot in that regard. The technology behind the Pokédex was beyond impressive. It took even less time to display himself on the Pokédex. Red got the idea after he scanned a few of the ghosts. They possessed ghost-type energy, according to him, and portraits, and worked out how they functioned. Next thing I knew, his moving image displayed on the Pokédex's screen. What do you mean? I replied as I watched Squirtle trip over an obstacle and fall flat on his face, before getting back up and resuming his trek with a determined cry. The strength, endurance and speed training are a very important part in raising a Pokemon. Red explained patiently, placing his hand on his chin. Most people are lucky that battling Gene Rally allows a Pokemon to get stronger uniformly. Generally, I repeated as Bulbasaur leapt face first into the wall by accident. I stifled a grin as she immediately resumed the obstacle course, hoping no one saw that. Caught that, didn't you? Red sounded pleased. That was the key word. I've seen a few terrible cases where trainers only made their Pokemon use a single move constantly. I'd say, the worst one was a trainer with a Nidorino. The image shifted to display a light purple, quadruped, with darker purple spots on across its spiny body. It had large, spiny ears, narrow black eyes, a long horn dripping what I guessed was venom. That thing looks fierce, I commented. Oh, yes, Nidorino's a very powerful breed of Pokemon. Untrusting, vicious and powerful, but if you can gain their trust, you won't find any more loyal. Red confirmed as the image shifted back to him. I raised one, myself, at some point. Normally a decent move pool for a Nidorino would be Scratch, to make use of his front paws, Double Kick. To use his back legs, Poison Sting and Horn Attack, to make use of his entire body. The body parts respond to the frequency of move usage. I nodded, not sure where he was going with this. This trainer had his Nidorino use moves solely involving his horn. Red's tone turned somber. How to explain this in better terms? Imagine if you trained your right arm, and only your right arm. What would happen? Quote, realization hit. It'll be a lot bigger than the rest. That's one problem, yes. Can you guess any others? Red was patient. I took a moment. The stray SS might cause the muscles or the bone to become damaged. Exactly, Red confirmed. The Nidorino's horn broke when it impacted against a large boulder. It had to be taken into intensive care, for days. It never battled again. I absorbed the severe words silently. So, your training method involves strengthening all their body parts, while allowing them the required rest periods to ensure peak conditioning. That's exactly it, Red said with a slight smile on his face. Of course, battle experience is also essential, which is why they have mock battles every other day. With proper rest and sustenance, they will heal and reach fighting shape quickly. I hope so. I smiled as the three aforementioned Pokemon came to me, looking winded. Instantly, a pile of leftovers appeared before them. A plateful of food appeared on the table at my side, and we all dug in excitedly. That was another one of my new perks. With the help of Fred or was it George? It was hard to keep up sometimes as able to find the kitchens and cut a deal with the elves. They would deliver us food so less time would be wasted. The task was on the 24th, and it was important I make use of every second available to me. It was also for that reason I stopped going altogether to history of magic, as well as divination, potions and astronomy. I still attended my herbology, charms, transfiguration, care of Magica, L creatures and defense against the dark arts classes, as the spells and general knowledge might prove to be useful to my efforts in the tournament. Potion making was something I could study in my own time. Hermione had stopped talking to me completely after I'd given her my reasons. Just because you have no end of term exams does not mean you can simply not go to classes. She had said quite vehemently, as if I was committing mortal sin. Sorry, but reading tea leaves, listening to a ghost drone on about goblin rebellions, looking through a telescope and dealing with Snape aren't exactly ions which will help me survive this year, was my reply to her. She'd stormed off, and hadn't said a word since. She probably thought I was going to beg for forgiveness, since she was the smart one. I would need her in my upcoming trials. Granted, she was certainly smarter than I was, but there was more to being a great wizard than memorizing and regurgitating obscure trivia from books. The Patronus charm was direct proof of this. I had seen her attempt the spell, to no results whatsoever. She knew the theory behind it forwards and backwards, but she still failed. It was a source of great shame for her, as well as pride for myself. Anyway, I was not going to reach out to her. She'd abandoned me just like everyone else did. If she came back, apologizing, I would consider accepting her back. But that was it. If she didn't come back, then it was over and done. Whether I wanted her back or not was irrelevant to me. I had to grow up and make people treat me with the same respect I would give them. I took a bite of chicken as I cracked open the same book I'd been reading for the past few days. It was written by Salazar himself, but it was very strange. I had expected a list of curses or dark rituals, but there was nothing of the sort. It covered the basics, of all things, spells I already knew, like the reductor or severing curses. Its reasoning for doing so was simple. A good wizard focuses on the basics and masters them. Only a fool would learn 1,000 spells, none of which he is a master of. The severing charm, Defindo, is a powerful multi-purpose tool in the hands of the expert. With enough practice, both the incantation and wand movement can be sacrificed with a negligible loss of overall power. The same can apply for many simple, overlooked spells. The book went on to explain how to tweak the use of these spells to ensure maximum efficiency and power. Salazar was a damned genius. Or maybe he had over a century to refine his ways, another part of me said. I nodded, conceding the point. Wait, who was I conceding the point to? I shook my head, before taking another bite of chicken. I really was going crazy. At least, it wasn't so bad. I gazed down at my newest partners and marveled at the speed with which they inhaled food. Over the last few days, they had become my new family. I could even feel the energy linking us together. It was a little worrisome. How quickly I had grown fond of them, but Red was there to soothe my worries. He had explained that all Pokémon did this with their trainers as a test, a rite of passage. Pokémon were able to see into a person's soul, it was said. If they found you worthy, the bond was initiated. Red had later said that Pokémon's ideas of worthiness had nothing to do with human morality. They did not care if countless others were massacred, as long as their personal bonds remained intact. There was a shift in weight on my lap. I looked down to see Bulbasaur leaning into me and closing her eyes. Sleepy. I smiled softly as she lay on my lap. I gently caressed her head, watching Squirtle and Charmander fight over scraps. Red had advised me not to interfere in these events unless they crossed the line between establishing dominance and threatening each other's life. After a few minutes of scuffling, Squirtle managed to land a solid headbutt on Charmander's chin, dazing him long enough for Squirt. Let us snatch the last piece and devour it. I sighed in exasperation. They always did this. The day before, Charmander had won that particular bout. You two are incorrigible. I scolded the two Pokémon who made their way to me. Why can't you be like Bulbasaur here? Bulbasaur gave the cutest mix between a yawn and a cry at that moment. I rewarded her with a few more rubs. Charmander huffed, snorting smoke off to the side while Squirtle kept giving him superior looks. I rubbed the bridge of my nose for a few seconds before focusing on Squirtle. Well, since you seem to have so much energy, Squirtle. I smiled evilly as the Pokémon felt a rush of dread. You can use water gun on the basilisk until you're tired. With a hint of dismay, Squirtle did as ordered and turned its attention to the long-dead basilisk, shooting pressurized streams of water at the giant snake. It did little damage. I counted back from 30, before calling Squirtle back over. You did good, little guy. I patted his head, before turning to Charmander. Your turn. Practice your ember. Eager to please, Charmander jumped in front of the basilisk and unloaded ember after ember on it. After another 30 count, I stopped him as well. I poked Bulbasaur. She didn't move, causing me to roll my eyes. She always did this after mealtime. Come on, I know you're not asleep. I chided, flicking her on her back leg. Up you go. Bulbasaur cried in annoyance, before hopping off my lap and extending her two vines, whipping the basilisk for all she was worth. Huh, I hadn't even told her which move to use. Was this what Red meant by Pokémon instinctively understanding their trainers? That's enough, Bulbasaur. We're done for the day. I smiled as she stopped her brutal whipping of the basilisk and happily jumped back on my lap. Trying to go back to sleep. You did great, all of you. By the time our training ends, we'll be ready for the first task, whatever it is. And so I went back to reading through Salazar's book, absently petting Bulbasaur and keeping an eye on Charmander and Squirtle, who had decided that a staring contest was a delightful idea. Neither had blinked in the last minute, as far as I could tell. Such endurance. I went back to the book, starting on the newest section, the Blasting Curse. This particular spell is simple to achieve, and its results are devastating. Salazar had written, it comes as no surprise that such a messy spell is Godric's work, but I will give credit where credit is due, no matter how arrogant that fool may be. My lips quirked in slight amusement as he ranted about Godric's blunders leading up to that point. Apparently Gryffindor had accidentally blown up Rowena's summer home and pinned it on Helga, which had led to a most interesting catfight between the two female founders. Eventually, however, Salazar began to explain how the spell is used. As expected of Godric's simple-mindedness, there is no wand motion. Your intent must be precise when casting. An unrestrained explosion will almost certainly lead to your premature death, as well as that of your allies and enemies. I took that point to heart. The incantation is Confringo. Confringo. I repeated to myself a few times, getting a feel for the word, and committing it to memory, before gently scooping up Bulbasaur and placing her on the comfy chair I had just been sitting in. I walked towards the basilisk, noting the scorch and cutting marks left by my Pokémon's onslaught on its corpse. When he first encountered it, Red had seemed surprised I was capable of killing such a gigantic creature using only a sword. But the proof was right there in front of him. When he attempted to scan it, he had said it gave interesting readings, even while dead. It reads as a Pokemon. Red had said, I detected traces of aura from it, or magic, as you would call it. Judging by the damage done to its eyes, I would think its power is ocular in nature. It can kill you if you look into its eyes. I had confirmed, if you look through other mediums into its eyes, such as water, a mirror, or glass, you become petrified like a statue. So it focused most of its power into disable, turning it into a lethal move. Red had sounded surprised. Anything else it's capable of. Its venom is said to be the most corrosive there is. I added, and its skin is capable of withstanding great punishment. Obviously, I shook off these thoughts and focused back onto the spell I was about to attempt. Confringo, I muttered, rereading the passage on the spell, before nodding to myself and pulling out my wand and pointing it at the far end of the basilisk. No wand motion, intent to make a controlled explosion. The incantation, Confringo, quote, boom. I stared in undisguised shock as the basilisk's tail flew into the wall. The large explosion's sudden momentum being too much for it to handle. So much for a controlled explosion. I breathed after a few moments of staring. My companions stopped whatever they were doing to stare at the damage I had done. The basilisk's scales were heavily charred, and it looked as if the flesh was dented inwards. Granted, its hide was weakened post-mortem, but it was still strong enough to withstand most hits. Still, this was a spell I would use sparingly. Its damage potential was massive. A remote use of the move self-destruct. Even Red seemed awed by the damage of that particular strike. That's generally an Electrode's move, or a Graveler come to think of it. They use it to inflict the maximum amount of damage on their foes, but they faint immediately afterwards. They don't die, you mean? I questioned as my 3 Pokemon excitedly ran to me. I guessed that little show was to their liking. The move is a bit of a misnomer, really. The Pokemon looked like they exploded. But they don't die, Red explained. After we had one of the professors, Professor Kukui and Alola, study the move thoroughly, we gained a deeper understanding of the move's mechanics. The outward explosion does not actually touch the Pokemon at its center, but it does use up all of their stamina in one go, causing them to faint. I nodded, trying to make sense of it. Readings show the damage isn't quite up to par with a true self-destruct, but you might be able to increase the flow of your magic to generate a larger explosion. Red focused back on the matter at hand. That's exactly what the book said. I agreed, trying to focus on my power. I can probably manage a few more of these explosions before tiring out. Interesting, Red said as I went back to my chair. Placing the book on the now empty table. House elves sure worked fast. Perhaps you should devise some physical conditioning for yourself. It should theoretically increase your energy levels. It's something worth trying. I'll also have to get better control over this spell, I replied, adopting a thoughtful look. For now, I should probably try to figure out what the first task will be. The briefing on the task was vague at best. It was some spiel about facing the unknown. I don't quite agree with that sort of thinking. I'd rather know what I'm up against so I can adequately prepare for it. Especially considering you didn't want to be in it, in the first place. Red mused, scratching his stubble-free chin in the Pokédex's display. We might be going about this the wrong way. Scanning the relevant history books on the matter showed that it could be anything from capturing a cockatrice to battling a swarm of Dementors. He sounded intrigued by the creatures he mentioned. I suppose it made sense. The reason he had volunteered to have his consciousness copied to the Pokédex was because completing the Pokédex was one of his passions alongside battling. He reminded me of Hagrid, in a way. Wait a second, maybe Hagrid knows. I blurted out. Professor Hagrid is the groundskeeper, yes. Red nodded thoughtfully. It would make sense. The event is sure to draw in T. He masses our league championships were the most popular shows broadcasted. Events like these need a lot of preparation, so he'll likely be asked to cooperate, since he is the keeper. I grinned, feeling elated for a moment. Before taking a breath and composing myself, I returned my 3 Pokemon to their balls to let them rest, before making my way back to the entrance and up the staircase leading to the top. Stairs. That was another thing I'd never considered before, though it was understandable at the time. Ginny had been in mortal danger and there was no time to think. I'd jumped down a similar dark hole the year before that, so it seemed par for the course at the time. A quick check of the map showed Hagrid alone in his home. With a slight smile grazing my features, I put it away and took the familiar route. I passed by Ron and Hermione in one of the halls, and lost my smile, instead schooling my expression into one of absolute cold. Hermione had stopped to look at me in an attempt to get my attention. But I kept my gaze firmly ahead, moving past her like she wasn't even there. I lost myself in the thoughts of broken friendships, only barely noticing the chill in the air as I exited the castle proper and made my way towards Hagrid's hut. I covered up halfway through the trek, the cold finally getting a bit too much to handle. The sight of smoke coming out of the familiar hut was almost soothing, in a sense. I'd always enjoyed seeing Hagrid in my first few years. Why had I reduced my visits? The door opened, revealing Hagrid, who looked a bit frazzled. "Speak of the devil, Harry," he called out after noticing me. "Didn't think I'd be seeing ye anytime soon. Come on then, I've got a fire going." "Thanks, Hagrid," I smiled at the older man, before entering his home. Fang greeted me with a whine. The cowardly thing. I petted him a few times before taking a seat, watching Hagrid scramble for his kettle. "Didn't expect to have any visitors." Hagrid apologized. "Tea might take a while." "It's all right, Hagrid, I've got time," I assured him, and got comfortable in my chair. "I'm having a small break, and figured this would be the only place I'm welcome." Hagrid stopped his fumbling and turned to look at me for a second, before going back to his tea. Always welcome here, Harry. Never any doubt in my mind about that," Hagrid said, pouring water into the kettle and taking a seat while waiting for it to boil. "Even if ye hadn't helped me 2 years ago, ye'd still be welcome here." A genuine smile came over my face, and I looked down. "Thanks for not as king if I was telling the truth about the tournament. Only a fool would doubt ye, Harry," Hagrid said resolutely. "I've watched ye grow up from the scared lad in that hut on the rock, to ye now. You'll be a great man, someday." I wiped the moistness away from my eyes. "If I ever make it to adulthood, you mean?" I tried to joke, but sighed at the end. "I've been learning loads over the last week. I've started learning the blasting curse, I've mastered the cutting curse and can even use the summoning charm. Since they may be useful, I don't really know what the task is going to be, but with any luck I'll be ready for it." "Actually, Harry," Hagrid interrupted, "I was about to tell ye about the task, I mean. I was going to tell Ron to show ye." "Show me what?" I asked, before shaking my head. "Ron and Hermione, for that matter, aren't on speaking terms with me. Ron didn't believe me when I didn't put my name in, and Hermione's upset with me not attending class and focusing on the task instead." Hagrid's face soured at the reveal. That lad still has a ways to go," Hagrid muttered, annoyed on my behalf. "From a big family, he is. I've seen folks like I am in the past, here. They want tear stand out. Give I am a few years, and he'll right himself." "I don't have a few years, I have a bit over 2 weeks, that's what I wanted to tell him, but it wouldn't help the current conversation." I nodded. "Instead, Hermione, well, she can't stop herself," I offered in a mixture of fondness and exasperation. "That's our Hermione." Hagrid smiled and patted my shoulder reassuringly. "She'll come round, just you wait." "I hope so. I really do, Hagrid," I said, honestly. "I've been virtually alone for the last week." "Well, not really alone." "Oh." Hagrid got back up to check on the kettle. "Should I tell him?" I thought to myself, considering the pros and cons of it. It's going to come out, eventually, and Hagrid is the only one who's shown me true loyalty, so far. Besides, this is the sort of thing he loves. Anyway, yes, I said, pulling out Bulbasaur's ball and holding it out for him to see. He stopped fiddling with the kettle and curiously examined the ball. "Pretty thing, that," Hagrid said as he poured us both some tea. "Where'd ye find it?" "In the Chamber of Secrets," I admitted, and continued before he could say anything more. "I needed to be alone for a while, Hagrid. The way they were looking at me." He replied softly, surprisingly. "I understand." I grimaced, not wanting to remind him of how he'd been treated when the chamber was opened both recently and 50 years ago. "More importantly, I found this, and 2 others. I explained, showing him the 2 other balls clipped onto my belt. "What's it do?" "It'd be easier if I showed you." I placed the ball by my side in the huge chair and pressed the release button. There was the telltale flash of light, and Bulbasaur was there, disoriented. A few reassuring pats later, and she was riotously patting along the floor of the hut, making her way to an amazed Hagrid. "Never seen anything quite like her, huh?" I smiled as she extended a vine to shake the man's hand, chirping cutely when he shook it. "She's a Bulbasaur." "Bulbasaur, this is my friend, Hagrid. Where'd ye find in the chamber?" Hagrid was mesmerized by her. I grabbed my cup of tea, considering his question. "Yes, as far as I was able to tell from his writings, Slytherin found the 3 balls on top of Mount Everest. Apparently it went by the name of Chomolunga, in ancient times. They were sealed in a box which judged a wizard by his worthiness. It judged him unworthy. I took a sip, before wincing. Needs more sugar, judged Ye worthy, then. Hagrid beamed as Bulbasaur sat on his lap, enjoying his petting. His own tea lay forgotten on the table. I told Ye that Ye had the makings of greatness, Harry. I smiled, happy to receive praise from a good friend. The smile came off when he started telling me about my first task. I'm sorry, I choked on my latest sip. Did you say, dragons? Well, I was pretty much dead. Tackle, I ordered Squirtle as he plowed into an Acromantula, sending it flying into a tree. On instinct, he withdrew into its shell as another Acromantula fell from the tree, venom-tipped fangs scraping from his resilient shell. Charmander, use Ember on the ones trying to overwhelm Squirtle, I said as another 2 giant spiders attempted to swarm Squirtle. Bulbasaur, be ready with Vine Whip. Accio, with a wave of my wand, one of the spiders came flying toward us. A medium-sized fireball flew past it, tearing into another one of the spiders, making it shriek and run away. The one I'd summoned found itself smashed into the dirt courtesy of a downward swing of Bulbasaur's vines. Another vine slammed into it, and another, until it stopped moving. Water gun. Squirtle obeyed instantly, spitting out a pressurized stream of water into its attacking Acromantula's face, digging slightly into its skull. But not quick enough to stop it from turning tail and running. From the side, more of them came. Diffindo. The curse cut into the foremost Acromantula, halting its charge and forcing the one behind it to crawl over its body. Ember, I said simply, preparing to use another spell. Charmander gave a cry as he flicked his tail and sent a fireball in their direction. Ventus, the wind-making spell joined up with Charmander's Ember, feeding the flame and quadrupling it in size, overtaking the 5 remaining Acromantulas, leaving nothing behind but the spiders' burned corpses. Without a word, Squirtle began to put out the flames so that we didn't end up surrounded by fire. When that was done, he waddled back over to me. A few seconds passed as we all regrouped and took a breath. Well done, guys. I sat down on a nearby rock, feeling tired. My Pokémon also seemed a bit weary. Grabbing Red's backpack I had taken to using it, at the older man's urging I pulled out a pack of blueberries and gave each of my Pokémon a handful, which they consumed almost instantly. Apparently they were called Oron berries way back when, and possessed minor healing properties if consumed by Pokémon. Charmander tugged at my robe, indicating that he wanted some more. I rolled my eyes and gave all 3 of them some more berries to munch on. Just make sure not to overeat. We're still pretty deep in the Forbidden Forest. I wanted to curse Hagrid for convincing me to do this. TCH, it's a good test, he said. Just a few Acromantulas, he said. I grumbled as I ran my wand over my partners, muttering, a pisky, on each one as they ate, healing whatever minor scrapes, cuts and bruises they had acquired over the course of the past few hours. Each gave annoyed whiches at the unexpected sting the spell came with. I wasn't very good at the anesthetic aspect of this particular branch of magic. It is a good test. Red piped up from my pocket. Reminds me of the good old days, when I was dealing with swarms of Beedrill in Viridian Forest. Besides, the scans I've taken today have been quite enlightening. Did you know these Acromantula are a bug poison type? They are quite reminiscent of the Spinarak evolution line, though without the flamboyant coloring, and with 2 more legs. I stifled another eye roll. Red was really getting into things. This was his element, no question about it. Of course you would enjoy this. I grumbled without any heat in my voice. Glutton for punishment, you are. I suppose you also had great fun when Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia tried to kill us a few hours ago. Quote, that car had come out of nowhere, blasting through a swarm of Acromantula before making attempts to run us over. When we proved to have more situational awareness than the average spider, it gave up and went back to massacring its mortal enemy. To be fair, I did not expect an automobile to come out of a magical forest. Red still sounded happy. You know you're enjoying this as much as I am. No need to pretend otherwise. I sighed. He was right, of course, but I still found it weird how Red could just casually put himself in danger and expect to be unscathed. Years of practice, Harry. Red seemed to understand what I was thinking. After fighting off thousands upon thousands of Pokémon, the whole, I'm in mortal danger, I should probably run, aspect of it all turns into a dull noise. Quote, I suppose so, I said noncommittally and popped a few blueberries in my mouth. Oh, don't try and act like you don't know what I mean. Red chided good-naturedly. You've pulled as many death-defying stunts as I did when I was your age. True, I said, eating a few more berries. Then, more somberly, you think I'm ready. As ready as you'll ever be. Red said confidently. Go over it with me. Again, I continued, still feeling uncertain. You sure you want to do this in the middle of the forest? Red seemed almost amused. I suppose it is time to make our way back to Hagrid's hut. We've been here for hours, and I'm sure Hagrid is getting worried. We'll go over it again when we get to his hut. Red's meeting with Hagrid had been conveniently easy. At first, he'd obviously been suspicious of Red, not trusting that a voice speaking out of a small box was anything good. A lifetime in the wizarding world had taught him that something like that generally ended in tragedy. Riddle's diary was a good example of this. It, too, was a set of memories preserved within a medium just like Red. Of course, after telling him that he came out of the same box as the 3 Pokémon he doted over, Hagrid ended up changing his mind quickly, and swore not to tell anyone about Red, or my Pokémon. No pressure. People will find out about them, anyway. I plan on using them in the tournament. I had replied back then. If anyone asks, just say they're created out of my magic. It should circumvent the whole, illegal, aspect of it all. I'm supposed to be the legendary boy who lived, right? I might as well have something to my name. Back to the matter at hand. I nodded at Red's words and got ready to go. A few minutes of checks, and a few more, Apisky, later. We made our way through the forest, fighting a few stray Acromantula here and there. The smaller creatures, such as rabbits, foxes and the like, skittered away as soon as we came within sight. The sun had begun to set as I came out of the Forbidden Forest's treeline. Harry, I heard Hagrid's booming voice as he came into view. Hagrid, I greeted him as he checked me over for any injuries. Before doing the same to my Pokémon. Was getting a little worried. There. Ye all look all right, tear me. He nodded, pleased. Yes, I replied, sagging a bit as I spoke. More tired than anything, but it was pretty good battle experience. Told Ye. Hagrid beamed. I remember training up Fluffy in these woods, good times. Aragog didn't quite like it, though. I tried to fathom how Hagrid didn't manage to get himself eaten by the monstrous Cerberus, and I tried to imagine a battle between Fluffy and Aragog, before giving up and going inside his house to sit down and relax, my 3 partners following me. Instantly, the smell of beef and spices hit my nose, causing my mouth to water and my stomach to gurgle ever so slightly in anticipation. Charmander sat on the fireproof sheet eyed. Enchanted a week before he'd accidentally set fire to Hagrid's home and it was a major pain trying to put it out and immediately went to sleep. Both Squirtle and Bulbasaur elected to hop onto my GE seat and cuddle up to me as Hagrid entered his home. I made beef stew while ye were adventurin' trainin', I mean. He corrected when I gave him a mock glare, the shadows in his hut hiding the knowing smirk on his face. Hungry, definitely, I replied, swallowing quickly. All I've had to eat were blueberries over the last few hours. Any more of them and I'll be sick. The giant of a man went over to the pot, scooping up some stew and pouring it into one of his bowls, before handing it to me. Thank you, I said gratefully and began to dig in. I stopped, after a few moments. You're not going to have any. Ate earlier. Hagrid shrugged, before taking a seat of his own. Think ready. As ready as he'll ever be. Red said while I was busy eating. But he keeps insisting we go over the plan again, and again. I swallowed. I'll be going toe-to-toe against a dragon, Red. There's no guarantee that any of our tactics will work. Red's right. Hagrid disagreed with me. I doubt the task will be fighting a dragon to the death. Not even Professor Dumbledore could do it well, maybe. Yes, but that's Dumbledore we're talking about, I said with a grimace, putting the half-eaten bowl of stew back on the table. Suddenly, I didn't feel so hungry. The man could find 100 different ways of beating the dragon. Listen, Red said exasperatedly before Hagrid could try and cheer me up. I'm sure you won't be expected to go toe-to-toe against it, so our previously discussed diversionary tactics should be the ones you use. He's right, Hagrid confirmed, more gently than Red. Think of it like my dear Fluffy. With a bit o' music, he falls right tear sleep. Won't be expected to kill a dragon, Harry. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. You're right, I know that, in my mind. But, a few seconds of tense silence passed. It's understandable, Red said, and Hagrid nodded in agreement. The odds are against you, but our training has given you the tools you'll need to be victorious at the end. I believe in ye, too, Harry. Hagrid said proudly, putting a meaty hand on my shoulder. I struggled not to fall off the chair onto the floor. Ye beat a Basili, SK in her second year with nothing but a sword. Ye can do this, now. Tension eased out of my body even before Hagrid had removed his hand. I nodded. I won't let you guys down. Done think ye could. Hagrid laughed at the very thought. Before giving me my stew back. Go on then, before it gets cold. I went back to eating, talking with Red, Hagrid and my Pokemon for the rest of the evening, reaching well into the night. We had both lost track of time, until I remembered what I was supposed to be doing that night. Sirius had told me to meet him in the Gryffindor common room at midnight. ONC. Again thanking him for all the help he'd given me over the last few weeks leading up to the first task, I bid my goodbyes to Hagrid, returned my Pokemon and hurried back to the castle, almost tripping over myself as I threw caution to the wind and began to sprint. Turning a corner, I ended up slamming into something hard. Oof. I fell back, the impact on my shoulder jarring. I had hit something hard. Blinking away the slight dizzy spell coming over me, I saw the person who I had tackled into. A Slytherin girl. She looked a little familiar, but I couldn't quite place her name. The stack of books she was carrying had fallen everywhere, likely what I had slammed into. Luckily, she wasn't hurt. I breathed a short sigh of relief as I quickly got back to my feet. Sorry about that, I said apologetically, moving to grab the books she dropped. Wasn't watching where I was going. Clearly not. She huffed in understandable annoyance as she also got to her feet and dusted herself off, making me grab everything. I guess I had that one coming. A few seconds later, and all the books were stacked once more. I caught a few of the titles and recognized them as fifth-year material. Interesting, she was a fourth year like I was. But already that far ahead. I made no mention of it and handed her the books back, taking a quick moment to really look at her. She was a slender, with hair the color of dark honey. Eyes as blue as the sky and high cheekbones. She easily rivaled the Vila I had seen at the Quidditch World Cup. I shook my head and bid her a good night, before making my way past her and resuming my previous course. She did not reply. Wait, what was she doing hauling books around in the middle of the night? I shook any more thoughts of the beautiful blonde and replaced them with those of my godfather. I was so excited to speak to him again, he might even have some advice for me. Whispering the password to the Gryffindor Tower's entrance so as not to wake the fat lady, I quietly made my way inside. Reaching the common room in a few seconds. The place had been cleared for the night. Unsurprising, it was a Tuesday night, after all. A quick check of the clock showed it to be 5 minutes to midnight. I looked around curiously. Was he coming through the entrance, like before? Last year he'd snuck into my dorm room and tried to stab Scabbers, the traitorous rat of doom. Was this more of the same? I took a seat by the fire and waited, wondering how the man was doing. Was he eating well? Did he even get the luxury of rest? I hoped so. Harry, I heard a whisper, and looked around. Before focusing on something a bit odd. A head in the fire. Sirius. I stood abruptly and moved closer to the fire. Hey, kid, he greeted smiling. Sorry it took so long, but I want to speak to you in a way that didn't involve letters. It's fine, Sirius. You don't exactly have any regular access to, well, anything, really. Actually, how are you even? I broke into someone else's home to use this. He admitted, so we probably don't have much time. Do you know who might have put your name in the goblet? I stifled a smile. Happy Sirius trusted me enough not to ask if I put my own name in the goblet. I've got no clue. Moody said that someone might be hoping I get killed in the tasks. Yes, the tournament's sordid history. My father enjoyed bragging about one of our ancestors winning the thing. Centuries back. Load of shite, I thought it was. Course, telling him that probably wasn't a good idea, Sirius mused. Still, Sirius focused back on the issue at hand. You, LL need to be on the lookout for anything suspicious. Maybe get your friends to do it quietly. I snorted. Ron thinks I want the glory all for myself and Hermione's upset at me skipping my classes to try and prepare for the task. No luck there. They basically abandoned me. I have to fight or get past a dragon for my first task, and they won't even talk to me. They what? Sirius' voice raised foe. A few seconds before cringing and his head exited the flames for a few moments. Did he have to leave? A few seconds later, he was back. Sorry, I thought that outburst might have woken someone up. We're still good. A moment passed. Hermione had seemed so dependable, too. Then again, your mother had similar adherence to authority issues when she was that age, too. I gave Sirius a queer look. That's the first negative thing I've heard anyone say about my mum. I pointed out, not sure whether to feel relieved or offended anyone dared to say anything disparaging about my mum. Yeah, well, why? Oh, you didn't have to deal with her while she was pregnant with you. James seemed on edge all the time, and the few times I came to visit, let's say they were unpleasant and leave it at that. Sirius shuddered. Is there anyone you might be able to rely on? Hagrid has been helping, a lot. Plus, I've been trying to master all the basic combat spells. I read that it's better to have a short list of spells I'm really good at, rather than 1,000 useless ones. I said, and considered his question again. Neville Longbottom, maybe. I offered after a moment. He said he believed me, but he's not the confrontational type. Longbottom, Sirius gave a slight smile. Knew his parents. They weren't afraid to hex us after we did our pranks on them. Shame what happened to them. Listen, I think I woke someone up, Sirius said hurriedly before I could say anything. Forgive the two morons if they deserve it, but you should look out for yourself. We know what happens when you trust the wrong person. I have to go. I'll owl you soon. Good night, Sirius, I said, but he was already gone. I sank deeply into the couch, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with me. I let out a long-suffering sigh. Before making my way to the dorms, giving Ron a quick glance, I moved past him and got into my pajamas, placing the Pokeball belt on the side, wedged between the trunk and the bed. If anyone tried to grab it, I would instantly know. Couldn't sleep. Neville's voice startled me. I swiveled to see the boy sitting at the edge of his bed, staring at me. A few more looks show that Seamus and Dean's beds weren't occupied, though it had looked that way at first glance. It was the old pillow under the covers trick. Nighttime adventures, I supposed. Something like that, I admitted, taking a seat on my own bed. Too busy worrying and preparing. I took another look at Neville, remembering Sirius' words about his parents. Hermione had already told me about what happened to them earlier that year. Privately, I thought he was worse off than I was. Always having to see his parents in such a weakened state, and a grandmother so overbearing that she might have been his second choice for a boggart. It said a lot about the boy's home life. Hadn't he said something about his great-uncle throwing him from the second story to force him to use magic? On the other hand, I was overworked, undernourished, and mostly ignored if treated with disrespect. No one had actually tried to kill me. Not even Harry hunting got that dangerous. Plus, by the time they'd grown old enough for their punches and kicks to do lasting damage, I was already quick enough on my feet to avoid them. I can imagine, he said sympathetically. What do you think the first task will be? Dragons, I wanted to say. I have no idea, I lied. Instead, they said something about facing the unknown and showing great daring in the face of danger, so it should be something frightening. Well, if it's a basilisk, you shouldn't have much trouble. Neville gave a hesitant smile. I grinned back. One can only hope it'd be that easy. Ron gave a loud snore, getting my attention for a moment. I stared at him for a second, before huffing and turning back to Neville. He'll come around, Neville assured me. He'd have to be daft to actually believe that you put your name in. I frowned and looked off to the left, outside of the window showing the castle grounds. I don't think I want to forgive him. I understand why he's jealous, I said, forestalling whatever Neville had to say. But I'd give anything for a family of my own. And he knows that. You understand, Neville, we're both the same. Neville turned to look outside, as well. Right, he sounded strained. I decided not to push the subject. Sorry, I apologized, feeling unsure about the whole conversation. I didn't mean to upset you. S'all right. Neville shook it off. You have a plan. Yeah, I said, glad for the subject change. I've gone through all the spells that might be useful to me, and last year's Dada course prepared us for most creatures. One more day of practice shouldn't make that much difference, so tomorrow I'm going to relax. It'd be dumb to go in the task feeling drained or stressed. Well, I said after a second's consideration. More stressed than normal, I think. You can do it, Harry, Neville said encouragingly. You've done it before. I smiled at his unwavering view of me. Thanks, Neville, you're welcome, he said, before yawning. Giving me one last smile, he slid under his covers and began to close the curtains. Good night, Harry. Night, Neville. I gave him a nod before looking outside of the window, thoughts racing. How old would the dragon be? Was I supposed to take something it had, or simply make my way past it to a finish line? Or did I actually have to fight one? With the Ministry, there was no telling. These were the same people who'd put Sirius in Azkaban without a trial. The same people who'd snapped Hagrid's wand and then had him arrested 50 years later for a crime he did not commit. These were the same people who thought Dementors would make great truancy officers. Skip class and lose your soul. I stifled a laugh. Get some rest. Red's voice came, barely a whisper. It's been half an hour. I blinked, not realizing any time had passed. It felt like a second. I murmured and crawled into bed, closing my eyes, my sheer exhaustion allowing me to fall into a quick, deep slumber. I woke up hours later, feeling sore, but quite refreshed. I Ted in the haze between sleep and wakefulness for a while before finally making the choice to get up. A few yawns and stretches later, I put my clothes on, including my trusty new belt. It was a daily routine which I had grown used to. Of late, I couldn't even imagine not having my Pokémon now. They had been my stalwart companions from the beginning of this fiasco, and we'd grown a lot together over the time we've shared. Those tests in the Forbidden Forest had only cemented our already strong bond. Morning. Red quietly greeted as I walked past the sleeping forms of Ron, Seamus and Dean, A.N.D. headed towards the Great Hall for some breakfast. Morning to you, too, I said just as quietly, brushing past a few sixth years who gave me a dirty look. Not that I particularly cared anymore. No, wing my true friends were with me had reinvigorated my confidence and self-esteem. Their looks had gone from awfully hurtful to barely annoying because of it. So, an off day, Red asked unnecessarily while I walked through the hallways. I passed by a few more glaring Hufflepuffs and took a turn into an empty hallway. That's the plan. Though, knowing my luck, I'd probably have yet another life-threatening experience. Such as life. I knew Red long enough, now, that I could tell he was probably smiling. How would it be fun without a few interesting roadblocks to overcome? Only you woe. Old name having a life and death situation, interesting roadblocks. I rolled my eyes. As the champion of the Kanto Johto League, he stopped himself for a moment, waiting for a few curious firsties to get the hell out of the way. I was quite well acquainted with danger. In fact, you could even say that my danger level was, in the red. Oh, for fuck's sake, I groaned. It's too early in the day for your stupid puns, Red. I'll have you know that, I was also the champion of puns, or champion for short. Red boasted. I didn't work hard all these years to just be called Red. I will be addressed as Champion Red. Or Champion Red, that sounds better. Seriously, I asked incredulously. I knew that being famous brought out the nutcases, but this was taking it to another level. Nope, Red denied, sounding even more amused. I can't believe you fell for that one. Too early for this shit. I repeated. Well, it's certainly not early on the other side of the planet. Red quipped. I huffed and decided not to rise to the bait. A few more minutes of companionable silence were broken by the hustle and bustle of the early morning crowd at the Great Hall. A few of the professors were already seated, including Severus Snape, who directed one of his patented sneers in my direction. I sent him an amused look, in return. Likely, he had bitched about my automatic passing of his course thanks to the Goblet's choice of me. That was probably the only benefit that accursed artifact had caused. Anything else was a major pain. I found Neville on the Gryffindor table and sat next to him. I piled some food on my plate, and dug in. You look a lot better than last night, Neville commented. Good rest. Like you wouldn't believe, I replied. After spending day after day ironing both myself and my Pokémon physically, I figured I deserved a break. Besides, it was the day before I'd come to face with one of the strongest creatures known to wizard kind. It made sense that I'd enjoy my last day as much as I could. Just in case it was my last. Staring at my schedule, I realized I had Transfiguration and Charms that day. Going straight to class, after. Yeah, Neville confirmed. Coming. I might as well. I had skived off the last 2 Transfiguration classes to focus on the final stages of my preparation for the first task. Old McGonagall will be miffed with me, I'm sure. Neville winced. She certainly looked displeased the last few classes, but didn't make mention of it. With a sigh, I continued to eat, hoping her reaction wasn't too bad. Part of me wanted to just not go. I was already ahead of the course syllabus. But I had already resolved myself into going through with it. My reasoning was that it would take my mind off the task, even for a little bit. It was worth a try. I heard the familiar bickering of my 2 former friends out at the entrance and stifled a groan. I didn't really want to talk to either of them. I finished off the last of my sausage and eggs before getting up and shouldering Red's my backpack. I'll see you in class, Neville, I said and got a nod in return. Harry, Hermione's voice came from my right. I paid it no mind and walked right past her. I didn't care if it upset her. There was a day left before I had to face my probable doom, and she'd been too busy chastising me for skipping class. I walked, and kept walking until I was alone in one of the corridors, faintly realizing that my face felt tight, my frown pronounced. I took a deep breath and schooled my expression into one that reflected the emptiness I had been so familiar with growing up. It was a little amusing, really. I always kept coming back to this feeling. Was I destined to be alone? My fingers brushed against my Pokeballs for a moment. I smiled slightly and opened my eyes again. breaking the stoic look, before resuming my path to the Transfiguration classroom. Even if everyone ended up abandoning me, I would always have my partners. Odicked a few Slytherins waiting near the entrance of the classroom. A faint noise from inside told me the previous class wasn't over yet. I had come too early. Shrugging to myself, I put my backpack down and pulled my robe off. Sitting on the stone floor and leaning my back against the wall, I glanced a few times at the two Slytherin girls who were engaged in quiet conversation, noting with slight surprise that one of them was the girl I'd smashed into the night before. The other was an auburn-haired girl who kept sneaking glances my way, thinking I wasn't noticing. She seemed to be doing it on the behalf of the blonde, who had her back turned to me. Ah, the wonders of glasses. People thought that my field of vision was limited to the glass panes, which allowed me to do some spying of my own. Granted, all I could see was a set of moving blurs, but I was good at determining where people were looking. It helped with my early days in school before I had received my glasses. Skills like that were not just forgotten. They were definitely talking about me. I withheld a grimace. It was probably the usual disparaging remarks, fueled by last night's little accident. Another quick look had shown that, yes, they were wearing those stupid badges Malfoy had given out. I immediately lost what little interest I had in the two admittedly attractive girls, focusing on myself instead. Was this really how I wanted to live the rest of my life? People whispering my name in one moment, and then trashing me in the next. I remembered Skeeter's article after I'd attended the wand-weighing ceremony. She'd misspelled the other champions' names. Cedric wasn't even mentioned there. It turned out to be a story about me, and how I cry about my parents' death all the time. Hell, she couldn't even get my age right. I took a short, shuddering breath to calm my rising anger. I wasn't going to let myself get riled up in public anymore. So, what did I want out of life? My mind focused on a letter I'd received the month before. Oliver Wood had been writing me of what the professional Quidditch life was like. Intense training, plenty of scrimmages and a fun time, overall. He genuinely sounded like he was enjoying himself, and promised to put in a good word for me if I ever decided to join him on the pro scene. It was a significant gesture on his part. He actually believed I could make it on the professional field. It would be challenging, it sure was for me. He had written, but it's definitely worth it, Potter. I'd seen Crumb's moves at the World Cup, and those were nothing to sneeze at. For a moment, I wondered how well I could keep up with the older boy, before focusing back on the matter at hand. What else was there? Well, I was rich. I could simply coast off my family's wealth for the rest of my days. If I so wished it. It wasn't a half-bad idea, all things considered. After getting Sirius exonerated, he and I could disappear off into the sunset, never to be heard from again, free to do as we please. That's what I wanted, I realized suddenly. It was freedom. Freedom from the Dursleys, freedom from the stairs, freedom from other people's choices concerning my life, freedom from Voldemort and his band of sycophant murderers. I blamed Red for that idea. Learning his life story had made a deep impact on me. Wandering the wilderness with nothing but your wits, a few handy supplies, and your best friends. Exploring undiscovered areas and meeting interesting people. It was marvelous. All right, Harry. Neville's voice cut off my pleasant thoughts. I blinked and looked up. I'd lost track of my surroundings again. Thankfully, no one had tried to mess with me. A quick look around showed that Malfoy hadn't arrived yet. He was the only one stupid enough to try anything. The class was beginning to empty. There were a few more Gryffindors waiting outside, including Ron and Hermione. Ron was too busy staring resolutely at the other side of the corridor, and Hermione kept sneaking me worried glances. I got back to my feet and made my way into the class, choosing a seat in the back. I felt McGonagall's piercing gaze on my back, but didn't outwardly react, sitting down with very little fuss and looking straight back into her eyes. She looked away. How strange. I shrugged and got the necessary supplies out, ready for some exciting bit of note-taking. A few minutes passed as more and more students filtered inside, until the bell rang and McGonagall closed the door with a wave of her wand. A few seconds later, there was a knock. With an annoyed huff, she opened it again, revealing Malfoy and his two stooges, looking disheveled. 5 points from Slytherin for being late. I would suggest you quickly take your seat, Misters Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. Minerva sternly rebuked and impatiently waited for them to sit down. Giving them another stern gaze for good measure, Professor McGonagall began her latest lesson. Today we will be learning how to change a guinea fowl into a guinea pig. She informed us. An hour of studious note-taking later, she demonstrated the spell and had us attempting it. I watched as all of the other students around me Attempted the transformation to no results. The only one that had managed anything was Hermione, and all she'd done was turn the feathers brown. The girl I'd run into the night before had gotten a little further, giving it fur instead of feathers, and its head looked more like a guinea pig's, though it still had a beak. I guessed she wasn't as farther ahead as I thought she was. I looked over my notes and remembered what I'd read from Salazar's book and Red's explanation on how aura worked. "Is there a problem, Mr. Potter?" McGonagall's stern voice tore through my concentration as she made to stand beside me. I gave her a thoughtful look. "Could you demonstrate the spell for me again?" "Certainly." With a rigid twist, she effortlessly turned it into a guinea pig and back again. I frowned. I definitely felt something. "There, your turn," she said, looking at me expectantly. I took a breath, moving my wand in the same motion and speaking the same incantation. I focused on my intent to change it into a guinea pig, as well as the feeling her attempt had given off. I stared. A guinea pig stared back. "Well done," Professor McGonagall said, looking extremely surprised. She scrutinized the creature for a few moments, before looking at me with repressed astonishment. "A perfect transfiguration on the first try. Very well done, Mr. Potter. I see now that you've not been idle in the time spent away from class." I blushed at the unexpected praise and embarrassment. She just had to mention me skipping class, didn't she? "That'll be 30 points for Gryffindor," McGonagall continued, before giving me another considering look. "Would you like to attempt turning it back?" A nod. "I'll try." Concentrating, I felt for the magic again and attempted the spell, changing the pig back into a fowl. I looked over it for a few moments, seemed all right. "Take another 15 points for Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. I will be expecting this level of dedication in all of my classes, from this point on," she said, her mouth thinning into the grimace smile which told me she was undoubtedly pleased. Once she'd moved on to another student asking for help, I noticed the stares I was getting. A few of the students looked incredulous at how easily I'd done it. Some were jealous I finished and technically was able to leave early, with no homework. Hermione looked a mix of happy, sad and envious, while Ron scoffed dismissively and went back to his own work. Pissed. "Potter," someone called from my side. I turned to see the friend of the girl I'd bumped into. "Tracy Davis, I think her name was." "Yes, Davis," I replied, schooling my face into that of forced calm. "What did she want?" "How'd you do it?" she asked curiously. "How odd." She sounded somewhat pleasant for a badge-wearing snake. "It's pretty easy," I replied uncaringly, looking off to the side. "Is it?" A hint of annoyance crept into her voice, but I paid it no mind. "Any useful advice?" I turned to look back at her, blatantly eyeing the "Potter stinks" badge she proudly wore on her robe. "Not while you still wear that thing." I went over to help Neville before she could say anything in response. I ignored the offended girl as best as I could, instead focusing on Neville's attempts at transfiguration. I frowned as nothing happened, even after his 5th try. "You're picturing it in your mind, right?" I repeated. "Yes," Neville said, looking annoyed at his failure. "It's always like this, Harry. My spells never work." That definitely wasn't it. He had the motions correct, and he had the incantation correct. "Show me, again," I instructed and decided to feel for his magic, instead. He repeated the wand motion and the incantation. Nothing happened. The wand had warmed up in response to the boy's own aura, but it had not gone further than that. So, it was his wand. "I have an idea, Neville," I said, presenting my own wand to him. "Try using mine." I don't know about this, Harry." Neville tried to push it back to me. "Just to satisfy my curiosity, give it a shot," I said. "If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work." Neville shrugged, before looking at his guinea fowl again. "Picture it in your mind," I repeated, "and go through the motion." Quote. Neville waved his wand. The bird's feathers switched into soft brown fur, and its wings shifted into paws, though it retained its beak. "I did it," Neville said, sounding incredulous. "Well, I didn't do it, but I managed to change it a little." "Yeah," I agreed. "I told you that you had the right of it. Maybe your own wand broke at some point. It doesn't seem to be working for you." Neville gave me an unreadable look, before handing me my wand back. "It was my father's wand," he admitted, looking over his own wand. "Gran told me I was to use it, that it was an honor to do so." "That's unfair of her." I tried not to sound scathing. "Ollivander, the wand maker, said that a wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. So, I'm not worthy." Neville looked down at his wand like it betrayed him. I winced. I had basically just told him he was unworthy of his parents, hadn't I? The bell rang, interrupting our conversation. That'll be all for now. For those of you who didn't manage to complete the assignment, I expect 10 inches on the intricacies of the transformation process between a guinea fowl and a guinea pig. McGonagall said as the students put their books back and began to file out. Mr. Potter, a moment of your time. Yes, Professor, I said, grabbing Neville's arm before he could leave. Let go, Harry. Neville seemed to want to be anywhere but here. Neville, you know what you said isn't true. Just because your father's wand isn't a match for you doesn't mean that you're unworthy. Don't forget that your father's only half of you. I said anxiously. Just think about it, all right. Fine, he said and brushed me off, following the rest of the students. I stifled a sigh and stood next to Professor McGonagall, waiting for the other students to vacate the premises. Problem with Mr. Longbottom. I noticed he had managed a partial transfiguration. McGonagall said. He had the wand motion and incantation correct, but nothing was happening. I figured if I lent him my wand, there would be a change. There was. You lent him your wand. For what reason? Professor McGonagall asked. It was just a hunch. I said, shrugging and not knowing how to broach the subject of aura with her. I wonder, Mr. Potter, she said, before pulling out her wand and summoning the fowl I was working on, before vanishing it with a mutter of, Evanesco. She hadn't even used a wand motion. She summoned another and looked at me. Your turn. I gave her an incredulous look. I don't think I can do that. Humor me, Mr. Potter, she replied. I sighed and felt for the magic she'd used. It felt like the spell I had used before, but instead of turning something into something else, it took all of the energy and dispersed it harmlessly in all directions. Fascinating. Can you show me again? I sounded interested. She frowned at me, as if noticing something for the first time, before nodding and repeating her feat. She summo. Ned a third fowl and gave me an expectant look. I closed my eyes for a moment, enveloping myself in the feeling of that unmaking spell, for what else would I call it? I pointed my wand at the fowl and concentrated. Speaking the incantation, it vanished. Incredible. McGonagall breathed. You can feel the magic, can't you, Mr. Potter? I hesitated, not sure of how to broach the subject. Yes, I only learned of it recently. It wasn't covered in any of the books, so I hadn't actually thought of using it. Remarkable, she said. That was an OWL level spell, Mr. Potter, and you performed it flawlessly on your first try. Was it? But it had felt so easy. I had considered the thought of you practicing the current class spell beforehand, but this confirms it. McGonagall decided. Why? Or more like your father than you know, Mr. Potter. I stared at her. That was certainly an odd thing to say. Still, I always liked to hear about my parents. What do you mean? You knew my father well, Professor. Indeed, she confirmed. When he wasn't busy being idle with his friends, he studied under me to become a master of transfiguration. He began to show the same talent you do, at around the same age. I wonder. I didn't know what to tell her. My foray into the domain of aura was because of the bond I had formed with my Pokémon, and not because of innate, inherited talent. Then again, speaking of bonds, perhaps the bond my father made with Sirius, Remus and Peter had served the same purpose. It was something to consider. But, that's enough for now, McGonagall said, bringing me back to the present. Do try to attend your classes, Mr. Potter. It would be a shame to waste all of that talent. Assuming I don't die tomorrow. I said and ignored the glare she gave me at the poor attempt at a joke. I'll do my best. Quote, very well. She dismissed me as another class of students began to file in. This day of relaxation was proving to be very strange, I thought to myself as I walked obliviously past a fuming brunette and an intrigued blonde. I was awake by 6 a.m. thanks to an early night's rest. The others were luckily still asleep. This let me go through my morning routine without issue. Though I felt a nervous energy slowly settling over me. Afterwards, I sat down on the side of my bed, trying to think furiously. I felt like I hadn't prepared enough. Why did I take a day off? I could have snuck in a few hours of spell training, maybe hit up the Forbidden Forest once more. An incredulous, desperate smile spread over my face. I wanted to willingly go into the forest. There had to be something wrong with that. Scared, Red asked quietly. I gave a shaky nod, feeling ashamed to even admit it. Good, Red declared. How is that good? I asked, curiosity and annoyance coloring my tone. Means you're not a moron. Red explained calmly, always the voice of reason. It means you'll do this carefully, and not put yourself at any more risk. Yeah, I agreed, feeling some of the tension ease away. You're right, it's true that bravery is better than fearlessness. I grabbed the set of athletic robes provided by the ministry for the task, and began to put them on, before hesitating. With a frown, I threw them back on the bed. What's the matter? Red seemed confused. Is the size too small? No, it's not that, I denied. I just don't want to wear it. I grabbed the backpack at the foot of my bed, and pulled Red's clothes out, instead. There was silence for a moment. I thought you said that it wasn't your style, Red asked, sounding somewhat amused. Red isn't my favorite color, no. And I said that 3 weeks ago. I murmured quietly, knowing the Pokédex's audio detection was superb. I stared down at the athletic robes with intense dislike. But I won't wear anything they've given me. They got me in this bloody tournament, in the first place. I'll be damned if I represent them or any of their interests. Red did not reply. You and Hagrid were the only ones who have helped me. I'm sure Sirius would have, if he wasn't busy being chased around by Aurors. Everyone else abandoned me, I said, so I'll wear your colors. Red, are you sure? Air was something I couldn't quite place in Red's tone. I'm a trainer, now, aren't I? I said with a small smile and picked up the jacket. Besides, I think I could grow to like it. You don't. Red's voice seemed strained. Before settling for, thank you, Harry. I could only imagine what Red was feeling right now. I shook my head and continued to put everything on. With a few flicks of my wand, the clothes shrank to accommodate my smaller figure. My smile turned sad as I secured the final item atop my head, Red's hat. A few pats here and there, and a few checks in the mirror later, I nodded in satisfaction. What do you think? I adjusted my cap in the mirror, feeling a little uncomfortable looking at myself. I might be a bit biased, Red said, but you look like a badass. A bit, I rolled my eyes. Well, at least you're honest about it. Seriously, Harry, Red insisted. It suits you. I kept staring at myself. Nice jacket, Harry. Dean's voice piped up. I swiveled to see the boy in bed, sitting up. I gave a quiet nod of thanks, before turning back to the mirror and giving myself a final look. Then, I grabbed my backpack and made my way out of Gryffindor Tower. My destination, Hagrid's hut. I drew a mix of curious and baffled stares as I went through the corridors. For once, the stares didn't bother me. Actually, I felt a sort of elation with every step I took. When had I stopped caring entirely? No more pretenses, I promised myself. No more compromises. No more worrying about appearances. All this drama over broken friendships a waste of time if there ever was any. What's done is done. If they apologized, I would forgive them. Not that I'd trust them so freely again, only a fool would bare their neck for someone who'd bitten them before. If they wanted my trust back, they had to earn it. I felt oddly liberated by the time I'd made it to Hagrid's home. The giant of a man was already outside, busy tending to a few pumpkins. He gave me an odd look, recognizing who the outfit belonged to, before waving me over. Breakfast on the table if ye want it. Hagrid lazily pointed to his home. A nod. Thank you, Hagrid, but I'll eat in the Great Hall this time. I smiled, pulling my Pokédex and placing it in the backpack alongside my belt and Pokeballs. Could you put this somewhere near where the task is supposed to take place? I plan on summoning it. Will do, Harry. Hagrid wiped at his hands and took my pack, moving inside for a few seconds before coming out. Ready. If I'm not ready by now, then I never will be. I said. Ye'll do great, Harry. Hagrid sounded convinced. Ye been trainin' all this time, deep in forest. Ye'll beat the others, easy. The battle experience will prove to be useful. I took a breath. I should be able to get past the dragon. Maybe even fight it for a bit if I had to. Anyway, I gave him another awkward smile. I'll see you after the task, Hagrid. Thanks again for all the help you gave me. No need for duh. He gave me a great big hug, before turning away and wiping at his face. Go on, then. Away with ye. We'll celebrate after ye win. My face flushed and I wiped at my eyes as well. Yes, was all I said. I turned and made my way back to the castle, feeling invigorated. Hagrid, Red, Sirius, they all believed in me. I stopped to take a breath, staring at my right hand for a few moments. It was as if I was looking at it for the first time. A strange feeling came over me, a sort of painful euphoria, a strange epiphany which seemed banal at first glance, but spoke of depths beneath depths. A simple complexity. They all believed in me, and they were right to do it. I was a completely different person than I was the night my name came out of the Goblet of Fire. I was better. I felt powerful. I stared at my hand for another second, before my face broke out in a wide grin. I clenched it shut, exulting in the sudden pressure against my fingers. I made it to the Great Hall. drawing the gaze of just about everyone in there. What is he wearing? Potter looks different. Obviously, he's gone muggle. No, it's not that. One student said. There's a certain look in his eyes. Don't you see it? Didn't expect you to find his eyes so interesting. One quipped. Oh, saw this. A groan. They really had nothing better to do, huh? I rolled my eyes at their obsessive nadu. Why I ever thought their opinion mattered was beyond me and took a seat next to Neville, who gave me an odd look. What are you wearing, Harry? Neville squeaked as I piled some eggs and bacon on my plate, digging in with gusto. I glanced at him before going back to my food and gave him a simple, if vague, reply. It's just something which has become very precious to me. He could tell I meant every word, so he changed the subject. I'm sorry, Harry, Neville apologized. About yesterday, I mean. I didn't mean to get angry. I frowned for a second, before my face relaxed when I realized what he was talking about. You don't ever have to apologize for that, Neville. I assured the boy. If anything, I'm the one who should be sorry. I as good as insulted your parents, mate. I know I'd be. Bloody furious turned my cousin's Aunt Marge into a balloon just before my 3rd year for calling my mum a bitch. Neville frowned at the offered story. It was probably not what he expected my life out of school to be like. We were both silent for a few moments. Harry, Hermione's voice pierced through the slightly tense atmosphere. I felt her arms tightly wind around me and stopped eating. Quote, could you let me have my last meal in peace, Hermione? She let go. I turned to see her looking white as a sheet. Her eyes were puffy and red. She'd been crying. I felt a little bad, but I didn't comment on it. She was the one who abandoned me, not the other way around. I'm so sorry, Harry. She hugged me again, babbling and sniffling in a futile attempt to stop her tears from flowing. We were starting to draw quite a few stairs. I should have helped you get ready for the task. I took a breath. You should have, I calmly replied, though I could not help the tinge of frost that bled into those 3 words. She stiffened, as if struck. I had that one coming. I'm so sorry, Harry, she repeated helplessly. I shouldn't have doubted you. I let everything go wrong. It's my fault. How is it all your fault? I sounded almost amused at her freak out. Because you're not talking to me, and neither is Ron, and he's not talking to you either, and, she trailed off, at a loss for words. I don't know what to do. You and Ron had a fight. I asked. I must have been out of the loop. Then again, I'd been training non-stop for the past few weeks to care all that much. Yes, he wanted me to send you a note to tell you to head down to Hagrid's. She explained, sniffling. But we had a fight because he didn't want to do it himself. I told him I don't want to get between you two, and we started shouting at each other. Then he left. So Ron did at least try and warn me about the dragons. It was probably a moot point, since I'd gone straight to Hagrid as soon as I figured out he might have been involved in the task. Still, that earned him a few points if he ever pulled his head out his ass and apologized. I forgive you, Hermione, I said after a long moment, pulling away from her. But this is the only chance I will give you. If you try to break my trust, then I will never speak to you again. Her happy expression gained a hint of trepidation, but she nodded regardless. I promise, Harry. I nodded and went back to breakfast, scooting over slightly so there'd be enough room for one more. Good. She happily took the offered seat. So, do you think you're ready, Harry? Neville asked, changing the subject. I'm as ready as I'll ever be. I said. I've been training hard in the last few weeks. I'm ready for anything. What are you wearing? Hermione blurted out after a few moments of silence. I stifled a smirk. I was wondering when she'd crack. How long did you hold that question in? I asked her right back. She huffed, though red began to flood her cheeks. You know, it's rude to answer a question with another question, Harry. Indeed it is, Hermione. I confirmed, lazily spearing a nearby sausage and taking a large bite. Indeed it is, she huffed, but did not press the matter. Likely, she felt uncomfortable doing so, right after we made up. I'll explain it to you after the task, I said, before glancing at Neville thoughtfully. Both of you, suffice to say, it has to do with why I feel ready for the task. You didn't enchant it, did you? Hermione bit her lip worriedly. You're only allowed a wand. I didn't enchant it, no, I said, rolling my eyes. It's just a regular jacket and a pair of jeans, Hermione. I've never seen you wear anything like it before, Hermione commented, before shaking her head and giving me an anxious gaze. I'm so worried about you, Harry. What if you get hurt? Don't be, I said confidently. I can take whatever this tournament will throw at me. You have no idea how well I've prepared for this whole thing. Hermione gave me her I'm trying to figure you out, gaze, before nodding. All right, Harry, Hermione said, beginning to realize our previous friendship dynamic had completely changed. I will be there cheering for you. Me too, Harry, Neville said, smiling. Awesome, that makes 3 of you. I smiled back. Yay, me, who's the third? Neville asked before Hermione could. Hagrid, I revealed. I let that sink in. Aren't the teachers forbidden from helping the students? Hermione asked with a frown. Cheating always was one of Hermione's worst enemies. Helping me, I put an exaggerated look of outrage on my face. I beg your pardon, I have been visiting my very dear friend Hagrid for tea and moral support. Neville snorted into his drink. Hermione had no answer to that one. I stood up. All right, I said, pulling down at my black shirt slightly. Well, it's been fun, guys. I better meet with the ministry officials so they can set me up for the task. All right, Harry, good luck, Neville said. Hermione nodded along with his words. I turned, ready to go, only to see Malfoy there, giving me his customary smirk. Ready to get roasted, Potter. Malfoy looked almost gleeful, gesturing at the 2 brutes behind him. Goyle, here, thinks you might last 10 minutes against the dragon. I don't think you'll make it past 2. I felt the typical rush of anger at the casual W. He was referring to my possible demise, before I got an idea. So sure of your prediction? Let's make a bet, then, Malfoy. I gave him a superior smirk. I'll give you 1,000 galleons if I fail the task. He grinned ferociously, a glint of greed showing in his eyes. I'll take that bet, Potter. You haven't heard the rest of it. I chided him, as if I was talking to a 5-year-old boy. Patience. Did your father not teach you manners? What, with that cane of his? Draco twitched at the mention of the cane. I felt bad for a moment, before shaking the feeling off. The little shit kept picking these fights with me, so I wasn't going to feel bad about hitting back. Not when he was joking about my possible death. If you lose, Malfoy, I said, you have to kiss McGonagall on the lips. For 5 seconds. And you have to use your tongue. Malfoy went white and wide-eyed at my words. The Gryffindors around us gaped. Neville choked on his eggs. Hermione looked scandalized. I smirked wider. What's wrong, Draco? I said in an imitation of his father's voice. Are you afraid? Where's that Malfoy pride? Draco gave me the most furious glare he could muster, turned away, and stomped back to his own table. His 2 perpetual guards lumbering in his wake. My smirk widened. I knew he wouldn't take that bet. Harry. Neville was still banging at his chest. That was brilliant. Thank you, Neville. I gave him and Hermione a nod, before walking away. Wish me luck. I was the 3rd one to reach the tent the ministry had set up near the dragon's nest. I would have been the first one. But Director Crouch tried his best to make me change into tournament-appropriate robes, rather than the silly garments I was wearing. My reply to him had Bagman stifling a roar of laughter. E-Man's face had colored into an interesting shade of red, reminiscent of my uncle in some ways, really, but he had stiffly walked away, not deigning to give me any reply. Then again, I supposed that telling him I would use his ministry-distributed robes if he'd got on his knees and polished off my wand was not the smartest thing I could have said. I shrugged. It seemed like a good idea at the time. He wasn't a school official, so I didn't have to worry about detentions and the like. He was just another ministry stooge. None of those scumbags were likely to get any respect from me. Anything that happened today, I could probably blame the stress of having to go through a life-threatening experience. Besides, I was famous, wasn't I? Famous people always got away with doing messed up things. As I entered the tent, I got a baffled glance from Cedric. These clothes really did take everyone's attention, huh? Must be the red in them. Crumb, on the other hand, gave me a single, significant glance. Before scowling and staring at one of the tent walls, I shrugged, found a spot for myself, and began to do some calisthenics to get the blood flowing more easily. All right, Harry, Cedric greeted me. I'm fine. I stopped my exercise to give him a nod. About as ready as I'll ever be. You, same, he said, giving me a confident grin. Good luck, Harry. Keep all that luck for yourself, Diggory. I sniped good-naturedly. I won't need it. Nice bit of bravado there, Harry. Cedric threw in a condescending look. This isn't like in Quidditch. You're right, I said, shuddering slightly. No Dementors. He shuddered as well. I still get nightmares about that. You and me both, mate. I admitted. At least they made for effective truancy officers. You can say that again. He commiserated, just as Fleur entered the tent, looking around as if bored. She really had that condescending look mastered. Resting bitch face. Red had called it once. I couldn't help but agree with his assessment. The tension rose in the tent as the other champions began to size each other up. Fleur looked bored. Crumb gave his world-famous scowl, the one we'd seen in the World Cup. Cedric maintained his confident grin. I yawned and picked my nose, flicking the booger at Fleur. Her carefully schooled expression quickly transformed into a cringe as she dodged the offending hardened ball of bacteria-filled mucus. She gave me a death glare for the trouble. I smirked in her face. Cedric looked like he was trying to stifle an incredulous laugh, while Crumb's scowl threatened to shift into an amused, if disgusted smile. He schooled it back into the scowl, though it looked to have taken a monumental effort to do so. Excellent. Bagman burst in the tent with two of his assistants as Fleur opened her mouth to berate me. Interrupting whatever she was going to say, she settled with sending me murderous looks. You're all here. I gave her the most innocent smile I could manage, just to rile her up even further. She seethed as Crouch finally made his way into the tent, holding a small, wriggling sack in his hand. He handed it to Bagman, giving me a cold glare before making his way back out. Faintly, I realized Crouch was one of the judges. I gave a mental shrug. I didn't care about winning the tournament. I was more interested in surviving it. Gather around, everyone, Ludo said excitedly, causing whatever was in that bag to wiggle around some more. I will explain the first task to you. After we made our way to him, he waited a few extra moments in some moronic attempt to build suspense. How thick was this guy? It was obvious that all four of us knew that we would be fighting dragons. Considering that all four of us didn't look particularly interested in his big reveal, it should have clued him in. Oh well, your task today is to retrieve a golden egg. Bagman began to explain. In the egg, there is a clue which should lead you to your second task. I'm sure you're wondering what the catch is. He paused for dramatic effect. You see, in order to obtain the egg, you must make your way past a dragon. He paused again to let the severity of his statement sink in. We did our best attempts to look suitably shocked. If McGonagall were here, she'd see through all four of us. That's how unconvincing we were, at that moment. Bagman didn't even seem to notice. Each of you will have 30 minutes to complete the task. Bagman said, lifting the bag so that our attention was on it, now. Each of you will be facing one of these dragons. To determine which one you will encounter, you have to reach into this bag and pull out the model of your dragon. Fleur decided to go first, pulling out a tiny green dragon with the number 2 on a chain wrapped around its neck. The common Welsh green, Bagman announced. You will go second, Ms. Delacour. He held out the bag at Crumb. If you would, Mr. Crumb. Crumb scowled. I was starting to think that was the only facial express Scion he was capable of and pulled out a scarlet dragon with the number 3 on it. The Chinese fireball. You will go third, Bagman said, holding his bag out to me. Mr. Potter. I gingerly reached in and pulled out my dragon. It was covered in black scales and possessed a powerful body, dwarfing that of the two models before it. On the chain around its neck, there was the number 4. I gulped slightly, feeling apprehensive for a moment. The Hungarian horntail. You will go last, Mr. Potter, Bagman declared, before turning to Cedric with his bag. Which leaves Mr. Diggory the Swedish short snout. Cedric pulled out a silvery blue dragon, staring at it with some trepidation. You will have 20 minutes to prepare yourself, Mr. Diggory, Bagman announced, patting the boy on the back. Good luck to all of you. He swept out of the room, the two assistants following him closely, leaving us 4 alone in the tent. 20 minutes to prepare the dragon for Diggory, I muttered to myself. 30 for him to get the egg, 20 to prepare the next one, 30 for the task, and so on. I might have to stay in this damn tent for about 170 minutes, so I might have to wait in this place for 3 hours. I clapped my hands, startling the others, before grabbing my wand and conjuring myself a mat, lying down on it like I didn't have a single care in the world. Fleur scoffed, drawing my attention. She gave me the coldest glare she could manage. I replied by pretending to pick my nose and flicking imaginary boogers at her. Her glare turned even colder. I knew it was childish of me, but she just kept getting more and more riled up the more I kept going. It was like she'd never been teased by another man before. Then again, knowing that she was a Vila, she likely never was. I remembered when Red had given her a scan during the first few days of my training. He called her a strange oddity, since she read as a human Pokemon hybrid. Red had continued on to say that his readings were reminiscent of other fire types. It made sense. I vividly recalled the Vila during the World Cup. They had transformed into humanoid bird monsters capable of throwing fireballs around. That she had an affinity to fire magic was a given. At that point, when I focused back to the present, I saw her giving me a superior grin. Had she said something? Oh, she thought I fell under her allure, didn't she? Well, time to dash her hopes. I'm sorry, I smiled innocently. I wasn't paying attention. I got so bored my mind started to wander. I thought, maybe I could find some topic of conversation less boring than whatever you were saying. I realized that was the wrong question to ask, since my choices would be unlimited. Her smug look turned into one of loathing, before she visibly composed hers. Elfin stomped over to the other side of the tent, no longer even looking in my direction. Well, that was easy. I murmured to myself and lay back on the mat, taking a deep breath and trying to relax. We're ready for you, Mr. Diggory. One of Bagman's assistants poked his head through the entrance to the tent, beckoning the Hogwarts champion over. Good luck, Cedric, I called out, not even looking in his direction. Thanks, Harry, and, with that, he was off. I tuned out the announcer's Ludo's voice, as well as the cheers of the crowd, and instead focused on my plan of attack. I went over it a few times, adjusting it to fit the situation. I had to steal an egg from a Hungarian horntail. Likely, the egg would be placed among other, natural eggs. That meant that the dragon would be especially aggressive. Nesting mothers were always that way. I remembered some of Mrs. Fig's cats were absolutely horrifying to deal with when approaching their young. I considered the issue for a few minutes, before nodding to myself. I knew exactly what I needed to do. All that was left was to wait out the rest of the champion's turns. How long does Cedric have left? I asked aloud, hoping nay of the two remaining champions would answer. 15 minutes, Crumb said curtly, giving me an odd look. You are not paying attention, Potter. Didn't see the need, I replied. All we hear is Bagman's moronic announcing. He was just as bad during the World Cup, as I'm sure you remember, Crumb. Crumb grimaced. All too well. We descended back into silence for a few minutes, until the crowd let out a monstrous cheer. Moments later, Cedric came back in, holding an egg and looking proud and happy he was able to manage getting it. Well done, Cedric, I smiled, giving him a wave. He gave me a tight nod, before losing his happy expression and sagging in exhaustion. Covered in dirt and soot, half of his robe looked like it was burned right off, and the way he seemed to be favoring his right leg showed that he'd sustained damage to his left one. A nasty bruise was forming on his forehead. I would not want to be him tomorrow. I wondered how bad my own injuries would be. If my luck held out, perhaps I would need to regrow my bones again. Only time would tell. Ready, Ms. Delacour. The same assistant popped in. Her snooty expression turned slightly fearful, but she nodded as confidently as she could manage. Before walking out of the tent, the cheering for her was stronger than Cedric's. Likely, that was her Vila allure at work. Ludo's frantic voice began to die down as I heard FL. Your song covered the entire zone of the first task, making me slowly close my eyelids. Realizing what was going on, I slapped myself in the face, the sudden motion and flare of pain bringing me back to the land of the waking. A quick glance in Crumb's direction had showed he did the same thing. He seemed angry and embarrassed he had been caught off guard, but quickly schooled his expression when he noticed my eyes on him. He was a bit touchy about appearances, wasn't he? Obsessed with looking strong. I rolled my eyes, but didn't comment on it. A minute later, an embarrassed-looking Fleur came back inside, holding her egg close to her chest. As she passed me by, I saw that her clothes were fairly singed, with a few burns visible underneath. I gave her a sympathetic wince as she joined Wit. Diggory to be looked over by Madame Pomfrey. Crumb got up, and began to stretch in preparation for his task. I faintly wondered how long it would take him to get the egg. Fleur had taken around 17 minutes to get hers, while Cedric had taken 20. I wouldn't be surprised if Crumb managed to do it in 15. The assistant popped his head in, but didn't say a word as Crumb forestalled him with a raised hand. He calmly exited the tent, and the crowd exploded in cheers, dwarfing those for Fleur and Cedric combined. I supposed being an international Quidditch star had its ups. I closed my eyes. I might as well take a nap. Fleur's song had done a number on me. Mr. Potter, we're ready for you. I felt someone nudging me. I said intelligently, wiping at my eyes. Crumb's already done. Hasn't even been a minute, has it? It's been 16 minutes, Mr. Potter. The assistant looked amused. Too boring for you, was it? I shook my head and got up, making sure to stretch and get limber. Man, I've been lying on this mat for around an hour. I said and vanished the aforementioned mat with a silent wave of my wand. I'd like to see you fully cognizant while on it, listening to Fleur's lullaby. Right, he said, gesturing me to move to the exit. I obeyed, but was stopped by another assistant. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, this might take a bit longer than expected. He apologized. Your dragon is putting up quite the struggle. I should have just kept lying down. I stifled a disappointed sigh. That's fine. I crossed my arms and waited. 10 minutes later, the assistant popped his head in. We good? I asked unnecessarily. Yes, Mr. Potter. Whenever you're ready. I gave a nod and stepped through the exit. The crowd cheered as Bagman announced my entry into the task zone, though I could hear a few boos, as well as jeers, here and there. I rolled my eyes and paid it no mind, stepping further in the enclosure. My grogginess was washed away completely as adrenaline began to course through my veins, readying me for the life and death struggle I was about to commence. I looked around. No sign of the dragon, yet. I passed one of the rock outcroppings before finally seeing the Hungarian horntail in its full glory. Scales as black as night, with a piercing, yellow glare, the horntail cut for an imposing figure. And, it was huge, larger than even Fluffy was, and that mutt was huge. The horntail could probably fit two of me in its mouth, alone, easily, at that. Our eyes locked for a second, before it snarled and yelled, sending pillars of flame skyward in a show of power. But that brought notice to the shackle around its neck, as well as the gleaming golden egg sitting among a few cement-colored ones underneath it. I locked onto my target, going over possible scenarios to fight against it. I can do this, I murmured to myself, feeling both trepidation and excitement. This was the culmination of all the hard work I put forth the last 3 weeks. I wait, Ed for the cannon fire to signal my starting time, before going straight to work. Accio, I directed my will into the charm, summoning the backpack I had Hagrid place nearby. I waited for a bit, dying the dragon as I moved slightly to the right, its eyes following me every step of the way. The crowd shouted, pointing at the backpack flying over them and into my waiting hands. I smiled and unzipped the pack, pulling out my needed tools and wearing it back on. I clipped my belt on, and then pointed the Pokédex at the dragon. It beeped for a few seconds, scanning the creature with its green ray. The horntail seemed to take offense at this, and spewed flame in my direction. I heard the crowd gasp as I dove behind a nearby rock, easily avoiding the dragon flame. From this distance, the way its flames could reach me was if I didn't move. Dragon type. Red seemed intrigued. Incredibly large, though it would make sense, most of your modern-day Pokémon have given up their aura power in order to attain megafauna status. This means that, if my suspicions are correct, it is not capable of utilizing dragon-type moves. Its breath did not possess any of the traits found in true dragons. Reading almost exactly like Charmander's own flames. Preliminary scans on its musculature and various naturally evolved weapons indicate a high physical attack potential, though slow on the ground judging by its overall build. Diversionary tactics are ideal, as its flight capability has forcefully been limited. I nodded at the experienced trainer's analysis, pressing the buttons on my Pokéb. Alls and releasing my companions with 3 flashes of light. The 3 looked around, eyes finally settling on the humongous creature before them, before looking at me as if to say, "Are you fucking crazy?" I know, I agreed, but stared ahead of them resolutely. That's what we've been preparing for this whole time. That's what all the hard training was about, guys. Are you with me? No hesitation. They nodded. I smiled at them, noting that Bagman's commentary was about my prodigious skills in post-newt level conjuration. I supposed it did look like I conjured my Pokémon, huh? Okay, I said, pocketing the Pokédex and clapping to gain their attention. Charmander, you're to go to the left side. Keep throwing embers at its eyes. It won't hurt it much, but it should probably annoy it. Squirtle, you're going to be doing the same from the right, but you'll be hitting its hind legs. I'll be attacking its wings, and helping you out as best as I can. You watch my back, also. Got it. Charmander nodded, and Squirtle gave a salute. One last thing, its fire is really strong, guys. Dodge it at all costs, even you, Charmander, though I think maybe your tail would be safe. Don't let it hit your main body, though. They nodded, before springing into action, rushing to flank the dragon. I turned to Bulbasaur. Your job's the most important one, Bulbasaur. You have to get set up a bit closer, and when you see a chance, use your Vine Whip to grab the egg. All right, don't let it see you. Bulbasaur cried in assent before stepping behind a rock, watching the horntail carefully as Charmant began to pelt it with medium-sized balls of fire, causing parts of the crowd to laugh as they smacked harmlessly into its hide. Sure seemed to get its attention, though. With a roar, it sent a long stream of flame towards Charmander, who easily dodged it, showing the fruit of our training. Charmander stopped, and decided to put his tail flame in the dragon's fire for a few seconds, before leaping and flinging a fireball the size of Hagrid right in its face. The ensuing explosion had me covering my face, the strong wind sending debris flying every which way. Then, the crowd cheered. Merlin's beard. I heard half of them shout in appreciation. I supposed they liked a good show. I gave Bulbasaur one last nod, before striding forward to the dragon, my wand drawn and pointed right at the cloud of smoke. Not even waiting for it to clear as I sent a spell to where I thought its wings were. Defendo. I sent the cutting curse into the slowly clearing smoke, causing the horntail to roar in pain. The crowd went silent as the smoke finally cleared, showing the dragon looking straight at me, enraged. My spell had torn into one of its wings. It wasn't strong enough to go right through, but it certainly looked like it hurt. Judging from the slowly leaking blood running down its wing, it roared, coiling its legs. Oh shit, it was going to lunge. Just before it leapt, a strong, pressury Z stream of water cut into its hind leg, distracting it enough to fall short of my body by 15 feet. Instead, I found myself face to face with the horntail. It snarled and opened its mouth, the back of its throat glowing red with heat. People in the crowd were screaming for me to move. Without thinking, I pointed my wand and cast Aguamenti, sending the strongest stream of water I could manage into its mouth. A veritable torrent rushed down its throat, cutting its roar short. I didn't let up, shooting as much as I could before diving backwards, narrowly missing a swipe of its claws. Hitch made the air vibrate with the force of its move. I ran for it. As I began to gain some distance, I heard the sound of heaving, and a large splash of water behind me. I howled in unhinged laughter, as I realized I had just given the dragon a coughing fit. Seconds later, it snarled in my direction, planning another attempt to roast me alive. I turned to see its mouth open long enough for a black ball to smack right in its face, exploding and covering its head in roiling black smoke. Smokescreen from Charmander. Red supplied tonelessly. I nodded, thankful for Red's calm demeanor, and turned to Bulbasaur, whose extended vine had already wrapped around the egg, pulling it towards us, causing the crowd to roar with approval. I aimed my Pokeballs at Charmander and Squirtle. They were still in the dragon's danger zone, and it would take them too long to run back. Good job, Bulby. Return, Charmander, Squirtle. I gave a grin as I quickly returned Charmander and Squirtle to their Pokeballs and ran for the tent. Bulbasaur right behind me, the egg tightly held in her vines. I'm so proud of you guys, I said, caressing the two Pokeballs as we came back into the tent. I turned to Bulbasaur, who quickly handed me egg and retracted her vines. You, too, Bulby. Great job. I smiled and gave Bulbasaur a good rub on the head. She gave a happy cry and rubbed up against my leg. I guess she liked her new nickname. I took 2 steps in the tent, before realizing that I hadn't actually seen what score the judges had given me, and then stepped out once more. The dragon had rushed back to our eggs as her handlers began to surround her. I breathed a sigh of relief, before turning to where the judges stood above the rest in their special box. Bagman and Crouch already had their wands out, displaying a 10 and an 8 respectively. Odd, I was expecting the old-timer to give me a 5, or something. Well, he was a consummate professional, if nothing else. He still wasn't going to get an apology, though I would probably be a bit more polite next time. Madame Maxime shot her wand out in the air, displaying a 9, while Dumbledore gave me a 10. Wow, I must have really impressed him. Karkaroff got some booze as he threw out a 7. Prick. The crowd cheered my name as I made my way back in the tent, only to come face to face with one of the few things more frightening than a dragon. I did not give you permission to leave my medical tent, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey stared me down, looking quite put upon. I'm fine. I opened my arms wide, as if to show her. The dragon didn't even touch me, I swear. I'll be the judge of that, Mr. Potter, she said. I recall, you said you were fine when the bones in your arm were vanished. Well, I wasn't in pain. And the time you spent at the end of your 2nd year. That was the end of the year climax where I almost died, though. Those don't count, I said, frowning. Only you could discount a life-threatening experience so brazenly, Mr. Potter. Pomfrey turned and pointed at a nearby bed. Sit. I sighed, and obeyed. She ran her wand over me as Bulbasaur hopped on the bed, staring at the Medowitch curiously. A few scrapes and bruises, but for once. You were somewhat correct, Mr. Potter. Pomfrey seemed amazed. So, am I free to go? I said, returning Bulbasaur into her Pokeball. Madame Pomfrey stared as Bulbasaur was sucked into the ball. Before shaking her head and addressing me, her duty won out against her curiosity, it seemed. No, she said, hesitant to let me go so easily. She handed me a disgusting brown potion. Not until you take this. I gave her a mutinous look, before giving up and drinking the foul potion in a single gulp, wincing at the aftertaste it left in my mouth. Can I go now? I asked, sounding anxious. She gave me one last scrutinizing look, before giving a curt nod. Off with you then. She dismissed me, though there was no bite in her tone, judging by the exasperated smile on her face. I gave a nod, and exited the tent, holding the egg tight against me. Didn't have to tell me twice. Bagman and his 2 assistants were waiting outside, as well as the rest of the champions. Mr. Potter, that makes 4. Excellent, Bagman said excitedly. Well done, champions, for successfully acquiring your egg from the dragons. All 4 of us straightened up with pride. As you know, we scored you using specific criteria. Bagman explained how long it took you to get your egg, how much damage you sustained and the effectiveness of your spells. We nodded. In case you were unable to see your scores, Mr. Potter has the lead, with 46 points. Mr. Crumb is second, with 44 points. Ms. Delacour and Mr. Diggory are tied with 42 points. Bagman declared happily. The other 3 champions gave me strange glances. It wasn't every day a 14-year-old beat 3 17-year-olds in a competition, after all. That would teach them to underestimate me. Your next task will require you to solve the clue within the egg. Bagman continued excitedly. Your second task will take place on the 24th of February. Good luck. And, with that, they walked away, leaving the 4 of us alone. A few seconds passed, before Crumb extended his hand to me. Well done, Potter. I did not expect you to succeed. Crumb said. I took his hand, grasping it firmly for a few seconds. I don't think anyone did. But I trained hard for this. It shows, Cedric blurted out, clapping me on the shoulder. It certainly caught me by surprise, Harry. Fleur said nothing, still giving me an icy glare, before walking away to her headmistress. I supposed I pushed a few too many of her buttons. Still worth it, I thought as I watched her from behind for a few more seconds. I must go. Good luck on the second task, Potter, Diggory. Crumb gave the 2 of us nods, before heading towards his own headmaster, leaving me and Cedric alone. I feel like I could sleep for a week, Cedric admitted on the way back to the castle. He shuddered in sudden realization. They'll be having a party at the Hufflepuff common room, won't they? Probably in Gryffindor, as well. Probably. I shrugged, before breaking off from the path. I'm not going back to Gryffindor Tower, right now. Hagrid promised we'd celebrate. It should be a quiet thing. Want to come? Perhaps some other time, Harry. I think I'd prefer a nap, he said, and we broke apart. Once alone, I began to speak. We did it, I said, flawlessly, was Red's only answer. The preparation in the forest was worth it. You were able to subdue an adult dragon type using juvenile Pokemon, which is beyond the capabilities of any trainer I'd ever heard of. Even you, I quipped in amusement. A scoff. I'm the champion, he said, as if it explained everything. I rolled my eyes as I finally reached Hagrid's home, where he and Hermione were waiting for us with a veritable feast laid out on a table, with a large pile of berries and assorted foods left for my partners. I smiled and released my Pokemon, moving to speak with my 2 friends. Well done, Harry, Hagrid boomed, giving me a slap on the back which almost knocked me over, before kneeling towards the 3 Pokemon. And, you too, little ones. Didn't think ye'd be able to put down a dragon, but ye did. Charmander gave an indignant and challenging cry which was supposed to put fear into Hagrid's heart. Instead, he grinned and gave Charmander a pat on the head, before directing my partners to their food. Thank you, Hagrid. I smiled at the giant, before turning my gaze to Hermione. Hermione stared at my Pokemon, and then back at me. She looked like she wanted to say something, but held herself back, probably not wanting to upset me. The fact that she hadn't thrown herself at me in a hug was telling enough. A moment later, she lowered her head, eyes downcast. Maybe seeing me fight the dragon had hammered it home to her. Well, shit, I moved to her and wrapped my arms around her. She stiffened in shock. I had never initiated hugs before, had I? I'm still here. I frowned and gave her a few pats on the back. I'm here. I forgive you. Hermione cried and tightly hugged me back, babbling and sobbing incoherently. I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat and finally released my own tears, hugging her tighter. I missed you, I admitted. Me too. Hermione and I suddenly jumped, feeling something over our backs. We turned to see Bulbasaur, her vines extended to comfort us. Squirtle and Charmander stood next to Bulbasaur, looking concerned. I wiped at my face and pulled Hermione over. Hermione, I'd like you to meet my friends, I smiled. I was down in the secret study of the Chamber of Secrets again, continuing to read Salazar's book. He'd apparently modified the useless shield charm, his own words, into something more compact, and therefore stronger. I hadn't gotten around to practicing it yet, but I could already tell that such a spell would prove to be invaluable. That it covers a much smaller area was a moot point, considering my quick reflexes. I was beginning to think of it as a sort of parry. Of course, I could always dodge the spell, but that would leave me in a vulnerable position, especially in a 2-on-1 scenario or more. The second guy would only have to aim at me as I jump or roll out of the way of the first spell. Easy pickings, in other words. If I was going to have any chance of surviving the tournament, I would have to up my magical training. I had focused a significant amount of my attention on training my Pokémon, often discarding my own potential. And besides, I had promised them a full week's break. The past month has been a harrowing experience. I had willingly placed myself in mortal danger in order to acquire battle experience. It bore ample fruit, yes, but that sort of training takes a toll on one's mind and soul, and Pokémon weren't any different in that regard. The past few days had been interesting, to say the least. Ron had tried to apologize, but I could tell it was forced and insincere at best. It was a skill I'd picked up over the past month, and I blamed it all on Red. He was overly analytical, capable of taking apart the words of anyone and everyone, a skill he'd picked up from his years of silence, while starting out, and tried to impart these same lessons onto me. Silence, I learned, was more useful than I had considered. Before, when I was younger, silence was a sort of half blessing, half curse. I wasn't saying that it wasn't useful to me, back then. At nights, when I was sad beyond anything, sitting in my cupboard, the silence was there to overtake it. It dulled the pain, my worst moments, wanting things to end, believing my parents had truly abandoned me. I shunted all of that into the silence. Tears rarely came to me, I had suppressed those, as well. I weathered it all in silence. Hagrid breaking down that door truly had changed things for me. Hope had rekindled in my heart, and I had almost completely forgotten about the quiet strength lurking within. No, that's wrong. I knew it was there. I had rejected it outright. Silence was what I had turned to when acceptance was denied me. When I received acceptance, I rejected it instead. Friends don't become friends with someone who's quiet and withdrawn, after all. It made perfect sense, then, the sort of perfect logic that only a foolish child could have. Red had quietly shattered that particular worldview. He rarely made small talk. Most of our conversations were centered on training my 3 companions, battle strategies, and the occasional request to have a little jaunt in the Forbidden Forest to gain experience as well as insight on the various creatures within. Apparently, he had reprogrammed the Pokédex to include a new section, which he called Pi, with a few pages already filled out. When asked, he had said it was the post-apocalyptic index. It felt odd thinking of my own society in such terms. Whenever they'd spoken of or shown post-apocalyptic worlds in the movies Dudley tried to sneak by, it was always with society completely collapsing in on itself, people foraging in the streets or abandoned buildings in a futile attempt to stay alive in a world with no hope. I supposed life wasn't always like in the stories. Humanity could bounce back from just about anything, I thought. I had already filled a few pages of the Pokédex. Acromantulas were on there, of course, after weeks of fighting them, how could they not be? Another entry had been the ghosts inhabiting the castle. Red had gotten interesting readings off of them. They possessed ghost-type energy, but were incapable, or possibly ignorant, of how to use it. When Red had asked if he could try to teach one a ghost-type move, I had immediately rejected the idea and nipped it in the bud before he could make an attempt to sway me. I didn't need ghosts running amok, after all. Or worse, Peeves. The Blighter was already enough of a menace. The Basilisk was also an interesting addition. I wasn't sure how, but Red was able to determine that it was a genderless creature, though with only one to study, he couldn't make any definitive statements on the breed as a whole. Then again, having a toad sit on a chicken's egg to hatch it is confusing enough, as it was. He'd made some odd joke after scanning the nearby rats. Something about them probably being in the top percentage of rats. He'd said one of his friends had told it to him, and it just stuck with him for a good long while. I was thinking. Red interrupted my reading. Yes, I replied. You could possibly create your own Pokeballs. Red said thoughtfully. You would need apricorns, if they still exist. That was interesting. Do you know the process? I was pretty curious. Before I became a consciousness in a machine. No, Red supplied. Now that I have access to this information, I suppose we should use it. It will take some aura manipulation, and you'll have to draw symbols. So, it's like ancient runes. I frowned. I don't really know anything about runes, Red. It's similar. Red said. It's a different language, of course. It was ancient, by our standards. I knew a guy in Johto who made them. It seemed to take him a whole day to make it from scratch, so it shouldn't be too hard. You'll just have to write the symbols well enough, and infuse it with aura. Provided we find these apricorns of yours, of course, I interjected. Yes, I took a breath, placed the book on the table, and flipped open the Pokédex. Show me what an apricorn looks like. Red obeyed, displaying different colored fruit. It sort of looked like a mix of an apricot and an acorn. Apricorn makes sense. I'm going to make a wild guess and say it's done by crossing an apricot and acorn. I said wryly. Indeed, though I'm not aware of the exact process. You'd need to consult whatever botanical database you have. Sorry, Red apologized. It's all right. I wave off his apology. I'm not particularly sure what I'd be trying to catch with these new Pokeballs, but it might be something to explore. A second passed. I could ask Neville, actually. He's probably beyond Newt level at herbology. I reckon he'd know. Good idea, Red said, the screen shifting to display him giving a nod. When do you plan on opening the egg? I glanced to the side, where the golden egg I'd retrieved sat innocently. With a sigh, I went to grab it. I looked at it for a second, before twisting the starfish and opening it. I regretted it instantly. Holy shit, I yelled, but he sound barely overpowered the obnoxious shrieking coming from the egg. Hurriedly, I closed it back up, taking a deep breath. Open it back up, Harry. Red ordered. What the fuck for? I shouted, my ears still ringing. I could understand it. Red said, it is a Pokemon language. Any and all water-type Pokemon are able to at least understand, if not outright speak it. Are you saying Squirtle can speak like this? I balked. Possibly, if he learned before being captured. Red said, though the Squirtle line is of the water type, they generally stay in forests with rivers and lakes, rather than the open sea. It's possible some might not have learned it. It's a moot point, of course. I rubbed at my temples, and conjured up a pair of earmuffs. A few seconds later, ready, then. Do it, Red said. I opened the egg. The next minute or so, I couldn't really tell, was filled with the most ear-shattering shrieks I could bear to deal with. You can close it, now, Red said. I instantly obeyed, groaning in both relief and slight pain. The egg says, Red started, but I interrupted him. No, give me a minute, I said, pulling the ear muffs out and rubbing at the sides of my head. My ears are killing me. Very well. The next minute was spent rubbing at various points on my head, pulling at my ears, sticking fingers inside, and taking deep breaths to try and relax. It did little good. All right, I said, realizing only time would lessen the pain. Let's hear it. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Red recited. My mo. Thinned as I pondered the implications. Someone was going to take something from me. Could you repeat it for me? I requested. Sure. And he did so. What I'll sorely miss, I considered. What could I possibly miss? Perhaps an item of value to you. Red suggested. Your cloak, maybe. It's not like anyone knows I have one of those. I countered. Especially not Ministry stooges. It might be your Pokemon. Red said. Over my dead body. I snarled, tensing at the very thought. Calm down. Red said sternly. We're just trying to figure out what they'll actually do. I opened my mouth to lash out, before closing it and nodding. He was right, of course. I needed to think. What could they possibly take? I asked no one in particular, trying to bounce ideas off the wall. This is the Ministry we're talking about. They had no trouble putting us up against nesting dragons, so they essentially have no concern for the well-being of the humans participating. True, Red said, before expanding on the idea. It's a spectator sport. If they wish to generate revenue, they want their viewer base to really get into it. I frowned. He was onto something, but I couldn't put my mind around it, yet. They put us in mortal danger in the first task. The second task is item recovery, probably in the Great Lake. To pit you against water types. Red said, you have an hour to retrieve your item, whatever it could. That's another thing. I interrupted hastily. How will I breathe underwater, for an hour? That is indeed a problem. Red said, sighing. It sounds like some research will need to be done on that matter. For now, we'll focus on what item will need to be retrieved. You're right, I nodded. One step at a time. Well, they'll certainly put us in danger, we know that much. The trick to gaining a large viewer base is by raising the stakes. Red imparted. I frowned. Higher stakes, higher viewers, but what could top putting us into mortal dang? I stopped, the answer finally coming to me. Fuck, I said in realization. They're going to take hostages. I didn't think of that. Red said, sounding abashed and slightly embarrassed. I was considering that the dangers would be magnified in some way. Hostages, yes, that might be easier. Easier, I repeated incredulously. On the preparation, I mean. Red had his hands raised in an attempt to calm me. It did. It would be easier to put people, instead of more monsters to deal with. I can see it now. Champions will have to save the hostages at the bottom of the lake, and they have 1 hour. Oh. Our bad things will happen to the hostage. Do you think they'd let it get that far? I asked, pulling at my hair. I mean, that's barmy even for the ministry, that's barmy. Never underestimate the stupidity of the bureaucracy. Red nodded twice, eyes closed. Give them a perfect, foolproof plan, and they'll be sure to screw it up. A few seconds of silence passed. So, hostages, I said, sagging back into my chair. Underwater. Looks like I'll be focusing a lot more on Squirtle. I wouldn't dare use Charmander, in there. Bulby, either. Squirtle can't use Dive, either. Red said, and continued seeing my quizzical expression. It's pretty much self-explanatory, isn't it? I smiled sheepishly. True, looks like some research is in order. I said, I'll start it next week. On break, remember. Red rolled his eyes. As long as you don't forget to do it. Oh, come on, I said. We have until February, it should be ample time. We can only thank the higher powers for such an extended preparation time. Red said, in fact, we'll be able to evolve all 3 of your partners in a few weeks, after your break of course. Yeah, I perked up. Ivysaur, Charmeleon and Wartortle, right, Wartortle. Red corrected me. Grinning, I made that same mistake when I was starting out. On that note, I almost forgot. Red said, I need to scan you. What for? I asked. Well, since you're a fully fledged trainer, now. Red started. I wanted to update the trainer card to display you, instead of myself. I paused. Are you sure about that? I eyed the open black box in the corner. It's your identity, Red. I can't just. My identity is well preserved in the Pokédex. Red assured me. And, besides, I've had my time. I rose up to the top of the league, and then kept going further and further. I think. He hesitated. His image looking choked up. It's time to give the mantle to someone new. My people are all gone. What remains of us will live on through you and your descendants, Harry. I said nothing, feeling shocked and flattered. You always do this. I swallowed, huffing in annoyance and a strange happiness. 1 second, we're talking about Pokemon and evolution, and then you go all somber. Serious and sentimental. Green used to say something like that, too. Red smiled wanly. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I miss that annoying jerk. He was always competing with me. Always there to challenge me. Now, he's gone. They're all gone. I didn't know what to say to that. Silence reigned for a bit, before I changed the subject. The ID? I asked softly, holding the Pokédex up. Of course, Red said, the green light moving over my body a few times, before turning off. I made to flip the Pokédex, before Red interrupted me. Wait, let me do it again. He said. Why? I said reflexively, frowning. You just did. True, but I detected something odd. Red replied. What do you mean? Over the last few weeks, I have been scanning all of the other human occupants of Hogwarts Castle. In order to obtain a large sample to work with, in my research concerning their aura. Manipulation. Red explained. You're scanning different from them, Harry. I don't understand. Great. Another thing to make me different. And I'm going to assume you found something different about me. I said unnecessarily. What is it, this time? Am I going to grow wings? I don't think so, but I do detect a difference. Red confirmed. I'd like to know what it is. There is a strange energy latched onto yours, though I couldn't quite determine its nature. An energy on me. That didn't sound ominous at all. Stifling a sigh, I held the Pokédex in front of me, blinking spots out of my eyes after the green ray passed over my body once, twice, 3 times. The machine whirred as the data was analyzed. Well, I asked, what have you got? Red was quiet for a moment. What is this? He sounded stumped, and just a little alarmed. Perhaps it was just my imagination. Red, I got his attention, tongue running over dry lips. It reads like a human signature superimposed on top of your own. Red said. I faintly remembered the headmaster saying something about that at the end of my first year. An idea came to me. Maybe it's my mum, I theorized, sounding hopeful. The headmaster told me that I have a protection imbued in my skin and blood, which lets me burn Voldemort through touch. A pause. No, Red denied, the display showing him shaking his head. Though that explains why there's a modified fire-type energy suffused into your skin. That was another thing I detected with the deep scan. These wizards, their research into the depths of aura manipulation is nothing short of amazing. I might even have to restructure how the move types work. That particular topic was actually quite fascinating. He'd apparently classified transfiguration as a part of the psychic type move set, since atoms were being manipulated using energy. He had gone on to speak of a Pokemon called Mewtwo, who was able to create a fully fledged fortress filled with advanced technology using only his telekinesis. The energy I detected is flowing outwards from the scar on your forehead. Red's words brought me back from my musings. As far as my readings can tell, that's what the center is. I can't figure out what energy type is causing this. The closest thing I can manage is a sentient mix of all existing types, seemingly switching between each one randomly, and sometimes creating fusions of two or several different types. I can barely understand it, and I've only scratched the surface. My fingers pressed against my forehead, considering the older man's words with a calculating frown. Another memory of a conversation with Dumbledore arose. Unless I'm much mistaken, he transferred some of his own powers to you the night he gave you that scar. Not something he intended to do, I'm sure, he had said so long ago. The green beam focused into a lightning bolt shape, superimposing itself directly against my scar for a long while. I counted 40 seconds before Red disengaged. It reads as a sentient human mind outside of your own. Red added, sounding disturbed. Harry, I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. I felt sick to my stomach. I'd been possessed since that fateful day my parents died. Dumbledore knew something. I trailed off, hesitant. I'm not sure, Red. I have to talk to Dumbledore. He might know what this is. He hinted as much almost 2 years ago. I paused for a moment, anger rising. In fact, I think he knows exactly what it is, but probably kept it from me. How could he do that? Why wouldn't he tell me? Did he not trust me? Understandable, Red said calmly. What? I asked, shocked and feeling more than a little betrayed. It's not exactly news that you drop on a 12-year-old, Harry. Red said gently. Even in my own days, there were things that we were exposed to, but weren't ready for. Many of us wished we could have waited a few years before starting our journeys. The things you see, out there, they're not meant for children. Children are supposed to study, have fun, and occasionally get into trouble. He was right, of course. Of course, being angry is also understandable. Red told me, the headmaster's reticence might prove to be your undoing, for all we know. Some information has to be shared, even if the thought of it is inconceivable. I swallowed down the bile. Suddenly, I felt listless. It was as if my mood took a nosedive into the chilly waters of the Black Lake. We'll figure this out, Harry. Red said. This will take priority over everything else. In fact, let's confront the headmaster, right this moment. Why? I snarled suddenly, so he can tell me to calm down and not ask questions I'm not ready for, again. Perhaps some independent study, beforehand, Red supplied. In fact, do something for me. What? Hold me up in front of the bookcase. Red requested. I took a deep breath, and did so. The scanning light went over the ancient books, once, twice, and again. Minutes passed, with no sign of Red stopping. He'd scanned the entire case, before moving to scan each shelf separately. Before the light finally retreated into the Pokédex. Grab the middle book on the middle shelf. Red instructed. I did so. Magic most powerful. I read. By Herpo. Herpo. I repeated the name. It sounds oddly familiar to me. It should. Red said. He created the method with which to hatch basilisks. Herpo the Foul, that's right. Of course Salazar had access to that man's work. How else would he have hatched his own basilisk? How does that help me with the current issue? I asked, feeling impatience and irritation. Page 43, Red said. Under Horcrux. Odd word, I thought as I flipped through the pages. Reaching the 43rd page in the book. Horcrux, I repeated. My finest creation. They reviled me, mocked me for creating the wondrous basilisk. All they re about is food for their bellies and gold for their coffers, but I have no need for such trivialities. My vision has aided me in attaining a measure of immortality, every man's dream. A sick feeling started to form in my stomach. Through the process of trial and error, I succeeded in creating a Horcrux. I kept reading. Many were sacrificed for this endeavor. Rituals were enacted, with no success. The test subjects disposed of. He was talking about humans, wasn't he? And new ones acquired. I felt more and more nauseous as I kept reading through the book. Herpo had systematically tortured, dismembered, abused and raped countless people, both enjoying the experiences and treating it all like your day-to-day science class. I couldn't even imagine someone that disgusting actually existing, but there he was. Once done, I closed the book, hard, the sound echoing slightly in the tunnel. Is that how Voldemort is still alive? I asked, pressing a finger against my scar. That's why I had the dreams, isn't it? Dreams? Red asked suddenly. So, I told him of the man I'd seen die in a dream. I don't think that was a dream, Red said, sounding more disturbed. How do I get it out? I asked, running my nail over the scar, before stopping. It probably won't be as easy as scratching it off, huh? I have no idea, Red said honestly and regretfully. The book does not specify any methods of destruction. I suppose it wouldn't. Why would the creator include a method of destruction? Though, the fact that you've never heard of a Herpo out and about would suggest that the objects in which a soul is concealed might be destructible. True, or he simply disappeared to live forever on a remote island. Red's calm tone was the only thing keeping me from completely losing my mind. Wait, the diary, Dumbledore does know. Quote, undoubtedly, Red said, though, after reading that book, it makes sense why he didn't tell you. I would have kept you away, if I could. I nodded, completely in agreement. This was magic, beyond anything I'd ever considered. Fracturing, and then splitting the soul, to encase it in another item or living creature, in order to ensure immortality. It was foul. Herpo the Foul was worthy of his name. Lot of good that did. I frowned in annoyance, but my heart wasn't in it. No sense in delaying it, I suppose. I smiled slightly. I hadn't seen Hedwig in a few days. Maybe that would help me take my mind off of things, for a short while at least. Sitting back down, I grabbed a spare piece of parchment, dipped my quill in some ink and began to write. We need to talk. I have learned some interesting things. Meet me where I first saw the mirror. I will be there at midnight. HP. I stared at the short note for a few seconds before nodding in satisfaction. It didn't say anything of great importance, but it should make the man curious enough to at least go check. Nodding once more, I left the room, grabbing the Pokédex on the way out. It was still around 4 p.m. There would be enough time for Dumbledore to get the message. I made my way through the halls of Hogwarts. Many stopped to stare and whisper at me, in awe of the strongest champion. I had to repress an exasperated shake of my head. A week ago, it was, Potter stinks, and now I was the best. Sheep would always be sheep, I reckoned. There was a small crowd waiting outside a classroom, blocking my way. Without a second though, I barreled through the least populated zone, tearing past the startled students and continuing on. Too good for class, Potter. Malfoy's voice came from behind. I turned to see the boy glaring at me. I smiled in amusement. I'm a bit too old for nap time, Draco. I took a step to him. I seem to remember a deal that we had something about you kissing McGonagall on the lips. The entire group of students cringed at the very mention. I gave a savage grin and plowed on. Using your tongue, of course. I never agreed to that. Malfoy gave a mix of a snarl and a wince. You mean you took the bet, and chickened out? I lied, smiling even wider. An untrustworthy Malfoy, how typical. Then again, that's what your family's known for, isn't it? I turned my back on him and began to walk away. There were a few cries of alarm, and the shuffling of feet. Evert Statham, Malfoy cried angrily. I moved to the right, the orange spell moving harmlessly forward. Spinning and pulling out my wand in a fluid motion. Pathetic. I grinned in his face. Try again. I won't even move, this time. Malfoy glared, and snarled. Slugulus eructo. Quote. A dark green jet of light erupted from his wand. Coming straight for me. Best time to try out that modified shield charm. Sputum. I parried his spell as a powerful, but small dome appeared at the end of my wand. He slug vomiting spell Draco had sent flew to the right, harmlessly splashing against the wall. Salazar was right. This was easier to learn than I had expected it to be. Simply imagining a buckler at the tip of my wand did the trick. Bad luck, that, I said, giving him a false patient look. Care for one more, I'll show you. Ah. I raised my index to shut him up. I forgot to tell you what would happen if your next spell doesn't connect. I paused for a second, before smiling slightly. How would you like to grow some very large teeth? I offered, knowing he'd used such a spell on Hermione. In the time we were both ignoring each other. That was another thing. I felt somewhat doubtful about making up with Hermione, but she hadn't tried to cause me any grief, so far. No lectures on skipping class. No hounding for homework, the works. Maybe she was really trying. It had only been a few days since her declaration, of course. Time would tell. I was brought back to reality when Malfoy decided that it would probably be better to retreat, at that moment. Ignoring the scandalized stares of his fellow Slytherins, and the curious stares of the Ravenclaws, Draco stomped his way into the history classroom. With his entourage following closely behind. I smiled. That was satisfying. The Slytherin girl I had run into a while back was staring at me intently. I made eye contact with her, making sure to give her one of the coldest looks I could imagine before walking away. She'd worn that stupid badge when I last her well, she wasn't wearing it now. But that didn't matter sink. No one wore it after I'd battled the Horntail. Anyone who wore a badge past or present, was on my shit list, unless they managed to redeem themselves to me. And how is someone supposed to redeem themselves if you don't give them a chance? Part of me asked in amusement. I didn't answer. The truth was, I didn't want to forgive anyone but Hermione, at the moment. At least, Hermione's reason for not talking to me was a product of her own issues as a person, issues she would eventually grow out of. She didn't do it to fit in, or for any other arbitrary, stupid reason. Part of me kept making fun of my odd and often contradictory standards. I ignored it as best as I could. The rest of the trip went by uneventfully, at least until I got to the Ullery's entrance, where I was bowled over by a Ravenclaw. Judging from the flash of blue that plowed into me, sending us both tumbling in a heap. I groaned in pain and annoyance, my hand tightening around something supple, warm and soft as the O. Thayer pressed against the ground to attempt to get up. Wait, I looked down. Yep, my hand was tightening around someone's breast. Nope, 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 shit. I jumped back, feeling my face get hot as I created distance between the two of us. I'm so sorry. Quote, there was no answer. Fuck. I dared to look at the girl's face as she got up, as well. Hers was as red as mine probably was, and she had WITH drawn into herself probably in response to what happened. Seriously, I didn't mean to. I was at a loss for words, getting more and more embarrassed with every second. She held her hand over her mouth, stopping herself from speaking. Her eyes were wide with surprise, or was that how they normally looked? She patted herself over, making sure to pick up her wand before putting it behind her ear. And looking back at me with sky-blue eyes. I'm sorry, she said in a dreamy voice. I was looking for Raxperts and got distracted. Looking for what? I shook my head, ready to get down on my knees and apologize for the accidental grope. What's a Raxpert? I blurted out, instead. She smiled, like I hadn't just put hands on her, and said, they're invisible creatures. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy. I thought I felt one zooming around in here. If they're invisible, how do you know they're there? I asked, the strangeness of the situation overriding my embarrassment for the moment. My blush began to die down as I slowly relaxed. She wasn't upset. There was no danger. She stared at me for a second, before answering. By using Spectre specs, one might be found. I don't have one with me, though. Then she did something that took my notice. It was very slight, almost unnoticeable. She began to sag in preparation for something. I wondered what it could be, before it hit me. She was expecting me to make fun of her, wasn't she? I frowned. What a very strange girl. She brushed off the accidental groping, just like that. Hermione would have slapped me 10 times over, by that point. What kind of person takes something like that quietly? Oh. Now I realized what I found so peculiar about her posture. It was just like mine, back when I had to deal with Dudley and his gang all the time. You said there's one here. I approached her quietly, making a show of looking around curiously. She hesitated, eyes widening and body tensing up at my close presence. I bit down a snarl. Whoever's been messing with her has forced it into her muscle memory. Calm down, Potter, I told myself. If you look angry, that'll probably hurt her feelings. Instead, I gave her what I thought was an inviting smile. Yes, she said quietly. Do you have an approximate direction? I asked, pulling out the Pokédex. She stared at the red device for a second, unsure of what to make of it. Before pointing right above me. I thought it was over. There, I said, before pointing the device in that direction. The green light covered everything within its field of view for a few seconds. Before stopping. Ping, I said in surprise, flipping the Pokédex open and entering the PI section. It detected something. I scrolled down to the entry titled, Raxpert. Reading off the scanned data. Raxpert. Type. Psychic. Native region. Unknown. Larger sample size required. Readings indicate a 64% resemblance to the Pokémon known as Mesprit, the emotion Pokémon. Its power rests in the domain of emotions, interfering with logic and willpower. I read the entry with fascination, before checking the image. It was just a blue speck in a black background. I zoomed in, further and further, until I got a good look at it. It looked like a little blue-gray fairy, with a single, red gem tail and butterfly wings. That's amazing. I jumped as the blonde snatched my Pokédex, staring intently and eagerly at the image. So that's what it looks like. I've never seen one so closely. I cleared my throat, getting her attention while holding my hand out expectantly. Sheepishly, she gave it back. I guess Raxperts do exist, then. I smiled kindly. Sorry for doubting you, Luna Lovegood. She introduced herself, smiling shyly back. Harry Potter. I extended my hand. She probably already knew my name, but it would be rather rude not to give my name out. Listen, I really am sorry about what happened, just now. She blushed, before quietly replying with an, it's fine, shaking my hand gently, before quickly letting go. I frowned. God, this girl just pulled at my heartstrings, didn't she? Are you free right now? I asked suddenly. As just about to send an L before relaxing for the rest of the day. If you want, maybe we could hang out together. Why did I say that? Was it pity? Was it guilt? Or was it curiosity? Perhaps it was a combination of all three. I couldn't tell. She seemed surprised, again. She nodded quietly. I grinned. Great, I exclaimed, before swallowing nervously, realizing I was being loud. I'll just send off that letter now. Mind waiting for a few? It's all right, she said in that same tone of voice. Thank you. I smiled and headed into the Ollery, where Hedwig immediately swooped down on me, pecking angrily at my ears. Ow, I exclaimed. What the hell, Hedwig? She barked sternly. Oh, come on, I said. I saw you a few days ago. She raised a threatening claw. Not the claws. I'll be good, I promised, holding out a few owl treats as an olive branch. Hedwig gave me intense scrutiny, as if to say, are you seriously trying to bribe me? Eventually, Hedwig caved and took her treats, giving me an affectionate but gruff nudge. Thanks, girl, I smiled, holding out my sealed note. Could you send this to Headmaster Dumbledore for me? At his office, specifically. She hooted, holding out her leg. I quickly tied the note with some string, and off she went. I stared at the quickly leaving owl for a few seconds more, before exiting the Ollery, where a hesitant Luna was still waiting. Sorry for the wait, I smiled apologetically as we began to walk through the corridors. I didn't wait long, she said, nervously fingering her. Were those butterbeer caps on her necklace? She was certainly odd, but in a pretty cute way. I had to admit, may I see the image you had of the Raxpert? God, but she sounded so hopeful. I breathed in and flipped open my Pokédex, navigating to the image of the Raxpert. Here, amazing. She inspected the creature intently, once more. I wonder if this device can detect some other creatures that Daddy and I are trying to find. Interesting, I said. You and your dad search for creatures. Every summer. She brightened. We go on trips searching for all sorts of magical creatures. Then, she hesitated, not knowing what to say. Tell me all about it, I said. That little nudge opened up the floodgates. She began to talk about all of her trips, mentioning all of the creatures they'd come across. Some, I recognized, most, I didn't. They all sounded quite imaginary, but then again, the Raxperts also sounded imaginary. And yet, the Pokédex detected it. Perhaps Pokémon weren't as extinct as I was originally led to believe. From the humming of the Pokédex, I figured Red was having a field day of his own. So, what are we looking for? I asked my newest companion as we trudged along the edge of the lake. You said that there should be one of your creatures here. I'm not actually sure, she said bluntly. They might not even be in the lake. And they're not my creatures, Harry. Don't be silly. I smiled indulgently at her. So, which is it? I asked eagerly. It's called a Dabberblimp, she said seriously, looking over the surface of the water. They're known to converge in the shore of lakes, but there's not much else Daddy and I managed to figure out. I stifled a snort. Luna and her father had an odd naming sense. So, how has no one figured out they exist? I asked curiously. You see, they're so fast, it's almost impossible to keep up with them, she answered, giving me a wise nod completely out of place on a girl her age, but it made me smile. Well, It's a good thing I'm here, then. I grinned. If I can follow a snitch, then I'll be able to follow these dabberblimps. Yes, she nodded again and supplied more information. They're green, and they look like frogs with feathers and wings. I brie. Fly wondered how many, fuck you, modern biology could take when it came into contact with the world of magic. Luna reached into her bag for a few seconds, before producing some parchment. She hesitated, before showing it to me. I stared at the drawn image of a four-legged frog, with wings and a tail, swallowing down a worm. It was like a frog Pegasus. Red, I said, the Pokédex whirring to life in response. Keep a passive scan of our surroundings at all times. Notify me if you come across anything that matches the drawing weight. How accurate is the sketch, Luna? Fairly so, she said. Maybe the head's too big. No, it's all right. I gave a short nod in reply, and we started looking. Half an hour passed, with me and Luna slowly circling around the lake and finding nothing for our tea. Rubel except a fair bit of boredom and disappointment. Are you sure there are some here? I asked as we stopped near a small copse of trees to rest. Yes, I definitely saw one last year. She nodded resolutely. They're hard to find. I told you. You did say that. I sighed, running my hand through my hair. I just thought I could detect them. No offense, Harry, Luna said, after a moment. She looked hesitant as she spoke. You're a very talented seeker, but animals are different than a snitch. For one, the frogs are as green as the leaves, so you might not even notice it. Plus, they're really fast. None taken. I gave her what I thought was a reassuring nod, before the Pokédex pinged, showing that it detected something. Directly in front of you, inside the tree, commencing deep scan, Red rattled off. Before scanning over the tree with intense green light. Half a minute later, I saw a detailed 3D representation of the tree, as well as its contents. It was a pair of green-winged frogs which looked to be sleeping. A pile of unmoving, but still living worms sat beside them. I showed the image to Luna, who almost squealed in a mix of surprise, happiness and excitement. I pointed her to the tree in question. She approached it very slowly and quietly, not wanting to disturb the dabberblimp's sleep. A few waves of her wand. Later, she nodded to herself. Content. What were you able to scan, Mr. Red? She asked eagerly as we headed off. My own diagnostics have shown that it's not actually a frog. The Pokédex word as the screen shifted to display the entry for the newest Pokémon we'd scanned. Dabberblimp, I read aloud. Type. Flying. Native region. Unknown. Larger sample size required. Scans on these particular subjects show that they have a hibernation period. Judging by their body's slowed metabolism. This supposition is further cemented by the presence of the stockpile of worms. It seeks shelter within these trees to keep warm in the winter. It is not aquatic in nature. Despite appearances. That's amazing, Luna said, grinning excitedly. Daddy and I had always thought it odd that the only time they were in the water was when they were hunting seahorses. I'll be sure to write to him all about this. And, with that, she ran off, without even saying goodbye. That hurt me, a little. Did I not rate a goodbye? I wouldn't be so hard on her, Red soothed. Sounding more amused than supportive. I knew some people who did the same thing. They're just bad with dealing with others. A sheltered life tends to have that effect, on you. I should know. I opened my mouth to answer. But Luna came back, looking faintly embarrassed and a little tired. I forgot to say goodbye. She smiled shyly, looking at her own 2 feet. I'm not used to friends, I figured she wanted to say, but forced herself not to. I understand, I said, taking her hand into my own and squeezing it to reassure her. I will speak to you later. When do you finish studying? Tomorrow. She rattled off a time, and I nodded in satisfaction. Then, we'll meet here, tomorrow at 4 p.m. I smiled. Does that sound good to you? Marvelous. She breathed excitedly, before mastering herself and giving me a nod. See you then, Harry. See. Red snorted as she left. She's as awkward as half the scientists I met, myself included. I watched her go, the smile slipping as I slowly soured over tonight's topic of conversation with the headmaster. With a sigh, I made my way back to the castle, heading towards that oh-so-familiar room. Nearing midnight. Tempest, I muttered, holding my wand in front of me while leaning back against the wall. Wisps of light twisted to form. 11:53 p.m. I sighed and swished my wand through the wisps, dispersing them. It seemed like a good idea to summon Dumbledore when I was writing that note. Now, I just felt nervous and agitated. You could always walk out, Red suggested. Pretend it was a prank. He'll be annoyed, but we'll let it go. You might get detention, though. That sounds moronic, I muttered. Maybe I can tell him I was looking for crumplehorned snurcaks. I think that's what Luna called them. Luna? Now, that was a strange girl. She was quirky, and nice, and so cute, in a little sister sort of way, not that I knew what having a little sister felt like. She always said the oddest things, but she was so positive and cheerful that it managed to keep my mind off my latest problem. Speaking of which, there might even be the chance he doesn't even show up. Red mused. A surge of anger went through me, so this raw was the feeling that I stamped down on it as hard as I could. Oh, he'll come. I didn't smile as I said that. If he knows what's good for him, he'll come. I tensed up for a few seconds before realizing that I was getting myself worked up again and sighing in annoyance. Taking a few deep breaths, I relaxed myself as best as I could and stared off to the left. That section of the room was as dirty as the rest, but I remembered it looking differently. Once upon a time, I lost myself so deep in memories that I did not hear the headmaster walking in. Back again, Harry. His voice startled me, so familiar. It was like that night all over again. Though, if that mirror was in front of me, again, would I still see my parents, or would it be something else entirely? Would it be serious? Would I see my friends? Perhaps even my Pokemon might be in there, as well. I truthfully didn't know. The urge came to find the mirror, and gaze upon it. No. Even years later, that damn mirror still had a hold of my senses. I didn't answer immediately, instead getting to my feet and dusting myself off. Yes, I gave him a sideways glance, before staring at where the mirror used to be. I would sit for hours in front of that mirror. I knew it was taunting me with images of things I would never have. I knew I shouldn't have come back every night. But I still did. It truly is a powerful sort of magic. Dumbledore said nothing. When I asked you what you saw, you said you saw a pair of socks. I gave a rueful grin and a shake of my head. You didn't see socks, did you, sir? It was phrased like a question, but it wasn't one. No, I did not. He answered me anyway. A few moments passed. I was momentarily taken by the urge to ask him exactly what he saw, but I quickly shook the feeling off. Who knew what secrets Dumbledore had? Do you know why I asked you to come, Professor? I turned to look at him directly. Dumbledore wore a serious expression, though it was offset by his bright purple robes. Obviously, it's not for a nostalgic chat. I must admit that I do not, Harry. Dumbledore took a few steps towards me, though the wording of the message displayed a noticeable sense of urgency. Is it your godfather? I blinked, thrown by the casual mention of Padfoot. No, I shook my head. It's nothing like that. He's just fine, last I heard. I pursed my dry lips for a second, wondering how exactly to broach this topic. I frowned. If it was any other matter, I would probably beat around the bush with you before finally saying what I want. I said, smirking at the admittance. But, considering the circumstances, I'll go right ahead and say it. When were you planning on telling me that my scar is a Horcrux? The next part almost made me laugh. Almost. Dumbledore's serene face was struck dumb as the words smashed into him with the subtlety of the Hogwarts Express. His eyes were wide in astonishment. He was looking at me like he'd never even seen me before. What do you? Dumbledore seemed at a loss for words, eyes narrowing in an attempt to focus his thoughts. How did you learn of such things? I found an ancient text by Herpo the Foul, I said, shivering at the mention of the man. It was the most disgusting thing I'd ever read in my life. I made sure to add, the things he did to his victims on the road to figuring this category of magic out were beyond evil. How did you get a hold of that book? Dumbledore frowned, looking a mix of surprised and frustrated. I thought I'd completely destroyed any mention of them in the library. I shook my head. Slytherin had a study in the chamber. I found it this year. I gave the much older man a few moments to collect himself. I see. I had not thought to check the chamber. Dumbledore waved his wand, conjuring 2 chairs and sitting in one, before gesturing for me to sit in the other. I scrutinized it for a moment, completely unsure of what to do, before sitting down, as well. I must admit to being surprised, Harry. Professor Dumbledore said, I had not expected you to come across such information so soon. Afraid I'd go dark, or something. I scoffed, a familiar anger rising. Nothing of the sort. Dumbledore seemed almost amused at my reaction. Every single one of us has the capability of becoming monsters, Harry. The then young Tom Riddle was the best example of this. Incredible raw talent, marvelous work ethic, and a fine amount of bravery. With great ambition, he was considered a rising star among his peers. Somewhat similar to you, I must admit. I opened my mouth and shut it again. unsure of whether or not to be angry that he was comparing me to Voldemort. Only in the vaguest sense, headmaster. I finally countered, frowning. Riddle was a backstabbing, traitorous tosser with a god complex. He was insane from the get-go. I stopped for a second, unsure of how to describe the evil wizard. He's cold, I finally decided on saying. The way he spoke when he showed me his memories. And when I dealt with him in the chamber, it's all fake. His smile, his laugh, his eyes, everything. It's like a demon attempting to pass off as a human. He never allowed himself to have friends. All he sees are pawns in his allies, and obstacles in his enemies. He even went as far to make these Horcruxes. I fingered my scar, before looking right at the headmaster. How many did he make? We need to destroy them. I do not know. Dumbledore replied quietly. Say what? I let out a bark of incredulous laughter, feeling just a little queasy at the older wizard's admission. You don't know, I repeated, sagging in my chair. How? Contrary to popular belief and appearances, my boy. Dumbledore reproved me. I do not have all the answers. I felt sheepish at that. I supposed he was right. It would be too much to expect of a single person, no matter how great. That is not to say that I have not been looking, of course. Albus added in. I had actually begun to race young Tom Riddle's steps during the summer, before news of the Triwizard Tournament came, not an event I approve of, due to the obvious dangers. Between going up against a dragon and having to go to the bottom of a lake to save a hostage, I can't say you're wrong to disapprove. I said wryly. He looked surprised again. You've already solved the clue, then. I gave a slight smile, but said nothing. Remarkable, Dumbledore said. I dare say that you've taken the world by surprise, Harry. Even you, I asked. Especially me, he said. The creatures you summoned were very fascinating. May I ask what they are? Hagrid was quite reticent when asked, insisting that they were indeed your own conjurations. And how can you be so sure that they're not? I asked, sounding a bit defensive. If the Ministry knew they were living, magical beings, they would probably try to make legislation to take them from me. I am a master of transfiguration, Harry. Dumbledore looked somewhat condescending as he spoke. It reminded me of Red, when sharing his knowledge on Pokémon. While I will not claim to be aware of all existing spells in what I consider to be my domain of expertise, I will say that I know quite a few. What you did likely has more to do with those curious red and white balls you used during the task. Geez, he already figured out this much. Fair enough, Headmaster, I acknowledged. They are creatures from an age long past before any recorded history, in fact. Surely not. Dumbledore seemed skeptical. How would they still be alive? The only magical creature which is truly immortal is the Phoenix. I opened my mouth to answer, before closing it. How did my Pokémon survive their time in that box? Red, could you take this one for me? I asked, giving a helpless shrug. Whose? Dumbledore started to say, before Red's synthesized voice exited from the Pokédex. I'm Red. The voice came from my pocket. I rolled my eyes, pulling out the aforementioned device and showing it to Dumbledore. The screen turned on, displaying the man in question. I put my consciousness into this machine you see before you. Before you say anything, it's not a Horcrux. I interrupt. Ted the headmaster before he could say anything. It's highly advanced technology. Dumbledore looked thunderous as he stood abruptly. I suppressed a wince, unsure of how this would turn out. Are you absolutely sure? Dumbledore urged. His wand out. Wait, when'd he have the time to do that? As sure as I can be, sir. I nodded without hesitation, waving the Pokédex in front of me. And, besides, if this was a Horcrux, why would I show it to you? His gaze lowered slightly, calculating, before he looked at me again. Still, it wouldn't hurt to run some scans, Dumbledore said stubbornly, an untrusting look in his eyes. I wanted to groan, but I suppressed it quickly enough. I'd probably do the same thing, if I were in his shoes. For all he knew, Red could be a Horcrux that had already ensnared me. Well, if you insist. I held it out in front of him, opening the screen to display Red's hesitant image. Scans, only. Very well. He waved his wands a few times, muttering to himself as he lights of his diagnostic spells came over me. He closed his eyes, as I had often seen Madame Pomfrey do when assimilating the information she got from her scans. When he opened them again, he looked visibly relaxed. His thunderous expression was completely gone. I must apologize again, Harry. Dumbledore gave me a nod as he took his seat once more. I had to be sure. This is not a slight against your ability, of course. You don't have to be polite about it. I snorted. You've been headmaster even before my own parents were born, sir. I'd probably be a little stubborn by that time, as well. Since we've established that I am not a vile piece of magic, Red cut in, sounding quite miffed at what just happened. Can I answer your question, now? I frowned, a bit confused. Oh, right. How did the Pokemon survive? Did they not age in the Pokeballs? Yes, they do, Red replied, glancing at Dumbledore's beard. That's a really long beard, by the way. Is it hard to maintain? Never mind. That's a stupid question. The headmaster blinked in surprise, before smiling slightly, his eyes regaining their telltale twinkle. In any case, Red tore his eyes away from the beard. The black box you found the balls in was set to hold everything in it in a sort of stasis. When opened, the stasis was broken. That's why the Pokédex, my clothes and ID remained intact, there, for thousands of years. Thousands, Dumbledore repeated, looking at me. And you say you found this in the Chamber of Secrets, which itself had been hidden for 1,000 years. I nodded. Salazar found it at Mount Everest, near the peak. As far as I can tell. Remarkable. I don't really know how long it's been, but I do. Red said quietly. Shock went through me. You do. Why didn't you say anything? Doesn't really matter, does it, Harry? Red sounded unhappy. They're gone anyway. Forgive my curiosity, Dumbledore began. But, 50,437 years, 8 months, and 3 days, Red said. Give or take a month or two. How did you? I sounded confused. We've been fighting the Acromantula swarms every other night, Harry. Red reproved me, sounding amused. I've had ample time to scan the night sky, and make the relevant calculations relating to stellar drift, and whatnot. I took a moment to absorb that comment. How would you know about that, when you don't know about herbology? I asked in exasperation. There are Pokemon which directly affect our space-time. To study their powers, a thorough grounding in all aspects of physics is required. Red explained patiently, before scoffing. The study of plants, on the other hand, I leave that sort of thing to the likes of Erica. I absently noted the name belonged to the leader of one of the gyms he had beaten on his way to become champion. There must have been some history, there. So, 50,000, huh? I asked weakly. That's long. That's what she said, Red quipped. Dumbledore looked amused, as well. I didn't think the old man would find that funny. He was much older than old McGonagall, and she was a bore to the extreme. Oh, for fuck's sake, Red. I sighed, rubbing at my forehead in exasperation. Whatever. Just explain the whole story to the headmaster, so we can figure out what to do from here. Red did so, and with an incredible amount of detail, at that. It was more than I would have said, at any rate. I see, Dumbledore said heavily, when it was all laid out. I will need time to process this, you understand. A society of technology using proto-wizards who bonded with Reachers so powerful they can easily defeat our current strongest magical creatures, arguably the human ancestors of modern wizards. It's a bit much to take in. I agreed. I've known for almost a month, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. If that wasn't enough, I found out about this Horcrux business. I'm sorry, Harry. Dumbledore looked tired when he said that. It is too big a burden for anyone to bear. I have been doing all I can, ever since you showed me Voldemort's diary. Only then did I truly understand what the scar on your forehead signified. Annoyance rose in me, but I pressed it back down. I understand your anger, Dumbledore said heavily, having noticed the small slip in control. But, please, understand my position. What destroys a Horcrux? I opened my mouth, and closed it again, thrown by the abrupt question. What do you mean, sir? A Horcrux is an extremely durable object, Harry. Dumbledore explained, weary but patient. That is in part why many Arc wizards have all at least made the attempt to create one of their own, guaranteed immortality through an almost indestructible object. Key word. Almost, Red interjected. I'm assuming that the poison of a basilisk can destroy a Horcrux. Correct. Dumbledore smiled, though there was no humor or mirth in it. That is but one of the methods. The other is through the use of a cursed flame spell called Fiendfire. I am unaware of any other methods. I suppose the killing curse could theoretically destroy one, though I've never seen mention of one trying. Also of note, the mental state required to cast the killing curse may not be available to all. I felt a pit in my stomach, growing larger with every passing second. The venom was in my veins, running through every part of me, but it still did not kill the Horcrux. I realized, how far would it have to go until no? I stared at Dumbledore, eyes wide in realization. Dumbledore merely nodded in response. Do you understand now, Harry? The old man said, looking every bit the age he was in that moment. Would you have wanted that knowledge in your mind, 2 years ago? I had no answer. No. I shook my head. There has to be another way. No, 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 Harry. Dumbledore tried. This can't be right. I stood up and began to pace. You must be missing something. This can't be it. I have been searching, my dear boy. Dumbledore looked down in shame. For anything that can help you, almost 2 years of fruitless searching. He got up, and put his hands on my shoulders, stopping me from pacing. Harry, I will find a way. I swear it. I wanted to lash out at the man. He'd never done anything to me, but he was there, and it would be so convenient to just let loose on him. But, that was wrong. So I bit down on that urge. Just another repression in a long list of repressions. And what was it all for? I was going to die, anyway, right? May I scan the diary, Headmaster Dumbledore? Red's voice cut through my fatalistic thoughts. I might be able to uncover something that you did not. Dumbledore looked doubtful, but one look at me, and he caved. Very well. It wouldn't hurt to make the attempt, at the very least. I wish to explore any and all eventualities that may spare you, Harry. I tried to nod, but I felt dead inside. It was all going to end, anyway. What's the point? If the tournament didn't kill me, then Voldemort would. If Voldemort didn't kill me, then I'd have to die for the Horcruxes to be completely gone, for good. Did I even have a chance? Harry. Dumbledore shook me out of my trance, giving me the gravest look he could manage given the circumstances. Your death is not an option. Do you understand? Quote. Yes. I replied weakly, before shrugging off his hands and sinking heavily back into the seat. I didn't believe him. I have to die. Your death is not an option, Harry. Dumbledore's words came. I have to die. What is the point of my existence? I have to die. That can't be it. There has to be more. I have to die. I want more than that. I have to die. I refuse. I won't let Voldemort win. And yet, I have to die to truly kill him. No. Let the world burn. So what if I'm the remaining Horcrux? Let the innocents who have never heard of wizards burn. Ellipsis. Let Hermione die. What did she do to deserve such a fate? I don't want to die. Haven't I done enough for everyone? I have to die. Haven't I lost enough? Those were my thoughts as I stared over the Hogwarts grounds from the astronomy tower. Dumbledore's revelation continued to weigh on my mind. To destroy the Horcrux, I had to die. There was no other way. His attempt to reassure me had been hollow. I understood why he hadn't said a word on the matter. Part of me wished that he hadn't told me. You can't think like that, Potter. My inner self snarled. You're supposed to be part of the House of Gryffindor. The brave and the bold. Had wanted to put me in Slytherin. I mumbled weakly. Red said nothing, likely realizing that wasn't directed at him. And we sure showed that ruddy piece of cloth what's what. My inner self countered. Are you going to sulk here forever? You've already avoided Hermione and the others. Are you going to avoid Luna, as well? I didn't reply. She is like you. My inner self sounded like he was holding himself back from snarling at me. Do you want to cause her pain like the sort you received when you were a child? I gave no reply, though I forced myself to my feet. I felt like crying, but I suppressed the tears whenever they threatened to appear. I was stronger than that, at least. I scoffed. The strong, silent hero going headlong into his own death. How poetic. Feeling better. Red's voice came from the device. Not really. I replied quietly. I understand. Red said. You understand, do you? I felt my ire rising as I made my way through the castle. Fair point. Red conceded as I went down the moving staircases. I don't understand what you're going through, but I can still sympathize. Quote. I don't want your sympathy, Red. I almost lost hold of myself in that moment. I don't want to deal with this crap anymore. Both Dumbledore and I will do our best. Red insisted. He has his own knowledge base. While I have mine. I didn't reply, entering the hallways once more. I was to meet Luna near the Great Lake. There was plenty of time. Wandering the halls alone, Scarhead. Draco's voice came from behind me. Just what I need. Without hesitation, I spun and silently cast a stunner, knocking the Ponce out cold in less than a second. In the time it took for Malfoy's 2 goons to realize what had happened, I had cast another 2 stunners. The hulking brutes fell over their leader, Goyle's face mushing against Malfoy's. Disgusting. I think their lips are touching. I grimaced at the ugly sight and, with a shake of my head, left the scene, passing by a shocked-looking duo of Slytherin girls, one of them being the girl I'd bumped into a while back. The other was Davis. I didn't even acknowledge their presence. If I had a limited time on this earth, then I preferred to spend it with people I liked, not scum like Malfoy. Potter. I heard the girl's voice from behind. I spun quickly and readied myself for another fight. Unlike Malfoy, this one was actually learning material far beyond our year's curriculum. It was probably going to be tough. I went into a dueling stance as she held her hands up in surrender. Calm down, she said, her blonde hair fluttering along with her movements. I don't want to fight you. She nodded to the heap of stooges. I'd say you've shown exactly how frighteningly powerful you are, in this instance. I blinked, lowering my wand but not leaving the stance. What do you want, then? Davis stayed quiet. I want you to teach me, Potter. The blonde said. I said before closing my mouth. She wanted me to teach her. Teach you what? How you fought like that? She took a step forward, eyes aggressive and demanding. I blinked again, still not truly comprehending. You want me to teach you how to fight? Are you deaf, Potter? She countered. That is exactly what I've just said. I narrowed my eyes. It's me being deaf and more me wondering why you would want to learn anything from me. I replied frigidly, assessing her features. I don't even know your name. Quote. She bristled at that. I shook my head, losing interest in the situation. I was going to be late to a meeting with someone who was actually worth my time. The answer is no. I turned and briskly left the premises. Did she think I was stupid? She was probably planning on cornering me with more reinforcements before humiliating me in some fashion. As far as I could tell, such was the Slytherin way. Plus, I didn't forget the fact that they both quite happily wore the stupid badges. Today is just not your day, Red said. I snorted, completely in agreement. It just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? I sighed deeply. Wah. Rding the thoughts away as I exited the castle and made my way to the Great Lake. Hopefully some time with Luna will sort things out. Red offered. Yes. I nodded without really agreeing. Maybe it will. The rest of the trip to the Great Lake was quietly made, nothing more needed to be said between us. With a mutter of, Tempest, I checked the time. 3:50 p.m. I'm early. I sighed and waved my wand, transfiguring the ground behind me into something much softer and taking a seat. Useful, that, Red commented. Your manipulation of aura never ceases to amaze. I snorted. I'm glad I can amaze the mighty champion of Kanto. Wise ass, was his immediate answer. I have been processing the information Dumbledore has shared, and I'm currently cross-referencing data pertaining to souls, aura, ghost types and Pokémon moves. I stopped to consider the information. And, nothing yet, though there is significant data to go through. Red supplied. Doing broad searches usually ends with this sort of problem. I understand, I said, feeling my voice tremble for a second. I took a moment to regain my composure. I'll find an answer. Red sounded confident. I always have, in the past. I entertained the thought of possibly surviving for a while, before looking around in confusion. It had been quite a while, and there was still no sign of Luna. Tempest, I incanted. 4:10 p.m. She's late, I murmured. Or maybe she stood you up. The thought came unbidden. I snorted. There was no way in hell she would miss a fun afternoon looking for random creatures to scan. It was her passion, after all. She must have simply been held up. With that in mind, I lay back and stared up at the cloudy sky, letting my mind drift off in the sea of gray. Thoughts of Horcruxes, blonde Slytherins and drama of all kinds filtered away into nothing. I stayed that way for quite a while, until I began to hear the pitter-patter of footsteps, but there was something odd about it. I couldn't quite place the reason of the strangeness. Opening my eyes, I got to my feet and dusted myself off before looking towards the source of the noise. It was Luna. I smiled. She was late, but she'd come. Tempest, I cast for the third time that day. 5:20 p.m. I had been lying down for more than an hour. Time felt like it had stood still. Shaking my head in amazement, I waved the floating numbers and letters away before focusing my attention on the girl. She was moving around carefully for some reason. Perhaps she had hurt herself the day before. It would have explained the lateness. I blinked, my eyes going down to her feet, her bare feet. Luna was walking barefoot at the end of November. It might not have begun snowing, that was going to happen any week now, but the ground was still hard and quite cold. Luna, I rushed toward the girl, stopping her in her tracks and helping her to the soft spot of ground I'd made. Thank you, Harry, she murmured weakly. In an instant, I had Charmander out. My fiery companion materialized in a flash of light, snorted a few flames and shivered in the cold air. He growled and bathed a few nearby rocks in fire, turning them red-hot and providing us with a heat source. He looked like the training was paying off, big time. Red had said that he would soon evolve. If Charmander's flames were this powerful, now, how much stronger would he get when he reached his final evolutionary state as Charizard? It was mind-boggling. He's so adorable, Luna cried out, moving away from the soft earth to pet my companion. Charmander growled but obediently held himself back when I gave him a look. What is he? Luna asked curiously, keeping her eyes on the little monster the entire time. We all saw him and 2 others at the first task, of course, but we never figured out what they were. Can you take this question, Red? I pulled the device out and opened it. The screen turned on, displaying Red's visage looking at us neutrally. Would you like an explanation as to what Charmander is? Specifically, Red asked. Or, would you prefer a more broad view of Pokémon? Both, please. Luna settled back down on the soft earth. With a wave of my wand, I transfigured some for myself and had a seat, placing the Pokédex in front of us both. All right, Red smiled. Are you ready? He got nods in return. Very well. I suppose you should have had this speech much earlier, Harry. It's something of a rite of passage for beginning trainers. I'm not actually a Pokémon professor, but I suppose being champion is a close second. Pokémon is the name we gave to all creatures in our world. Red began. Why? Luna interrupted curiously. Because we use these devices called Pokeballs. The image of Red zoomed out as he grabbed one of the balls at his belt and pressed the button, releasing a Charizard next to him, which can hold any of the monsters in our world. We can fit them into our pocket. Hence, they are pocket monsters, Pokémon. I see. Luna nodded, before raising a finger. But, wouldn't that make them belt monsters, since you had them on your belt? Red returned the unmoving Charizard before giving her an amused look. Funny, I said something similar, my first time around. Suffice to say, Old Oak didn't appreciate that. Anyway, on with the introduction. We used them as pets, companions, and often in battle, as they possessed great powers which could only be honed to their full potentials with trainers. Red explained, smiling at the memories. That's the broad view of it. A few seconds passed before Luna finally spoke, still petting the annoyed Charmander. I think I understand. And Charmander, specifically. Charmander is a fire type, as you can tell by the flame at the end of his tail. Red began to explain before Luna interrupted him once again. Type. There was a glint in her eye. I stifled a sigh as Red went in full explanation mode, going through the broad view of all the information I had been learning over the past few months. It was worth it, however, to see Luna's eyes sparkle in amazement and wonder at a long-forgotten world of mythical and powerful creatures even by the magical world standard. Creatures which formed the land and sea, creatures which controlled the weather, creatures which ensured we had day and nighttime, and so on. It almost made me forget about her cut and blistered bare feet. Almost. Luna. I interrupted her volley of questions. Why did you come barefoot? She froze for a moment, before turning to me, not really meeting my eyes with her own unfocused gaze. Defense mechanism. Oh, I lost all my shoes. Luna replied dreamily. I'm sure they'll turn up eventually. I felt a fire roar to life in my belly, but suppressed it as strongly as it came. They'll turn up. Oh, yes, she nodded, looking down at Charmander, who was no longer trying to struggle. Charmander poked at her hand. She smiled slightly and continued to pet him. Luna, I was at a loss for words. Have you lost things before? Yes, but they always. Luna, quote. Her pale, silvery eyes focused, staring right into my own ones of emerald for just a moment before unfocusing once again. She plastered a smile on her face, her dotty aura coming back in full swing. It's a fake smile. It's all good fun, she said. If anything, it made my blood boil even more. Luna, who did it? Her eyes focused on me once again, but she didn't answer. Her body taut with tension. I looked away in frustration. I wanted to find whoever did this and hex them to bits, but Luna's refusal to even say anything spoke volumes to me. You're afraid they'll escalate if I do anything. I realized. You've tried to talk to teachers before and nothing happened, so they got worse, didn't they? It was like a repeat of my days with Dudley at school. Luna was momentarily surprised by my words before her look shifted to sudden realization. She relaxed, blinking slowly. You understand. I sighed through my nose, closing my eyes and remembering those unpleasant years. All too well, Luna, all too well. She didn't say anything to that. I know what you're going through. I felt an intense urge to speak. I won't do anything if it means making it worse. She walked all the way here on bare feet just to make sure she didn't lose what probably was her only friend. It must have been agonizing. I thought sadly. Luna still didn't respond, instead letting Charmander go, scooting over to me and leaning her head on my shoulder. Do you at least know who's doing this? I asked quietly. She shook her head. If these people do something worse, will you tell me? I asked. Luna didn't answer again. I sighed, feeling even more frustrated than before. A few seconds later, she finally spoke. "Thank you," Luna said quietly. I looked down at her as Charmander sat by the Pokédex, poking at it with his claws. "What for?" "For caring." I felt my heart twist at her words. "You don't have to thank me for that, Luna." Quote. I won't cry anymore. Read to smile, but the expression came out a little strained. "Do you want to just sit here and learn more about Pokemon for a while?" "That would be quite nice, Harry." Her dreamy voice was back. "Then that's what we'll do." I finished and took a deep breath. "All right, Red, Luna. Have at it." And so the rest of the day was spent teaching Luna about the world of Pokemon and beyond. November 30th, 1994, 10:30 p.m., Chamber of Secrets. "Keep at it, Charmander." I smiled as the loyal creature liberally bathed the dead basilisk with its flames. "Make sure to make it a long, steady stream of fire." He cut off his training to give me a nod before going at it once again. Squirtle was doing the exact same thing, but with bubbles on the other side of the basilisk. Hopefully, this will aid Charmander in learning Flamethrower, and Squirtle in learning Bubble Beam down the line, hopefully before the second task. Bulby sat beside me, her vines lifting the basilisk's tail as strength training. I wanted those vines to be strong enough to tear steel apart. I hadn't forgotten the immediate danger of the Triwizard Tournament, even though the thought of Horcruxes loomed over my mind incessantly. The drive to live and conquer this new hurdle had only begun to set in my mind after I'd escorted Luna back to her dormitories, letting her wear my shoes the whole way. She'd thanked me and given me a kiss on the cheek, before skipping her way inside. It was humbling, in a way. After what those bullies had done to her, she was still so positive, innocent and friendly. That was what I wanted to protect. That was what my mother and father had died protecting. I refused to let some soul piece latched onto me ruin it. "I will not have it." "You're looking much better now," Red said, his face appearing in the open Pokédex beside me. "Have you come to an answer?" "Yes," I nodded, a determined feeling settling itself in my gut. "I've always been a fighter. This is no different. I won't let Voldemort win. Not with this, not with anything else." "Well said." Red eyed me with respect, before changing the topic. "Just be patient. I've never failed in anything I've truly set my mind to." I nodded, feeling a little sheepish. I'd been so melancholic and melodramatic the entire day, but Red had accepted it so easily. "There's no need to apologize." The man easily read my face again. I would have reacted the same way. "Really?" I was skeptical, and gestured at him. "You're working on a solution already." "I may be a human consciousness in a machine, Harry." Red seemed wry. "But I can process data at a rate of 55 gigaflops. That didn't explain a thing to me." "How much is that?" I replied. "Let's just say that it's really fast for the size of the machine, anyway." Red said. "It allows me to cross reference thousands of years of data as well as make predictive models of untested procedures with a fairly high percentage chance of success. It will still take time, of course. So far, I've only mana G'd to increase your chance of survival from 5% to 13%. I will not even consider a procedure unless it reaches beyond 70% chance of success, and even then I will give it substantial thought." I blinked at the information overload. Before shaking my head, I didn't really understand most of that, but I did understand the part where you're improving. Red seemed amused. "You just focus on the Triwizard and your friends. You haven't talked to either Hermione or Neville today." I winced, the feeling of guilt overcoming me for a moment. I didn't want to see anyone. Besides, what am I supposed to say to them, now? "Yes," Red said, "but you're past that now. As for what to say, while I wouldn't suggest telling anyone about this Horcrux business, you should still tell them that you didn't quite feel well." I shrugged. "You should look into getting Neville to create a Apricorns, you know." He continued. "Imagine being able to capture any magical creature. That took my interest. Hagrid would certainly love something like that." "He would." Red agreed with a smirk. "But I was thinking along the lines of using it in the Great Lake. It's full of monsters." "Yes," I agreed, the idea slowly growing on me. "There are Grindylows, Selkies and who knows what else. It probably wouldn't work on the Grindylows." Red mused. "As they move in formation. Catching one wouldn't do anything. A solitary animal can likely be neutralized. Of course, it could even be used to buy you some precious time. It takes a while for Pokemon to break out of their cages, after all. This is assuming we even mana G'd to create the Pokeballs before the second task." I snorted. "Don't get too ahead of yourself, Red. We don't even know if Neville will even do this for us, let alone succeed." From what time I've had to analyze the boy, I know for a fact that this is something he'll do, and do it gladly. Red was supremely confident in his statement. I turned my attention to my Pokemon and smiled. You guys can rest now. You've been at it for a while. Bulby and Charmander nodded, though I couldn't see Squirtle from behind the basilisk. He was no longer shooting his bubbles, so he must have stopped as well. A few seconds later, he joined us in our small huddle. I thought for a long moment of what I would say to them. Sorry I didn't properly call you out yesterday, guys. I scratched Bulby's bulb, watching her shiver in pleasure. I have to talk to you about something. Something really bad happened, and I couldn't finish the sentence, finding myself at a loss for words. How could I tell them that my life was in danger? There's something wrong with me, I quietly said, and it might kill me down the line. Like a disease. Their eyes widened as they looked at me. But I am going to fight it. I quickly added, I'm not giving up on it. I refuse to. But if anything happens to me, well, I want you guys to. I couldn't finish the sentence, my heart having leapt to my throat. I struggled to hold back tears. If anything happens to me, I want you to stay with. The three cut me off by huddling closer and giving me a tight, group hug. They could not speak the words, but this action alone spoke volumes. Loyal to the very end. You guys, I felt an indescribable mix of happiness and sadness overwhelm me, the tears flowing freely now. Thank you, but why would you want? Neville seemed confused at my request. It has to do with a project I'm working on. I whispered to him out of Hermione's earshot, trying not to annoy her as she was busy with some homework. It's to do with my three little friends. Oh, Neville blinked. All right, I'll speak to Professor Sprout about setting aside a bit of space in the greenhouses. Brilliant, I blurted. Thanks, Neville, on one condition. Neville cut me off. I studied him for a moment, before nodding. Name it. I want you to accompany me to Diagon Alley so I can get a wand. Neville made his condition known. I was a bit taken aback at that. Hadn't he been the one to heavily oppose this? I've thought about what you've said, Harry. Neville seemed to read my confused face well. About abandoning my parents and all. You're right. I looked away, remembering the night I'd spoken to him, and the time I'd helped him in Transfiguration. Like myself, he dealt with his suffering by worshipping his parents' memories and things they'd left behind. They would have wanted me to be myself. Neville's eyes burned with determination. Never mind what Gran says. Well said, Neville, Hermione piped up, smiling up at us before returning to her homework. I raised a glass for him with a nod. The boy only blushed in response to the praise. You're on a roll, I have to say, I said after taking a sip. First, you asked Ginny to accompany you to the ball. And now this. Yes, well, Neville looked away. Have you asked anyone yet? Smooth, I thought with a snort. I haven't. I shrugged. The nervousness I would have felt at the idea of finding a date to the Yule Ball seemed to take a backseat to more frightening concepts like my impending death either from the tournament or whatever Voldemort likely had planned for me. This was all assuming that I was able to fix the Horcrux issue in the first place. I'm sure something will turn up. I finally said, Harry, as a champion, you have to. Yes, I must attend the ball. And begin the ceremonies with a dance. I agreed, sighing. I suppose I've been putting it off for long enough. You could always skip the whole thing. A sly part of me spoke. Why attend their nonsensical events? Because it may affect the Goblet of Fire's judgment process. I retorted, how do I know the Yule Ball isn't officially part of the tournament? I could skip the gathering and lose my magic. The voice did not talk back. I turned to Hermione. Can I ask you something? May I? Harry. Hermione automatically corrected. And, if you're going to ask me to the... No, I cut her off too quickly. Judging by her affronted glare. I mean not that I wouldn't ask you, it's just that, well, you're more like a sister to me. She narrowed her eyes at me for a few seconds, before nodding in acceptance. Good save. What's your question, then? Who do you think I should approach? I asked. Whoever you like, Hermione replied, a coy look on her face. I seem to remember your eyes. Following a certain Ravenclaw seeker last year. She was talking about Cho. I hadn't looked in her direction in months. Though, I've also noticed you sneaking a few glances at someone else in Ravenclaw. She said, almost innocently. Unbidden, my eyes moved towards Luna's form. She was in her usual strange get-up, reading the Quibbler upside down. Yes, Hermione caught my attention again. I turned, to see the bushy-haired girl looking at Luna, as well. Maybe you should ask her to the ball, Harry. Words failed me for a few seconds. I can't ask her. There was no way she'd go out with me. Why not? Hermione asked. I was about to answer, before I closed my mouth, a thoughtful look on my face. Why not? Indeed, Luna was a sweet girl, and very passionate about magizoology, just like I was. The two of us had much in common, including less than pleasant childhoods. I left the Great Hall in a bit of a daze, barely noticing the pandemonium that took place after Ron put his foot in his mouth in an attempt to ask Hermione to the ball. Some time later, I found myself in the chamber, still considering Hermione's words as I watched my companions battle each other. You know, Red's synthesized voice cut through my thoughts. You probably should ask Luna. You too. I felt a little annoyed. She likes you, Red supplied. Well, yes, we're friends. I retorted. I don't think she likes me well enough to want to come to the ball with me. You won't know until you try. Red countered. I've seen unlikelier relationships form over the years. Here, he chuckled. You should have seen Green and Sabrina. Always at each other's throats. Now that was a match. I've displayed an image of them. Interested, I opened the Pokédex and stared at the couple in question. I blinked. Why are they posing? Another chuckle. Sabrina loved to pose, and made Green do so as well. It was an image of the two. They stood back to back, turning their heads to the camera while pointing their palms toward it. At their feet were a Jolteon and an Espeon, snarling at the camera. The Jolteon's spiky yellow fur sparked with electricity while the Espeon's smooth purple fur leaked psychic energy. Though Green looked a little uncomfortable, the smirk on his face seemed genuine. He looks happy. I smiled. Yes, Red agreed. They were very happy together, but if you'd asked me years before they got together, I would have said it was impossible. I nodded, understanding the lesson behind it. I guess, in this life, there's no way of telling what can happen. I acknowledged. Just give it a chance. Red nodded. If it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. There's no point worrying about what ifs. You're right, I said. I mean, I haven't even asked her yet. Exactly. I jumped a bit. Rom the harsh impact Charmander made against the dead basilisk, crying out in pain. I called for an end to the battle, watching as Charmander struggled to get back up, failing. You all right, buddy? Charmander did not reply, still struggling. I approached him, now worried. Charmander growled, a wave of energy coming off of him and sending me skidding slowly backwards. The Pokédex beeped. Already, before I could ask what Red was talking about, a white light began to engulf Charmander. Evolution, I realized in awe, watching with bated breath. My two other companions cried out in wonder and reverence. The light began to die down, revealing Charmander. He hadn't evolved. What had happened? Almost, but not quite. Red explained after a few moments. That impact must have jump-started the process early. But Charmander isn't ready for greater power, yet. But he's been improving in leaps and bounds. I said as I checked the little guy over. Poor thing's exhausted. I grabbed some berries and placed them at his feet, watching as he lunged at them like it was his final meal. Yes, Charmander is reaching the higher limits of what that particular breed is capable of. Red explained. But the transformation into Charmeleon will be like comparing a candle to a bonfire. It is a powerful line of Pokemon, where the Squirtle line relies on defensive tactics and the Bulbasaur line relies on a mix of redirection and regeneration. The Charmander line is almost solely suited for power. I absorbed the words with a nod, watching as Charmander loudly yawned and lied down for a well-deserved nap. I felt Bulby's whip nudge me, and turned to see my two remaining friends giving me expectant looks. I smiled. You're hungry, too. The two nodded. I snorted and gave them some food as well, my thoughts slowly moving away from evolution and back to Luna. I sat by Charmander and gently scratched the back of his head, watching as he relaxed further and fell asleep. I'm glad you're dealing with things better now, Red said quietly. I gave a hum of acknowledgement. After Red and my Pokemon's show of faith and loyalty, I felt I had to rise up to the challenge. Have you figured anything out yet? I asked. There was a moment of silence, long enough to make me wonder if he was trying to spare me the pain of a negative answer. I think I'm on the right track, Red revealed slowly, to my surprise. I said nothing, knowing he would elaborate, and he did. Between Albus' knowledge and the available data on the soul anchors, I snorted at his use of the headmaster's first name. There are no real ways of destroying it without killing you in the process. I frowned. So, we know this. Be patient, Red chided. I'm trying to explain it all to you. I sighed and let him continue. I wasn't able to reach a percentage higher than 20% with any method involving destruction. Red continued. But, what if I was going about this the wrong way? Destruction is the only way. I dryly replied. Correction. Red disagreed. It is the only known way. That stopped me short. What else is there? Think about it, Red said, generating a familiar-looking diary in his hands. What was this trying to do? It tried to possess Ginny. I replied. It wanted to come back to life by. My eyes widened at the revelation. You understand, then. Red's eyes gleamed with pride and approval. Soul piece in the diary would have transferred into your friend Ginny's body. This means they can be moved into other mediums. I finished, already feeling better with the revelation. Now, don't get too excited. Red raised his hands. This idea is still very rough, and I'll have to do a lot of study on what needs to be done to accomplish a transference. I understood what he was saying, but that still didn't stop the smile from reaching my face. Thank you for telling me this. Thank me by asking the wonderful Luna to the ball. Red replied with, you know. I got up, recalling my comp. And ions and placing the Pokeballs on my belt. Maybe I will. According to the map, Luna was currently in the Transfiguration classroom, so asking her right now was out of the question, lest I suffer my head of house's displeasure. Instead, I decided I'd wander around the school. It had been a while since I'd simply enjoyed a nice walk. Lately, my days were filled with studying Slytherin's works, training my Pokemon and researching the various creatures in the Great Lake. Luna had been a godsend, in that regard, with her extensive knowledge on the zoology of Hogwarts and its surrounding lands. The lake's creatures would prove to be a challenge, but I would definitely be able to deal with it. By then, Squirtle will have evolved, and I'll have mastered the Bubblehead charm. It was a shame had we didn't have access to the hidden machine dive, but there was no going around it. That was something that had surprised me. You could actually install knowledge into a Pokemon's brain using specially made discs. According to Red, that had been a marvel of technology and aura. The ability to instantly teach your Pokemon moves which they are able to use effectively had been a game changer in the old days, or so Red said. The man was fond of impromptu history lessons and neat little anecdotes. To be honest, they were beginning to grow on me, as well. The people of that time were just like us. They craved adventure and prized learning. They built communities and raised families to leave a legacy. And now their only legacy was a few Pokeballs and a Pokédex. It was saddening, in a way, it also meant that part of them still survived to this day. I planned to keep that part of them alive, as long as I could, perhaps even continue the legacy. Ambitious goal, there, my own voice said slyly. Almost like a Slytherin. Since when does Slytherin have the monopoly on ambition? I shook my head as I turned a corner. Only for something to slam into me and knock me down. This feels familiar. I went down with a cry that was most definitely manly. Protecting my head as well as I could, I weathered the impact and quickly got to my feet, ready for anything. I blinked, emerald green eyes meeting sky blue. It was the Slytherin girl who'd asked me to train her. She looked a mix of mortified and satisfied shock at the knockdown, but elation that it was me. We need to stop meeting like this. I started with, Potter. She greeted stiffly. Greengrass. I replied, watching her eyes widen in surprise. Took the time to learn my name, then. She schooled her features back into something resembling calm. It would need some work. Well, I cleared my throat as I dusted myself off. I suppose I had to, considering your sudden interest in learning from someone who's a member of a house you hate. She didn't reply to that. Did she expect I would reject her out of hand? I frowned. Perhaps I was letting my intense dislike of Malfoy and my recent tumultuous emotions get in the way. Do you still want to learn? I stared into her eyes, fighting down the blush that normally comes with doing something like this. She was a beautiful girl, after all. She stared back, surprised but guarded. I do. As far as I could tell, she didn't seem like she was lying to me. Of course, there was only one way to tell. Meet me here, tomorrow, then. I decided, ignoring the light that sprang in. Those blue eyes and the satisfied curl of her lips. Same time as now. She nodded twice, before adjusting her robes and walking past me. I turned and watched her walk away for a few moments, before moving on. Do you think this could be a trick? I asked quietly. Maybe another prank by Malfoy. Hard to say. Red replied just as quietly. She did wear that bloody badge. I noted with a sour note. It could have been peer pressure. Red said. Worse things have been done for less. I let out a frustrated huff, still struggling with that particular sore point. I can understand others bullying you into doing something. But it reminds me too much of my early days with Dudley. I understand. Red replied. I've had similar experiences on that front. Maybe this could be a chance to make a friend out of a Slytherin. Or have one less possible enemy to worry about. I opened my mouth to reply, but I didn't have anything to say. I knew, on some level, that that not all Slytherins were bad people. Just look at Pettigrew. He was a Gryffindor, but cowardly and opportunistic. Snape was a bully, especially to me, but at the same time, he'd kept me alive in first year. There were bad eggs in that house, to be sure. But damn if people like McLaggen didn't get on my nerves, to an outspoken braggart in Gryffindor who just made you want to punch him in the face. I let out a breath and resumed my walk, greeting a few classmates as I passed them by. I was checking the map every so often, seeing if Luna was finished with classes. I had to admit to feeling a well of nervousness spring up at the thought of actually asking her. I hoped our recent friendship wouldn't suffer for it. The thought made me stop for a moment, before shaking my head. There was no way she'd terminate our friendship over something so trivial. But the nervousness over the remote possibility stubbornly remained. My thoughts settled as I focused my attention on the many portraits lining the walls. Watching them go ABO. Their daily routines was still just as strange as the first time I'd done it. I wondered how similar these paintings were to Red's consciousness, or even the ghosts. The general consensus of the W.I. Zarding world was that portraits of people didn't actually contain the essence of those who had passed. It made sense. The process to create a Horcrux was a grisly one, to say the least. Still, I couldn't help but wonder at the possibility of these paintings developing personalities and thoughts of their own over time. Red's scan had once shown that they drew energy from Hogwarts Castle itself. My thoughts immediately focused on the moving staircases, which always seemed to have a mind of their own. Anything interesting on your mind? Red interrupted my musing. You've been still for a while. Oh, I felt a little sheepish as I stretched my legs. I was only thinking about the portraits. Interesting works of aura, Red agreed. A person's essence imparted in the painting, but not quite the other thing. My lips pursed at the thought of Horcruxes. I don't think they teach the process at Hogwarts. I'm sure it's in the library, somewhere. Red seemed sure. How else would the Creevy boy figure it out? That's fair. I resumed my walk, still stretching the kinks out. They are definitely sentient, but I'm not sure if it's the product of the magic used in their creation, or if they slowly learn to be this way. Red continued his musings. Your own photo album is a good example. They cannot speak and seem to be locked in a loop. Unlike the paintings, they don't respond to any outside stimulus. I frowned. Maybe it's something worth researching. Essence transference may not be exactly what we're looking for, but the method with which it's done could be repurposed. Red finished. Good thinking, Harry. This could be the key. I smiled to myself, checking the map to see if Luna had finished her class yet. I found her in one of the hallways near the Transfiguration classroom, trying to move while a few names stood around her. Marietta Edgecombe, Cho Chong, a few others. I frowned, unsure as to what that was about, but made my way to them, regardless. It was a minute or so until I reached the scene in question. Give it back. Luna's distressed voice hit my ears. How about you make me? Another girl's voice replied, while the others laughed and giggled at Luna's predicament. It's special to me, give it back. Luna tried. Oh, it's special. The girl holding the butterbeer cap necklace, a thin girl with reddish blonde, curly hair, had a wicked smile on her face. It looks like it belongs in the trash, though. I shall save you the trouble and dispose of it, myself. No, Luna cried out as the girl in question pointed her wand at the necklace. I went into action as soon as she started implying that she was going to destroy the necklace. In a moment, my disarming charm hit the bully with great force, both her wand and the necklace flying to my hand as she went flying back. The group surrounding Luna turned to me with a look of shock. Luna's eyes met mine, before flitting towards the necklace in my grasp. I gestured for her to come. Poor girl was so scared and distressed. She almost bowled me over in her rush. It's okay, Luna, I said quietly. I'm sorry I had to interfere. She didn't say anything, but took the offered necklace and stood beside me, looking in every direction but the group ahead of her. Is this how Ravenclaw spends its free time? I asked casually. Stay out of this, Potter. One of the Ravenclaws, one of the upper years, mouthed off. Or else, what? I challenged, feeling a great swell of amusement at this idiot's threatening tone. More powerful than a dragon, are you? He didn't answer, though the tightness of his posture spoke a great deal on its own. I watched as Chong helped the girl I'd disarmed get back to her feet. And what do you think about this, Chong? She stammered a few times, before shutting her mouth. Not having expected me to behave in this way. She'd caught me staring at her a few times, the year before. A quick glance at the map confirmed the girl with reddish hair was the Edgecombe girl. With a nod, I took Luna with me, away from the group and towards the moving staircases, ignoring their cries to return Edgecomb's wand. Harry, Luna seemed even more afraid than before. I know, I said quietly, dropping the girl's wand at the top of the staircase. They'll escalate, for sure. I have a few ideas. I scrawled the bullies' names onto a spare piece of parchment and checked over the map until I'd found the 2 names I had been looking for, before dragging Luna along with me for the ride. Where are we going? Luna asked nervously. I stopped for a moment to look at the frazzled girl. Don't worry, I smiled. I know that going to the professor's does absolutely nothing but make it worse. She sagged at that, before her look turned curious. Where, then? I smiled at her, a hint of vindictiveness lacing the expression. It seemed to shock her slightly. Well, the only real way to deal with a bully is by standing up to them, I said as we reached the library, from which a certain pair of twins were exiting. If it isn't our dear friend, Harry. Fred greeted. Dear me, George, Harry does look a mite miffed. Oh, so it had been George who greeted me. Could it Avenue anything to do with the lovely lass at his side? George gave me a smirk, likely remembering what Hermione insinuated at the Great Hall. Hello Luna, Fred, George, she addressed the 2 boys carefully. Eccentric she may have been, but even she knew not to mess with these particular lads. Smart girl, I have a favor I need to ask you. I didn't beat around the bush, handing them my hastily scrawled list of names. I want you to prank these people for as long as you can. I don't want you holding back at all. The 2 twins regarded me carefully. I'd never asked them to do anything like this. As their gaze strayed to the obviously distraught-looking girl, understanding slowly came to them. Very well. Fred took the list. You may have to wait a bit for the showy stuff. That's fine. I nodded, reaching into one of my pockets and pulling a handful of galleons, giving it to the surprised pair. Hold nothing back. I knew there was a reason we liked you, Harry. George grinned. Fred, on the other hand, caught my gaze and nodded suggestively towards Luna, urging me to stop wasting time and ask her to the ball. I stifled a snort, shook their hands, and away they went. Is this really a good idea, Harry? Luna asked me as we watched them leave. I know how bad they can get. I do, too, I agreed. This should teach them to stay away from you, though. I hope so, Luna said, still unsure. A quiet permeated the air as we both stood outside of the library, quickly growing awkward. So, Luna said, now or never, you want to go to the ball with me? I asked quickly. Luna blinked, looking up at me in surprise. What? I swallowed, blushing. Do you want to go to the ball with me? Oh, she looked away. Harry, oh, no. I felt a nervous lump settle in my throat. Yes, I'll go with you. She turned back to me. Great, I cleared my throat. That's great. Are you done with classes? She nodded. Do you want to look for more creatures? Another nod. Oh, I smiled. This was easier than I thought. Let's go, then. Now, if only I knew how to dance. I rubbed at the bridge of my nose, trying to fight off a slowly building headache. It wasn't working. You should eat, Harry. Hermione chided from the other side of the table. I stared down at my untouched plate, not feeling much of an appetite. I'll eat later. Not hungry, Harry. She seemed irritated. I rolled my eyes, just as I felt 2 hands settle themselves on each of my shoulders. I turned to see one of the twins sitting to my right, with the other to my left. Good morning, the 2 said at the same time, making my head pulse in slight pain. It's too early in the morning for this. I wanted to sigh. Correct me if I'm wrong, brother mine. One of the twins said. But it seems Harry here isn't feeling so well. I do believe you're correct, my good chap. The other agreed. He must have had trouble sleeping. Dreaming of fair, blonde maidens, are we? Young ones in Ravenclaw, perchance. They were talking about Luna, I realized as Hermione's mouth curled into an amused smirk. It did not suit her. Yes, I actually did sigh, this time. I bet the whole school knows I stare at the Ravenclaw table by now. You do. Neville joined the conversation, looking up from his herbology book. He turned his gaze to the table in question, frowning. They don't look too happy, actually. You're right. Dean also noticed it. We looked in that direction as well. The Ravenclaws looked somewhat ill, the source of which was a small group at the end of the table, judging from their disgusted stares. A small, familiar group, the ones who'd been bullying Luna. I stared at the twins, who were adopting an exaggerated expression of angelic innocence. You 2 work quickly, I said quietly as I turned back to the table, looking for one Ravenclaw in particular. My eyes met hers, and she gave a small smile of gratitude. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Potter? The left twin asked in mock confusion. Surely you are not suggesting that we, the twins of terror. One stopped, looking dubious. No, that's not right, brother mine. Virtue. The other suggested, instead. Respectability, morality, honesty. You were literally none of those. Hermione looked like she wanted to throttle both twins. Perhaps not, dear Miss Granger. The one to my left acknowledged with a considering look. Sneaky is more like it. I snorted. Where did you catch them? One of the hallways. The left twin clutched at his heart dramatically, even as the right took a few bites of sausage. It pains my heart so, my dear boy, he said, that you have such little faith in our abilities, enough to think we'd commit acts of mischief in the hallways. I absorbed the words slowly, until it came to me. They'd hit them in the Ravenclaw dorms. Of course, they'd probably known where those were, as the map had been in their possession for 3 years before they'd bequeathed it to me. I smiled and gave a nod of respect. Now, if you don't mind. The one who'd clutched his heart declared as he grabbed his brother, who was still chewing on a sausage, and pulled him to another part of the table. We have 2 ladies we need to speak to. The last thing I heard from the 2 was the other twin shout, now. In a surprisingly alarmed voice as they went farther down the table. Near to where Angelina and Alicia were sitting. Harry. Hermione grabbed my attention. She looked infuriated. What was that? I considered her words, before answering with a steely look which seemed to shake her resolve to the core. Something that needed to be dealt with. Looking down at my plate, I began to eat, my appetite somewhat restored. It's ridiculous, I said, staring out at the vista before me. The Great Lake looked as serene and enthralling as it always did. They want us to go in it in February. Perhaps as a test of preparation. Red spoke from the device held in my right hand. Your first task, as they said, was a test of daring. Of course, you had knowledge of the beast beforehand, but it was still mostly being able to stall or battle the dragon long enough to steal the egg. I nodded as I knelt, pulled my right glove off and dipped my fingertips in the freezing water, shivering and pulling them out just as quickly. This one is a mystery to solve, with the message itself being a test of knowledge. As well as all that follows. Red continued. Lucky I had help in that department, I said, before stopping to see Victor Crumb swimming in the Great Lake. But I guess I'm not the only one with help. Yes, Red agreed. You've mastered the bubblehead charm, but that is not all you need to do. I didn't reply. Red took it as his cue to continue. As you've said, the water is quite cold. Probably very close to freezing. Red continued. It gets worse when the winter truly hits. I confirmed. A human body can generally withstand extreme cold temperatures are 10 to 20 minutes before feeling weakness in the muscles, thus causing a loss of coordination and strength. This happens because your blood will naturally move away from the extremities to preserve the core of the body. Red explained. This is hypothermia. As you know it, after a certain point, your body will not be able to generate enough heat to counteract the cold of the Great Lake. You are, after all, one human facing the might of nature. I nodded, feeling a little unsure about the whole situation. So, I either need to complete the task in 20 minutes, or find a way to adapt to the cold environment. Precisely. Red agreed. Something to maintain my body heat in a highly cold climate. I mused for a few seconds, before snapping my finger in realization. Pepper up. But, wait, no, that's just to cure the common cold, isn't it? You're on the right track, Red said vaguely. I stared down at the Pokédex in slight annoyance. You're not going to tell me, are you? It's best to learn things through study and practice. Red countered, already in teacher mode. I didn't reply for a few seconds. A hint, at least. Quote. Very well, Red acquiesced. It has to do with the pepper-up potion's ingredients. I narrowed my eyes in thought, recalling that specific potion's ingredients. Salamander blood, English thyme, powdered, something. And, fire seeds. Fire seeds, I said in realization. Correct, Red praised. That'll increase my body heat, enough to make it comfortable in the freezing water. I nodded before shivering. I'll have to test it, won't I? Undoubtedly. Red seemed almost amused. No pain, no gain, as they say. My eyes lingered on the Durmstrang champion, who was looking in my direction. I nodded towards him, before turning and heading towards Hagrid's hut. Missing the fellow champion's return nod. The trip to Hagrid's went much quicker. There was an awkward moment where I walked past the Beauxbatons, headmistress, but it passed quickly. Soon, I found myself facing Hagrid's door. I knocked. Maxime. I heard the man's voice call out in surprise as he opened his door, finding nothing but air until he looked down. Harry, Hagrid. I smiled slightly. Is this a bad time? Oh, no, not at all. he said quickly as he all but ushered me in. I was just as about to finish a few things. I walked in, noticing that his table was covered in sawdust and wood shavings. At its center was a trio of figurines, very familiar-looking figurines. Like 'em, do ye? Hagrid took one of the figurines and handed it to me. It was a good approximation of what Squirtle looked like. You made these. I turned the rough wood to examine the details. This is really good work, Hagrid. Ah, it was nothin'. He waved it off bashfully, taking the figurine back quickly. They're not even finished, yet. Still a few details I missed, and some seed oil to bring the wood's true shine out. I smiled, pulling the balls out of my pocket. Can I? Of course. Hagrid immediately agreed. Ye never have to ask me for that. I snorted. Of course, Hagrid would say that. I released all three of my companions. With a bright flash of light, Charmander, Bulbasaur and Squirtle appeared in the small confines of the hut. Immediately, Charmander went to hug the old gamekeeper, while my other two companions merely waved at the gentle giant. Easy there, little one. Hagrid soothed Charmander and grabbed his whole body with one hand, scratching him in all the spots he liked. The two never ceased to amuse. Hagrid set Charmander down on his special fireproof sheet, before showing him the figurine. Delighted, Charmander began to chatter away at Hagrid, who almost absent-mindedly pet the little lizard. Hagrid, I started as Squirtle and Bulby settled down next to me, each staring at their figurine in wonder and appreciation. What do you know about fire seeds? I remember you used them when. I trailed off, not finishing the sentence. I did. Hagrid nodded at my statement, fully understanding what I was referring to. Helped with Norbert's hatching. Useful plant, especially in the dead of winter. I still keep some here. He gestured to a closed, stone container near the fireplace. He grabbed it, pulled the lid off, and showed me its contents. It was a pile of orange seeds vaguely in the shape of a flame. Isn't that dangerous to have near the fire? I asked in alarm. Perfectly safe, Hagrid said in true Hagrid fashion, pulling a seed out of the bunch and extending his hand to me. I took the seed, marveling at how it felt cold to the touch. That's strange. It's only hot when it's still attached to the fire bush, Harry. Hagrid explained. I had to look up how to harvest 'em when hatching. Norbert, really, it's got plenty of uses, too. Hagrid took one of the seeds and flicked it into the fireplace, which had been slowly dying down. As soon as the seed made contact, the fires grew significantly hotter. Hagrid threw another log in as the Pokédex beeped in my pocket. I pulled it out, opening it to display read. May I scan one of the seeds? I'm curious to see what else can be done with it if it can be ingested, for example. I don't see why not. Hagrid scratched at his beard before displaying the open container to me. I held the Pokédex above it, allowing Red to scan the contest. Analyzing. Red had his eyes closed the machine word ever so slightly in my hand. It seems it can indeed be ingested by the human body, though probably very dry going down. Perhaps that's why it's put in the pepper-up potion to sit for a minute at the end stage. I mused, pulling the sophisticated machine away. Not crushed or anything. I probably wouldn't chew on it if I were you. You'll need to swallow it down whole, maybe with a bit of water. Red agreed. There will be time to thoroughly test its effects on you, and even in the waters of the Great Lake. Right, I said dryly as Hagrid closed the lid and placed the container back near the fire before resuming his petting of Charmander, who was beginning to look quite put out at the lack of attention from the gigantic fellow. Duration will be important, I gather. I added thoughtfully. I may have to learn how to cast the bubble head silently or at least figure out a method to have the seeds in the bubble. A switching spell, maybe. All in good time. Red sirred me as Bulby handed me her figurine and nudged at my forehead in order to bring attention to it. I snorted, turning my attention as the little Pokémon requested. Hagrid, can I have this one? Course, the big man said immediately, smiling behind his thick beard. Made them for you, after all. I swallowed back the emotion and smiled at my first friend. Thanks, Hagrid. Don't mention it, he said as Charmander gave a delighted cry. So, what's this I hear about ye asking a certain Ravenclaw to the ball? The groan that came out of me made the much older man in red laugh. Did everyone know? It was nearing the time I'd set for me to meet up with Daphne. I bid my farewells and made my way back to Hogwarts Castle proper. The time spent at Hagrid's house lifted my spirits, I thought. With everything going on, the hard revelations, the drama with Luna's bullying, the ball, and other things, I needed that meeting however short it was. For a moment, I wondered how Sirius was doing, my mood quickly turning into one of worry. To think, if I'd been a little smarter, a little quicker on the uptake. Pettigrew would have been stewing in Azkaban, and I'd have been living with Sirius instead of the Dursleys. A smirk formed on my face. I couldn't wait until they laid eyes on my Pokémon. Dudley would likely wet himself. My aunt and uncle would probably bluster and give their typical looks of disapproval, but would likely do nothing, as they had no power over such creatures. I took my scarf off, placing it, as well as my gloves and earmuffs back into my book bag as I found myself inside Hogwarts walls. With a quick mutter of, "Tempest," I realized I'd arrive early to my destination, even if I took my time. So, I did. I had no actual plan for what the encounter would entail. Would it be a trap engineered by Malfoy? He was a scheming ponce, to be sure, but this seemed a bit above his skill and planning level. Malfoy was the sort to get what he wanted the moment he asked for it. He didn't know how to plan for extended periods of time. It was possible that he hinged his plan on Greengrass' insistence on seeing me, but unlikely. He simply did not have the patience and determination required to achieve his ends, at least, in this particular manner. A quick look through the map showed that there was, in fact, only the name, Daphne Greengrass, at the meeting spot. So, if a plan of his did exist, it would not take place today. It was with that slightly relieving thought that I turned a corner to see the girl in question. Daphne Greengrass stood off to the side of a seemingly unused classroom, looking extremely bored. "She's early," I thought as I approached her. She quickly took note of my presence. "You're late." She looked annoyed. "You're early," I shot back with a snort, glancing into the unused classroom. "Do you have any preference as to where you wish to practice?" She looked a little surprised at the line of questioning, before giving a minute shrug and gesturing for me to go inside the unused classroom beside us. I tensed very slightly, moving towards the unoccupied room, ready to pull my wand out at a moment's notice. Just because Draco and his stooges weren't here, didn't mean that he couldn't have left any traps, or instructions for Greengrass to do so. Strangely, and pleasantly enough, for that matter, there were none. I relaxed slightly as I sat on one of the desks, giving my fellow fourth year a long, appraising look as she closed the door behind her, locking it with a wave of her wand. "Just to reiterate," I said as she turned to me, eyeing me with neutral blue eyes. "You want to learn how to fight?" "Yes, Potter." She gave a nod, her body language betraying nothing but a very slight nervousness. "Why?" I asked. Her mask broke into confusion before going back to normal. "I'm not sure what you mean. It's clear that you're studying fifth-year material, possibly further than that." "I remember the books you were carrying that night," I said, shrugging off my book bag and making sure the Pokeballs didn't fall out of my robe's pocket. "Taking a keen interest in me, Potter?" she challenged, an icy fire in her eyes. "Hardly," I snorted, the sheer dismissal in my tone irritating the blonde. "It's normal to remember embarrassing moments like that. Wouldn't you agree?" She looked like she wanted to disagree, but she conceded with a nod, instead. "Still," I continued, "it's obvious you're ahead of the curriculum, so I'm not sure I can teach you any spells of value assuming you've mastered your." "I'm not looking to learn new spells, Potter." She cut me off, taking a seat at the teacher's desk, her legs dangling off the edge. I nodded. "You just need someone to practice against." "That is the case." "Yes," Greengrass confirmed, pulling a headband out of her robe and using it to secure her voluminous hair so that it didn't get in the way. She hopped off of the table, pulling her wand out of her pocket and giving it a wave, sending a few of the tables to the side of the room. I wasted no time, doing the same for my tables. Soon, I was face to face with my Slytherin opponent. I took a deep breath, feeling excitement come over me. My competitive spirit rose in full swing, invigorating me and banishing whatever was left of my morning headache. "Rules?" I asked. "No cheap shots," Greengrass said. "Try not to leave any marks on my face. Don't want to ruin your image." I smiled, finding her vanity mildly amusing. "Hardly," she glared, before she shifted her look to polite disdain. "I wouldn't want to explain to Professor Snape why there's a bruise on my face, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to explain such a thing, either." I shrugged, quickly losing interest in the conversation. If Snape was going to get angry at something like this, then it was on him. Greengrass was the one who'd approached me, not the other way around. It was possible they wouldn't see it that way, but I was beyond caring what they thought. The time spent alone after my name had come out of the goblet had shown to me that I didn't need my teachers to excel at magic. They were simply the people there on hand to grade assignments and exams. Hell, Snape routinely gave me zeros or accused me of cheating half the time, so it was no skin off my nose. Of course, the Greengrass girl had no idea what I was thinking at that moment, and so, I replied with an uncaring shrug. "Let's go." No sooner than I had said those words, was Greengrass moving, snapping her wand at me with a silent jelly legs jinx, aimed low at my legs. Sputum. I incanted, the small, but powerful variation of the Protega charm, sending the orange spell flying into the wall, where it dissipated harmlessly. I thought you said, no cheap shots. Greengrass did not reply, her shocked eyes shifting into frustrated determination. She assumed a stance for dueling I wasn't familiar with. It wasn't the one Snape and the fraud Lockhart had shown us during the brief existence of the dueling club. It wasn't one I'd learned from Salazar's books, either. She started off light, throwing a series of tripping and tickling jinxes, which I managed to dodge and parry with relative ease. Still, I was impressed. It wasn't simply the jelly legs, all of her spells were being cast silently. Her spells turned a little more vicious after, I realized. Parrying a silver, corkscrew-like spell had made me feel as if I was beating away a brick wall with my wand. Its effects were just as devastating, drilling a sizable hole into one of the desks. I quickly turned my attention back to the girl, noting that she seemed winded. Likely, something that powerful took a good chunk of her reserves. She was quickly tiring, and to be honest, I was beginning to feel some strain myself, but she pointed her wand at me again. A purple light flew out of it. I made to parry the unknown spell. However, it wasn't aimed at me, but at one of the tables beside me. The purple light impacted against the chair sitting on top, transforming it into a chicken, which clucked as menacingly as an angry chicken could and ran straight towards me. I moved to gain some space, even as Greengrass repeated her spell on various other class implements. I quickly realized what her plan was. It was reminiscent of what Diggory had done against his own dragon, a few months ago. Or so I'd been told, at least. Still, her tactic was leaning on the possibility that chickens would freak me out, or induce a moment of paralyzing fear in me. They didn't. Fighting the basilisk, spending weeks training in the Forbidden Forest and going up against a horntail would do that to you. And so, it was an unpleasant surprise for Greengrass to be interrupted from her casting of the drill spell, instead caught in my full body bind curse, falling backwards into the stone floor that had to have hurt. A few incantations of finite incantatum later, and the chickens, as well as Greengrass, were back to normal. She gave me an annoyed look as she nursed the back of her head, likely where a bruise was beginning to form. You all right? I asked unnecessarily. It's nothing, Potter. She waved it off, barely concealing the look of frustration on her face. I just didn't expect to be taken down so easily. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. She'd put up a decent fight, after all. I made sure to tell her that. You've done better than any other fourth year I know, I added, before reconsidering. Except, maybe Hermione. I didn't recognize some of your spells, but I reckon she could. I don't need any consolation, Potter. My spells didn't even touch you. You barely even moved from your spot. Greengrass retorted, letting some of the heat out as she adjusted her headband and shifted her robes to get more comfortable. I blinked, checking my positioning to see that, yes, she was right. I'd barely moved, and I'd only used a total of 2 spells to knock her flat on her back. Granted, I kept Sputum up for the better part of a minute, simply parrying her jinxes, hexes and curses. Still, I'd only used one offensive curse to defeat her. I should have known a band of chickens wouldn't have had any effect on you. The girl snorted, a move which seemed to contrast her normal icy demeanor, summoning a chair to her and taking a seat. Another wave, and she was drinking water from a canteen. You've faced the dragon, after all. I smiled slightly. Yes, after that experience, a small group of chickens is hardly intimidating. Still, I wasn't joking. You've done very well. Is this your first time in a fight? Ah, not quite, she answered, schooling her face into neutrality again. I have had a little instruction in the art. Are you talking about the dueling club? I asked dubiously, wiping a bit of sweat from my brow. I could use some water, myself. Merlin. No, she seemed almost offended at the mention. That was a farce. Professor Snape is indeed skilled, to be sure, but Lockhart was a fraud. It was my turn to snort. That's rich. Something funny, Potter. She narrowed her eyes at me. Weren't all the girls obsessed with him? I asked, eyeing her with amusement. Yes, well, did I detect a light blush on those pale cheeks? After his first quiz, I knew what I was dealing with. I winced, remembering that particular day, when a quiz has questions along the line of, when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? And what would his ideal gift be? Daphne seemed a mix of amused and annoyed as she spoke. You know the man's at best a narcissist, and at worst, highly incompetent. True, I laughed, seeing a faint flicker of a smile form on the Slytherin girl's face as she relaxed ever so slightly. Maybe they aren't all as bad as Draco. Hope you enjoyed. I rubbed my shoulder with a wince. She doesn't take it easy. Does she? I sighed. What did you expect? Red's synthesized voice came from Salazar's table. The Pokédex was set up like a picture frame, showing Red's amused visage. She's quite the driven girl. You can say that again. I took a deep breath, rolling my shoulder a few times. Failure only seems to make her try that much harder. I was referring to one Daphne Greengrass, of course. Her relentless desire to get better at dueling was something to behold. I was almost regretting agreeing to the meetings. You're benefiting, as well, Harry. Red added shrewdly. She's a quick caster, and is beginning to get used to your movements. It'll be good dodging practice for you, at the very least. You'll need different partners over the years, of course, so is OT to get used to a single person's fighting style. You're right. I sighed again. I just wish it wasn't so unpleasant. Training is never pleasant, Red said with a faraway look in his eyes. But you look back on it with pride. When all is said and done. I frowned at the words, mulling them over. I recalled the many skirmishes I had in the Forbidden Forest with my companions, as well as the battle we had against the Horntail. Hard fought all of it. I smiled. I can see what you mean. You've come a long way, Harry. Red acknowledged. After only a few months' worth of training, your Pokémon share a bond rarely seen even in my time. I smiled, my attention shifting to Charmander, who was having a staring contest with Hedwig. It had taken the better part of the season, but she was finally beginning to warm up to my new companions. Well, at least with Bulby, who was lying next to the snowy owl, cuddled up against her soft feathers. Squirtle didn't try to chase Hedwig away, but he didn't try to make her leave either. Charmander, on the other hand, continually made attempts to challenge Hedwig's position here, but, after a few training sessions which were much more intense than usual, he settled for glares and staring contests. Needless to say, Hedwig always won. I blinked. Is it just me, or is Hedwig a little bigger today? She'd barely grown over the years, but I could have sworn she'd gained a few inches. Turn me around, Red asked curiously. I moved to the table and turned the Pokédex so that the scanner could face Hedwig. It whirred as the green light went over the snowy owl, startling her out of this particular staring contest. I snorted at Charmander's triumphant cry. He may have begun to grow a little prideful, especially now that he was getting close to his evolution. But he was still willing to get petty wins. Hedwig gave an annoyed-sounding chirp, before looking down at Bulby and snuggling closer to her. Cute. Fascinating, Red said. She's scanning differently from before. I asked as the readings came in, too complex for me to make much sense of. All I managed to glean was that the line and sign graphs of a previous scan didn't match the new ones. As if Red was reading my mind, certain key points in the graphs became highlighted. You see these? Sure, I replied with a faint nod. I can't really make much sense of it, though. Don't worry, this is stuff you would probably be learning years down the line if you're interested, but that's a discussion for another time. Red said quickly. This is a functional representation of Hedwig's aura readings. Energy levels, energy quality. The other is a simple size and weight comparison. All right, I nodded, feeling a little less overwhelmed. So, if I understand this correctly, she's almost doubled her weight, but only grew slightly in size. And her energy levels. Fascinating, isn't it? Red said again. Her aura is developing. My best guess is due to proximity around us. Heightened by the pre-existing bond you have with her. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? You think she'll be able to channel her aura? I wondered as I stared down at my very first friend in wonder. Fight like the Pokémon. It's still early days. Red tried to curb my enthusiasm before I went completely crazy. Her aura is still in the process of development, and we won. Know for sure what her typing will be when the energy settles. Obviously, she'll be a flying type. I replied. Well, yes, Red conceded. But flying types sometimes gain a second typing dependent on what environment they are suited for. I predict that Hedwig will have a secondary ice type. I considered the words, before nodding in agreement. Then I should start researching what kind of moves we can teach her. I've already got moves covered. Red sounded slightly condescending there. Not to toot my own horn, but, you know. Yes, Red, the almighty champion of the Kanto Johto League. Defeater of legendaries and wrecker of Team Rocket. I rolled my eyes at the gang name. They couldn't have picked a better name. It's a better name than Death Eaters. Red sniped back. How are you supposed to eat death? Well, unless you're a ghost type, I suppose. An idea struck. Question. I said suddenly. Shoot. Red replied. Do you think I could learn ghost type moves? I asked. You already know too. was the surprising reply. What? I was confused. What are you? Think about it. Red didn't elaborate. Moves which can be used to deal with ghosts are things which can't be killed by normal means. Things like dementors. It hit me. The Patronus charm. That's one. Red confirmed. It's a ghost-type move. I asked, before shaking my head. Don't answer that. It summons you. A spirit guardian capable of shoving dementors around. Drives off lethifolds, too. And the other spell. Red pressed. This one's much less flashy, but it's one you use often. I ran through the list in my mind, not really linking any of the spells to ones affecting ghosts. Wait, the wand lighting charm. I tried, because it can repel ghosts and Geetrashes. Correct. Red gave a smile. Also, an interesting creature. The Geetrash. The display shifted to show the spectral creature in question, a new entry in the post-apocalyptic index. I still snorted every time I read that. Geetrash. Type. Ghost Dark. Native region. Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts Castle grounds. Readings indicate a 78% resemblance to Midiana, the bite Pokemon. A large, dog-like creature which thrives in the dark. Enjoys scaring its prey before devouring them with its razor-sharp teeth. Very sensitive to light, the Geetrash can be warded off with light. Any light will do, but wand light seems to affect it the most. The entry said, I don't remember fighting against a Geetrash. I frowned. When did you get time to scan one? They usually circle us from a great distance in the forest. Red informed me, your wand light kept them at bay, and I didn't want to give you an unnecessary fright while you were in the middle of battling Acromantulas. Oh, I replied, feeling a shudder go through me. Even more things to be scared of. Such as the way of the trainer. The entry disappeared to show Red's over-the-top somber face. I laughed and started to pack things up, a quick tempest showing that it was almost time for me to meet with Neville. Today was the day he wished to go to Diagon Alley to procure a new wand. It had taken him quite a while to warm to the idea, to build up the nerve to ask Professor McGonagall to preside over a meeting with his grandmother. I wasn't privy to the details, but Neville had looked an equal mix of mortified and elated after the fact. With all of that off his chest, I began to notice that he was slightly improving with his wand work even with the incompatible wand, suggesting that part of his failure was, at least, due to the self-loathing and doubt he'd bottled up over the years. I didn't blame him, I thought as I recalled my friends and began to make my way out of the chamber, Hedwig flying circles around me the entire way. From what little he'd shared, it would have been a childhood almost as miserable as mine was. Both of us were treated with scorn and disdain by those who had power over us. In my case, it was the Dursleys. In Neville's case, it was his grandmother, Augusta. And his great-uncle Algy, who'd arguably almost gotten the boy killed. I shook the disturbing thoughts off as I gave an offhand greeting to Myrtle, quickly exiting the bathroom and making my way to the Great Hall, where Neville was supposed to be waiting. And, at the entrance to the hall, he was. Harry, Neville said, an unusually resolute look on his face. Neville, I nodded in greeting. All set. A brief look of trepidation set in his face, before being replaced by the previous resolute look. Yes, Gran will be accompanying us. Will she? I said dryly. I'm guessing old McGonagall was busy. No. Neville shook his head as we both fell in step, making our way towards McGonagall's office. Gran insisted. She did she? I asked almost lightly. You too, are. He shook his head strongly, a fire settling in his gaze. I don't care what she thinks anymore. I nodded. All that matters is that you do yourself justice, Neville. At the end of the day, you have to look out for yourself. Above all, I should know, right? The conversation was cut short as we were met with Professor McGonagall, already waiting for us at her office. Her expressee on was somehow even more severe than usual. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, Professor. We both nodded, turning our attention to the old woman beside her. Old she may have been, but she was thin, tall and imposing. I tensed, feeling the aura roll off of her and wrap around everyone in a smothering embrace. Was she even aware she was doing this? With a frown, I focused my power and none too gently shoved hers away. Her eyes, which had been glued to Neville previously, instantly shifted to me. Mrs. Longbottom, I greeted, preempting whatever it was she was about to say. It's a pleasure, Mr. Potter, she nodded, her voice stern and commanding. I see you're the one who's filled my grandson with strange ideas. No stranger than the color of the sky. I gave a false smile, a challenging look in my eyes. The wand chooses the wizard, as Mr. Ollivander says. She matched my gaze with her own, before giving a surprising nod. So he does. Augusta turned to the professor, whose look had been impassive the whole time. With your leave, Minerva. Very well. Professor McGonagall nodded, gesturing towards the fireplace, before giving the two of us a stern look. I expect you two to be on your best behavior. We will, Professor. Neville replied. Come along, Neville, Mr. Potter. Augusta grabbed a handful of flow powder and called out her destination, Diagon Alley, disappearing in a flash of green flame. I heard the muffled beep of Red's Pokédex, and felt the whir of the machine, so I knew he'd likely be studying the effect of the transportation. You go first, Neville, I said, and watched him go. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said as I grabbed the flow powder. I don't know what it was that you did, but I've never seen Mrs. Longbottom so unsettled. I blinked. You call that unsettled, Professor? Her lips thinned in what I would almost rate as amusement. I've known Augusta for a long time, Mr. Potter. I dare say you've made quite the impression. Now, off you go. I nodded, stepped near the fire and threw the flow powder into it, turning it a bright, emerald green, naming my destination and hoping it didn't transport me somewhere else like it did before my second year. With a stumble, I exited the fireplace and dusted the soot off of my robes, finding myself face to face with Neville and Augusta. Took your time, Mr. Potter, the old woman rebuked as I looked around, recognizing the familiar surroundings of the leaky cauldron. Professor McGonagall wished to have a word, I said as smoothly as I could manage, under the circumstances. She seemed to measure my words, before nodding and moving away from us, not even gesturing for us to come. We followed her to the entrance to the alley, watching the wall part for us. This was the first time I'd been here that wasn't in the summer before school. If anything, it seemed busier than it normally would have been, likely due to the Christmas rush. The three of us made our way past the shops, ignoring the various signs and boards displaying items on sale. My eyes lingered on the various animal shops, imagining how Red would react if he was given the chance to scan all animals within. Hell, he'd probably have squealed at got the chance to scan the goblins as well, I reckoned. Here we are. Augusta stopped before Ollivander's shop, gesturing for Neville to go in, but keeping the both of us behind. I don't wish to see the man. Augusta turned away from the store. And I'd like a word with Mr. Potter, as well. Was this the reason she'd accepted me along for the trip? Neville gave the older woman a wary look, before shaking his head and entering the shop. He knew I could handle myself, after all. She waved her wand, turning the noise around us into a weak buzz. A muffling spell, of sorts. I'd have to look one of those up in the future. Mr. Potter, Mrs. Longbottom said as the door closed, leaving the both of us in the bustle of the alley. You were bold indeed to challenge my authority like this. I frowned, not really knowing how to reply to that. Of course, she continued despite my silence. It would take a bold man to face down a dragon head-on. The other champions did, too. I replied. She considered the words with a purse of the lips. True enough, but I dare say that none of them would have faced the open maw of a horntail with the calm you had. I suppressed the shudder at the mere memory of it. The image of the fire welling from deep within the horntail's lungs was one that occasionally gave me nightmares. I had been a few seconds away from a painful, fiery death, after all. I just reacted. I replied honestly. It was either that or die. I wasn't very keen on the latter option. Few are. Mrs. Longbottom was amused for a moment, before her expression turned more severe. If only my Neville could display this sort of courage. Neville is one of the bravest people I know. I retorted, a hint of irritation seeping through me. She seemed to scoff at that. He is. I insisted. Please. The old woman would have rolled her eyes if she didn't find the action highly inappropriate. He doesn't have it in him. He's always been a fearful boy. Now, that had cut a little close to home. He's only this way because you made it so. I replied with frost, no longer caring to keep up the pretenses. I beg your pardon. You heard me. I turned to her, fire in my eyes. Has the boy been telling tales? Augusta challenged. He hasn't said a single word, actually. I made an aggressive step forward, my aura unconsciously clashing with hers and pushing it back. She took a step back. Then how do I know? I finished for her. Neville isn't the only one who lived with borderline abusive relatives. Abusive. Her aura seemed to thunder, right along with her voice. You dare. Yes, I dare. I said coldly. I see the same things in him that I saw in myself. I see it in the way he talks, the way he stands, the way he moves. She started with an angry retort. But I cut her off again. You made him this way. Just like my own relatives did. But, you are clearly not meek as he is. She argued, her anger waning slightly at my own description of my home life. I had a helping hand, I said, my thoughts turning to Hagrid. Just when things looked the bleakest, just when I was ready to give up on myself, someone came and saved me. Helped me find who I really was. And not what others thought of me. That's why I'm helping. Neville. There was a long moment of silence, in which Augusta merely stared at me. Finally, she laughed. I felt a rage course through me, forcing me to clamp down on the emotion, lest my aura attacked hers again. Peace, Mr. Potter. She stopped laughing. You pass. What? I felt the anger recede, replaced by confusion. What are you? You were right, of course. Augusta admitted, adjusting her vulture hat. I have had some time to consider my own actions regarding my Neville. Minerva had been cross with me in our meeting, as well. I'll say, I thought, but said nothing, trying to make sense of what she was doing. Was it all a test of sorts? Then, why all this? I gestured at her. I needed to be sure he was with the right sort. She said unapologetically, I know my relationship with my grandson will never be what it used to be. The right sort. I repeated her words, feeling oddly reminded of Malfoy's words to me, years ago. Oh, yes, Mrs. Longbottom said, I wished to see if you took after your father, or your mother. What's that supposed to mean? I felt a bit of ire come to me. Your father, rest his soul. Let's just say my boy Frank rarely had anything good to say about him. Augusta said, take that as you will. I grit my teeth. She was likely talking about whatever had happened. Between my dad and Snape, did James Potter have a similar enmity with other students? Was my father just another Dudley? The thought was chilling, and it almost made me feel sympathy for Snape. Almost. I shook the thoughts off and made to answer, only to be interrupted by the door of the wand shop opening. Almost immediately, the overwhelming noise of the alley came back. I saw the surreptitious wave of Mrs. Longbottom's wand. You got your wand, then? Augusta gave the boy a stern look, but Neville smiled and showed it to her. Cherry, 13 inches, with unicorn hair. Neville seemed to treat the wand with reverence. I've never felt anything like it. Augusta frowned at his behavior, but nodded. Come, we shall have both of you fitted for robes. The Yule Ball is approaching soon, after all. The both of us followed her, Neville with a slight smile on his face as he admired his wand, and myself with a half-suppressed grimace, trying to keep the things she said out of my head. S.N.A. Pay's view of my father had always been biased, but why would Neville's dad have had any issue with mine? Once as a coincidence, twice might just be a pattern. I thought uneasily as she led us into Madame Malkin's clothing store. Mrs. Longbottom. Madame Malkin greeted as she set her eyes on us. A custom order, I take it. Yes, Augusta replied tersely. For the Yule Ball. Very well, Madame Malkin said as she began asking Neville questions about what he'd like in terms of what to wear. I turned to the old woman. Mrs. Longbottom, I can't accept this nonsense. She dismissed, her stern look unwavering. It's the least I can do for you, helping my Neville. Not even 5 minutes ago, she had been bashing my father, and now she was offering to buy me robes. Old people are confusing. Sputum. A small shield appeared at the tip of my wand, and I stood ready for Daphne's onslaught. She, however, made no move to attack. I've figured out the weakness of this spell. Daphne gave an anticipatory smile. I'll give you a chance to put that cute little shield away. I raised my eyebrow and stayed in stance. Such bravado from the Ice Queen. I beckoned her to come over. How uncharacteristic. Don't say I didn't warn you, was the only reply she gave before she waved her wand. Nothing happened. Impressive. I gave a half-mocking smile as I took a step forward, wondering if she was making a feint, or had truly launched an attack. A moment later, I found myself laid out on the cold, stone floor, the sound of breaking wood filling the room. Pain blossomed behind my head and L over my back as I flailed in response to the impact. A few moments of swearing later, and I'd calmed down enough to sit up and look at the Greengrass heiress, whose face shifted between satisfaction and concern. Are you all right? She finally said, rushing to my side and helping me to my feet. I got to my feet, noting the broken wood on the floor, the remains of a chair. I realized. You summoned a chair at my head. I frowned, rubbing the back of my head gently. My fingers came off red. You're bleeding. Daphne was shocked. It's nothing, I tried to play it off but found myself sat in a chair. With her fussing over me, I froze, acutely aware of how close she was to me. I could feel her gentle touch at the back of my head. I could smell her perfume much more strongly now. A vendor and something else I couldn't quite place. I decided I quite liked it. It doesn't look too bad, but maybe I should apply some healing salve to it, Daphne said softly, her breath hitting close to my neck. I felt a shiver go through me. The close proximity, the delicious smell, from Daphne of all people. She turned to me, her face inches from mine. We stared silently at each other for a few moments before she quickly moved away. Looking anywhere but me, she patted her robes, pulled a small container and handed it to me. I'm sorry about that. I didn't expect it to do so much damage. She's changing the subject. I allowed it, twisting the container open and recognizing its contents as something Pomfrey had used on me before. You made this. A nod. I took a dollop of the salve and gently spread it over where it hurt me the most. The salve did its trick, instantly relaxing me as it worked its magic. This works wonders, I said honestly. Can I keep it? She looked away for a second. Sure. What spell was it that you used? I frowned, focusing my thoughts on the fight, instead of whatever this was. You completely blindsided me. That would be telling, Potter. Gr. Ingrass fell into her old practiced lines. I'm sure you can figure it out easily enough. I huffed in annoyance, before frowning. Summoning, obviously. I mused out loud. A silencing charm. She nodded. Seriously. I snorted. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. Daphne allowed. If you'd bothered to take arithmancy, you'd have learned this particular branch of magic, or when you reached your owls at least. It's dead useful, I replied, scrunching my nose at the thought of my choices. Care of magical creatures, I never regretted choosing despite Hagrid's insane obsession. Ith monsters able to kill us both 100 times over without even trying. Then again, thanks to Red, I was beginning to see the appeal of it all. However, divination was a blight upon my life. Maybe I could switch to something else. Then again, Red had likely totally scanned the entire library's book collection. I could simply learn from him. She gave me a strange look again. Thanks, Potter. An awkward silence ensued, before she shook her head and went for her book bag. Meet again tomorrow. I opened my mouth to reply, but she was already walking out of the classroom and closing the door behind her. I stayed in the chair, staring at the closed door in sheer confusion. What was that about? I asked in confusion. A chuckle came from the machine in my pocket. What? I frowned. Nothing. Red said. Whatever. I huffed. You scanned her spell work. Of course. Red seemed almost amused at the very question. Before you asked. Yes, it should be within your ability, though it's likely better to focus on defensive measures rather than dodging. I frowned as I gathered my things and left the classroom, slowly making my way towards the Chamber of Secrets. Wouldn't dodging allow you to conserve energy for spells? I asked. It would. Red allowed and went quiet for a few moments as a gaggle of students passed by, sending me curious, interested glances. Strange, but better than scathing looks, I supposed. But I'd like you to consider a few things. I stayed quiet, knowing that Red had gone into Professor mode. 1. Situational awareness. Even when fully alert, that spell took you by surprise. What if you're rolling away, or turning around? We humans have a certain limit on the information our brains can process. Of course, my scans have detected a few discrepancies here and there. You've likely evolved in a different way, but nowhere near different enough to increase your perceptions and your ability to analyze them in any meaningful way. I nodded, conceding the point. 2. The initial spell could be a feint. A harmless trick to force you to move in a certain direction, making you a sitting duck for a follow-up move. Red explained. Like a tickling charm to make me move away and a killing curse to hit me at the tail end of my dodge. I realized, following his train of logic. Precisely, Harry, Red said as I went up a staircase onto the second floor, walking just a little quicker. I was eager to train my companions. So, what's the solution? I asked. Use the shield charm again. No. Well, yes. It's hard to explain, Red replied as the infamous bathroom came into view. Thank Merlin. Myrtle was not there this time. Hopefully hounding someone else. With a hiss, the sink opened. With another hiss, stairs came out of the walls. This is one of Th's questions that will take true combat experience to answer. Red finally answered as I went down the spiral steps leading into the Chamber of Secrets. It's also possible that both the initial and secondary spells are lethal. You'd be forced to dodge both, in such a case. I sighed. You just said. I'm aware. Red cut me off, partly annoyed, but mostly amused. Like I said, you have to exercise judgment. In that specific situation with Daphne, it was probably best to wear protective gear. Armor, I said in slight surprise, before shaking my head. Not a half-bad thought, actually. Arm or plating will absorb much force from the impact, distributing it evenly enough. Red explained. This solves the sheer damage Potential of the impact, but you'll still have to take momentum into consideration for such a defensive countermeasure. I blinked, calling up a list of spells I could conceivably use in such a situation. The slowing charm, I said, but frowned immediately. Slowing down would have me be a sitting duck. Yes, Red confirmed. Not very wise. What, then, you're going to hate me for this? Red said slowly. You'll have to train yourself to receive damage. What? I almost shouted. You want me to take the hit, head on. If dodging opens you up for another attack, and the first attack is something you can deal with, then it's smart to take it head on. Better injured than dead, Red explained clinically, not even giving my shocked countenance a second thought or a first one, for that matter. I opened my mouth to retort, before closing it. Is that why Moody is so banged up? He takes curses head on that do that to him, because whatever would have been coming next would kill him. Likely, Red confirmed. Either that or he's dodged a strike and paid for it. The man's peg leg came to mind. I shuddered. I'll have to be careful. I promised myself, thoughts shifting away from Moody and towards Voldemort. He won't give me any other choice. We'll be ready for him. Red made sure to say as I entered the great hall of the chamber, with the dead basilisk still as pristine as the day I'd killed it. You won't be taking him on alone. I nodded, feeling reassured by the man's confidence. With you and Charmander, Bulby and Squirtle, I think I may have a chance at withstanding whatever's coming for me. Every year, something happened near the end something which tested my skill and luck, and it was always incredibly daunting and difficult. Quirrell, the dead basilisk before me. Dealing with the Dementors. This year was different. Idle Rhea. I'd been thrown against a Hungarian horntail from the get-go. Just what exactly would be waiting for me at the end of the year? I suppressed the resulting shiver and pulled my 3 companions from their Pokeballs, followed by my wand. Dobby, I called, and the elf came with a pop, bringing another, downtrodden-looking house elf with him. Winky, I recognized her from one of my kitchen trips. The great Harry Potter has summoned Dobby. Dobby squeaked, and the sad house elf by his side made to move away. Hello, Dobby, Winky. I greeted the two, focusing my gaze on Winky. How are you feeling, Winky? She gave me a fearful look. After having dealt with someone as unpleasant as Barty Crouch, I didn't blame her at all for being afraid of humans on principle. Winky is fine, Master Potter. Why muttered something about drunk and sad, but shut his mouth when Winky gave him an acidic glare. What a strange pair. Dobby, would you mind doing something for me? I asked before the two had the chance to fight, or quarrel. Or whatever it was house elves did with each other behind closed doors when there was a disagreement to be settled. Oh, of course, Harry Potter. Dobby gave an excited squeak. What does the great Harry Potter wish of Dobby? I smiled and gave my friend a grateful nod, my 3 companions giving me a curious look. The lesson with Daphne, as well as the conversation I'd had with Red taught me that I need to be able to increase my battlefield awareness, as well as increase my ability to take hits or dodge moves when the situation calls for it. Thus, I had this in mind. A 4-way battle between myself, Bulby, Charmander and Bulbasaur, with Dobby officiating the match, as well as throwing attacks and tricks of his own into the fray, forcing us to deal with yet another unknown factor. The hope was to create an entirely hectic battlefield to be able to, relatively speaking, safely train and to adapt to various situations. And so, I explained it to Dobby. Dobby will be honored to aid the great Harry Potter. Dobby seemed to be on the verge of tears, not noticing that Winky had already popped away in his distracted state. The last time he helped me, he almost got me killed. I thought, remembering that day on the Quidditch pitch. I shook the thoughts away. I needed to do this, I thought as I looked at each of my companions in the eye. Each nodded. They knew the necessity of this. And they knew we needed to train our hardest in order to make it through whatever it was coming our way, whether it was the second task, or whatever was being planned for me. Ready, guys, I called, pumping myself up. The previous pain caused by Greengrass fading in the sheer deluge of adrenaline that began to course through my body. Bulbasaur and Squirtle tensed, while Charmander's tail flame grew hotter. He growled in anticipation. Begin. Dobby squeaked excitedly, blasting his magic in all our directions, the same thing he used to bodily knock the elder Malfoy. So long ago. He's not messing around. I managed to dodge most of it. Thoughts of how truly powerful Dobby could be when motivated filling my head as I was sent tumbling a few feet. Growls and snarls filled the air as the Pokemon dodged the sudden strike with as much success as I did. We all got up at around the same time, staring at each other in wariness. Charmander, the obviously most hot-headed one of us, started by blasting a ball of flame at me. with a swift snap of my holly wand and a cry of, scutum. The shield appeared at the tip, and I swatted the flame away into the wall, where it exploded harmlessly. I made to go on the attack, only to immediately have to jump to the side to avoid a screaming Squirtle. The poor guy quickly entered his shell and crashed into the stone floor harshly. Quickly recovering, he popped his limbs out and leapt towards me, only for a vine to snatch him from midair and throw him in Charmander's direction. Is Bulby punting them around? A mad giggle escaped my throat even as I felt the normally gentle Bulbasaur's vine slowly wrap around my foot. I threw a stinging hex on it, forcing Bulby to yelp from some distance away. Flipendo. Red light flew out of my wand. But Bulby had already been pulling a few stray chunks of rock and using them as a makeshift barricade against the spell. The knockback jinx broke the hastily thrown together wall, rocks pelting against Bulby not truly hurting her. But more than irritating her, I made to follow up with another spell, only to be pelted with rocks from the side. I began to run, throwing a wild glance to my right. It was Dobby. This elf is sadistic. I continued to run, completely aware that Dobby was hurting me away from Bulby and towards the two furiously dueling Charmander and Squirtle. Neither were even attempting to use their type's moves, instead engaging in brutal physical fighting. I watched as Squirtle twisted himself, taking Charmander's claws on the top side of his shell instead of the more vulnerable underbelly. He whipped his blue tail, smacking Charmander in the nose and disorienting him for a few moments. Flipendo. I seized the chance to strike at Squirtle while he was committing to a full attack on Charmander. Watching the spell fly and impact both of the Pokémon, knocking the two back a few feet. Just as the two were recovering, they each took a harsh whip to the face, knocking them down once more. Bulby growled in victory, her fierce grin contrasting heavily against her usual sweet, laid-back nature. Her little victory ritual was cut off by the two other Pokémon getting up, albeit with some difficulty, sharing a quick glance before they both blasted water and flame at myself and Bulby respectively. A cry from Dobby, and the air filled with enough dust to obscure my view. Midway through my spell, I moved my wand to where I thought the water would hit. The modified shield charm banished away the dust-fueled darkness just long enough to realize that I'd positioned my shield at the wrong spot. And that I wouldn't be able to fix it. Damn. The water blasted into me, drenching me and sending me tumbling around on the floor once again, covering me in more of the chamber's grime. I spat at the ground and wiped the water off my face as I quickly got up, looking wildly in all directions. I'm an idiot. Ventus. I quickly blew the dust-filled air away from me, revealing us all. The basilisk had been completely unaffected. That thing can take an inordinate amount of damage. The thought absently made itself known to me, and I filed it away for the future, armor, and all that. For now, time to take the kid gloves off. Bombarda Maxima. The three made to dodge, but I wasn't aiming at any of them, the stone floor between them, on the other hand. The explosion sent rock shards flying in all directions. It was more than I was hoping for, but I was fairly sure that I was far enough that the debris wouldn't touch me. The dust settled, revealing my three temporary foes disoriented and covered in scratches. That'll teach them for underestimating me. I smiled in satisfaction. Wait, the three were glaring at me. As one, they moved, and I knew they were launching their strongest attacks. The attacks flew, and Dobby did his dust trick once again, obscuring my view so I couldn't predict the attack patterns. If I dodged in any wrong way, it was probably going to hurt. No choice. Protega. I cast instead and readied myself for impact. The shield rose, translucent and pearly white, but solid. The three attacks collided against the shield with a loud gong, sending me skidding back along with it, but I stayed upright. I would have put it down, had the three stopped their onslaught. They didn't stop. Impact after impact came, weathering my shield down. Fire. Water tore against my shield, while vines continued to slam into it, trying to wind their way past it only for me to extend its range to fully cover me. Thinner, it may have gotten, but it had averted my immediate defeat. Still, at this rate, they're going to tear through it in the next 10 seconds. What do? I had no answer, and I continued to take the beating, cringing as the magic powering spell continued to weaken. Then, just when I was on my last legs, and it seemed as if I was about to get a taste of my three temporary foes' strongest hits, Dobby blasted all three lightly back, taking their attention. Dobby thinks the match is over, Dobby declared, giving the three a stern look. The three looked like they were about to engage Dobby himself, and for the barest of moments. I thought their blood must have been singing at the opportunity to fight a new creature aside from themselves. But they relented. Well, Squirtle and Bulby did. Charmander, on the other hand, well, It was a foregone conclusion he would do something like this. I thought as I watched the fiery lizard blast a large ball of fire towards Dobby. Dobby, in response, merely teleported in front of Charmander, avoiding the flame entirely, and blasted him straight in the chest, sending him flying into the basilisk. It fell into the stone floor with a hard smack, a scene reminding me of an earlier time where he'd been hurt bad. Shit, not again. Charmander didn't move. Dobby didn't mean to. Dobby said in shock, immediately beginning to beat himself up. Dobby, stop, I said as I rushed towards Charmander, only to stop as he slowly stirred and got back to his feet, fixing Dobby with a look of pure, unadulterated rage. Then, he began to glow. Just like last time. As the light intensified, Charmander let out a roar that sounded deeper and more powerful than anything he had let out before. This time, however, the light didn't fade. It only kept getting stronger as Charmander's hidden form began to morph and swell in size. None of us made a single sound, looks of awe, shock and respect on each of our faces. I held my breath as I shut my eyes, the light now too intense to look at. With a last roar, the light began to die down. I opened my eyes again, shielding my face from the slowly fading light. Through the slowly fading spots in my eyes, I saw Charmano. Charmeleon stood before me, twice as tall as before, his skin a darker red. His claws looked vicious and wicked, his muscles looked much more well-defined than they did when he was a Charmander. He was still trembling, bringing the protrusion behind his head to my attention. I'd seen images of Charmeleon on the Pokédex before, and yet I still couldn't help but marvel at it. It almost looked like a budding crown, I realized. Charmeleon roared, sending up a gout of flame more powerful than anything he had been capable of as a Charmander. He can give the Horntail a run for its money, I thought, impressed. But just as I opened my mouth to speak, Charmeleon turned his gaze towards me. I almost took a step back. There was nothing of Charmander in it. His eyes were full of nothing but anger and rage. Die to be unleashed at all who dared to defy him. Shit. Red had explained something like this could happen in the Charmander line as well as many others. Being a very volatile breed of Pokemon, their evolutions could sometimes spur them into a rampage. And it looked like the same was happening to Charmeleon. Harry. Red only said my name, but I understood the meaning behind it. Guys, we have to stop Charmeleon's rampage, I said loudly and sternly, holding my wand at the ready. Dobby will help, Dobby squeaked, and, almost immediately, Charmeleon turned his attention to the excitable house elf. Eyes lighting up with deadly promise. Shit, he recognizes Dobby as the one who just hurt him. Harry Potter's Charmy will stop. Dobby sent another blast of magic towards the enraged Pokemon. With a contemptuous snarl, Charmeleon wreathed his claws in flame and slashed the blast to ribbons. Incredible, I breathed, the shock breaking through my determination for a moment before I shook it off. Let's go, Bulby, use your vines to throw rocks at him. Squirtle, you'll be blasting as much water as you're able. My two unevolved companions nodded and went into action, while I snapped my wand towards him. Aguamenti, the water-making spell flew towards the enraged Pokemon, but he simply drew his breath in and roared, the blast of flame tearing through my water like it was nothing, and rushing straight for me. I didn't have time to ponder just how he was even able to do that, as I had to leap for dear life, avoiding death by the smallest of margins. I cringed and let out a cry as the excess heat from the stream of fire burned my skin. On hands and knees, I crawled away from the fire, too in pain to even consider getting back to my feet and running. With a few rocky impacts, the stream of fire stopped, replaced by loud cries of pain and anger. In my desperate crawl, I turned my head to see Bulby chucking rock after rock towards the quickly angering Charmeleon. Leech Seed, Red suggested, and I latched onto the words like nothing else. Leech Seed, I shouted towards Bulby. Squirtle, Dobby, keep him in place while Bulby launches the skill. I heard cries of agement and exertion as the two undoubtedly began to unload their barrage of moves onto the sheer juggernaut of a Charmeleon. I watched as Charmeleon nimbly dodged the hastily shot water guns and tore apart the blasts of magic sent by Dobby. Just in time for him to receive a handful of seeds to the face, chest and legs. The sharp seeds burrowed into his body, slowly devouring his own aura and flesh and sending the vitality back to Bulby. She perked up at the fresh supply of energy and immediately put it to use, grabbing the largest rock she could find and chucking it towards the now furious Charmeleon. This would end the fight for sure. Even in his now weakened state, he still prepared to let loose with his fire to destroy the projectile being thrown at him. Impedimenta. I snapped my wand horizontally and watched the turquoise spell impact with the dark red Pokemon, stopping him in his tracks just long enough for the large rock to slam against him, knocking him to the ground, hard. And, this time, he didn't get back up. I stared tensely at the unmoving Pokémon, noting the rise and fall of his chest, as well as the big bruise forming on his head. Unconscious. We managed to stop him. Good timing. Red praised me, but I gave it little heed as I approached the unconscious Charmeleon. Silently, I knelt by his form, pulled his Pokeball out and pressed it against him, watching as he was converted to energy and sucked back in with no resistance. He seemed much more powerful than he had any right to be. I said, letting out a deep breath. He is the spawn of my old Charizard. Red revealed to me, pride in his voice. My partner would have been happy that her son was flourishing. Flourishing isn't exactly the word to use here, I thought, but said nothing. He should be back to normal the next time you pull him out. Red said, his injuries weren't severe, and it's more important that you let him heal on his own, to remind him not to challenge you. I frowned, staring at the Pokeball for a few seconds before putting it in my pocket and beckoning my two companions over, as well as Dobby. Dobby is sorry about hurting Harry Potter's Charmy. Dobby's ears were down. It's all right, Dobby. I smiled, despite the pain I felt. Could you get me something to heal myself with? I'd rather not have to explain this to Madame Pomfrey. Of course. Dobby nodded excitedly. Quote, Dobby is honored to serve the great Harry Potter. With that, he popped away. I let myself sink to the ground, my two companions joining me, providing me with comfort. That was crazy, wasn't it? I said out loud. Bulby and Squirtle nodded. You two aren't allowed to go crazy when you evolve. I decided. Squirtle snorted. Bulby looked at me as if I was stupid for even suggesting that. I laughed for a few moments, before frowning. If Charmeleon was this powerful now, just how intense would he become when he reached his final evolved state? I was going to have to step up Squirtle and Bulby's training. Still, I smiled as Dobby reappeared. With food, water, and burn salves, we made some astounding progress here. Whoever was pulling the strings in the background was going to be in for a very rude awakening. Do you think he'll still be angry? I rolled my neck to get the kink out, to no avail. I'd slept on it wrong. The night before this was on top of the fact that I had already overworked myself that day to begin with. Between the dueling practice session with Greengrass, and the four-way battle I had with my Pokemon Charmeleon's evolution and subsequent rampage included, I had to say I felt very tired. I should have slept in a little longer. Part of me protested. Maybe I should take a nap in Hagrid's place. I'm sure he won't mind. Hard to say, Red replied, cutting the annoying voice off. It's likely that most of his aggression has already been worked off, but it's possible that he hasn't come back to his senses just yet. Ye'll have to be firm and stern, Ari. Hagrid agreed with Red. Don't show her fear. Animals can smell doubly so with Pokemon, considering their enhanced intelligence and instincts. Red added, which made me frown. Why? I said in confusion. My brow furrowed further. I don't understand. Hagrid also seemed at a loss. I know that look, Red said, nodding in the Pokédex display. The study of Pokemon behavior has been an interest of mine for years. When they fully understand humans and, at points, even have higher intelligence, why are they still beholden to their own instincts? An entire field of study based on this one concept. The answer is that it's still a mystery, but that there is something which dictates how they behave. Part of it is an ingrained, powerful instinct, the predator-prey instinct, for example. Red paused for a moment. But we couldn't explain certain things, like how the psychics just knew things they shouldn't have. I'm not talking about personal information or anything like that. Things like the world of distortion. World of distortion. Here, Red shook his head and sighed, looking rueful. But enough of that. You've come to see if we could successfully rein Charmeleon's newfound violent impulses in. Not get an impromptu lesson in Pokemon instincts and the legends. It's certainly a more interesting thing to learn about than doing this. I thought with a wince, but made no further comment. I released Bulbasaur and Squirtle. They took one look at me, then at Hagrid and immediately understood, nodding in determination. Frightfully intelligent, I thought with a rush of pride. Ready? Hagrid asked, pulling me out of my reverie. I nodded and grabbed Charmeleon's Pokeball, banishing thoughts of the world of distortion, Pokemon behavior and their intelligence out of my mind. Wish me luck. There was no flourish, no fanfare. I pressed the button, and Charmeleon was out in a flash of light. And he still looked pissed. Almost immediately, he snarled and growled at his two friends, who readied themselves for another brutal fight. He lunged at Bulby, hoping to inflict enough damage on the Pokemon he had an advantage over before the fight could start properly. This time, however, I was ready. Petrificus Totalis. The white light enveloped the evolved Pokemon and, amazingly enough, it only slowed it down, rather than completely immobilize it. Higher magical resistance in the evolved state. My mind quickly deduced as I watched Charmeleon slowly regain his faculties. My anger surged at the foolish struggle. If he kept this going, he would not only hurt Bulby, but also himself. Enough, I roared, my high voice shocking the Pokemon out of his enraged state. He'd never heard me raise my voice like this. He froze, staring at me in incomprehension. Did he not recognize me? Charmeleon, I quickly corrected myself, gesturing at the angry Pokemon's surroundings. Don't you recognize us? Charmeleon's eyes swiveled wildly from me, to Hagrid, to Squirtle and Bulby. Slowing down as a glimmer of intelligence and recognition returned into his eyes. That's it, I nodded, my previous harsh tone softening. Come back to us, buddy. His breathing leveled off his body no longer looked as tense as it had just a second ago, a good sign of him calming down. But, just in case, I kept the spell up longer, continuing to talk to the Pokemon while gently reaching out towards him. It's us, Bulby, Squirtle, me and even Hagrid. You love Hagrid. He turned his gaze to the giant again, who looked a mix of cautious and happy. It was interesting to see the second airy bond shared between Hagrid and Charmeleon. I got your favorite. Hagrid reached into one of his many pockets, pulling out a bag of berries. Eyes widening in recognition at the gesture, the sound of Hagrid's voice. As well as his favorite meal, Charmeleon turned his gaze back to me, his expression much softer than it used to be. He stopped struggling. Are you serious? On the inside I was relieved and annoyed. All that effort and talking and trying to get him to recognize me, Squirtle and Bulby, he just switches moods when Hagrid brings him food. Unbelievable. I heard Red's faint snicker from my pants pocket. Don't, I warned, suppressing the flash of annoyance. Fortunately, Red did not rise to the occasion. With a sigh, I let the spell go. Charmeleon, now able to move again, flexed his arms and legs and turned to Hagrid. Before freezing and staring at his arms once again, as if seeing them for the first time. Afterward, his gaze turned to the ground, giving out a confused cry. Immediately, I understood. You evolved, I explained, watching as the Pokemon's head snapped to me in surprise. Another questioning, but now excited cry came out of the creature. In response, Hagrid rushed into the hut. I'll bring a mirror. Barely 10 seconds passed when Hagrid came back out, holding a mirror that I would have had trouble carrying even with another person's help. He placed it on the ground in front of Charmeleon. Bulby and Squirtle made to approach their brother, but I held my hand up, forestalling whatever interaction they could have started. While Charmeleon was no longer displaying any aggressive tendencies, it was still best to wait to see how this particular event played out. His reaction to his own evolution could signify a shift in our dynamics. If he suddenly began to bully the other two, then it would turn ugly. Charmeleon stared at his own reflection for the longest moment, eyes taking his new height, bulk, coloration and tail flame in. How are you feeling? I hedged, approaching the bipedal lizard cautiously. Charmeleon stared at me out of the corner of his eye, before shooting himself one final look, rearing his head back and blasting a pillar of flame up in the air. The fire easily cleared the forest's treeline. It was even stronger than what he'd produced in the Chamber of Secrets. Had the short time of rest really helped him that much? Blimey, Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement incalculable. Would look at the size of duh. I nodded in agreement, impressed despite myself. If he'd evolved before the first task, he could have probably set a challenge to the Horntail all on his own. Charmeleon's mouth snapped shut, killing his fire and turning to stare appreciatively back at his reflection. Oh, dear, Red said, watching as Charmeleon, to my amusement, began to pose in front of the mirror. I facepalmed. Of course. So, Charmeleon hadn't only grown more aggressive, but he was also vain, huh? I had my work cut out for me. December 25, 1994, 1 p.m., Hogwarts greenhouses. I stared at the strange plant in my hand and sighed. This looks nothing like what I was hoping for. This just isn't your week, Potter. My mind slyly said. I wanted to sigh again, but successfully resisted the impulse. Charmeleon, I reminded myself, was starting to get on my nerves. Red, for once, was not giving me any helpful advice other than suggesting a wait-and-see approach. When asked why, he'd simply said that I needed to solve issues on my own, and that he was busy researching my other problem. Apparently, my offhand suggestion of rapport, posing the process used to create a portrait bore fruit in Red's research. Both he and Dumbledore were hard at work on that front, which lifted my spirits slightly, at least until I looked at the piece of fruit in my hand. You're right, Neville replied, pushing my hand and readjusting the fruit stalk. He turned to me, looking a little miffed. If you'd let me explain before dropping by unannounced and making assumptions. That would be very much appreciated. I winced, realizing I probably deserved that one. I'd essentially barged in here not a minute ago demanding progress. It had been a really stressful day. I'm sorry. I rubbed my forehead, trying to keep the headache at bay and failing miserably. It's been a long few days. Issues with your Charmeleon, you called it? Neville inquired, putting the last few touches on the plant and letting it rest. Charmeleon, like a chameleon. I corrected and took a deep breath. Yes, dealing with him is getting pretty tiresome. Yeah. Neville trailed off with a wince. Rubbing at his slightly burned forearm, Charmeleon had decided to spit fire at him a day ago and Neville had bolted immediately. Bit of a handful, he is. You don't know the half of it. I blurted out, pacing in the greenhouse. Careful, you'll bother the plants. Professor Sprout is growing most of these herself, from her own pocket. Neville scolded in slight panic and I winced. Stopping my pacing immediately, I fiddled with my winter wear, the heat of the greenhouse starting to get to me. Neville's look softened. I was going to close up here, anyway. I'll meet you outside in 5. I nodded, the heat of embarrassment rushing to my cheeks making me feel that much more uncomfortable. All right, I'll wait. I felt the crisp December air brush again. Stained my face and sighed in contentment for the first time that day. If anything, at least the weather's beautiful. The night will be even better. Not a cloud in sight, I noted as I relaxed against the greenhouse wall. Letting everything go for a while. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I stayed like that, luxuriating in the breeze's cold, but ever so sweet caress. All of my worries just leached away into the void. My aggravation over Charmeleon, my trepidation over the Horcrux in my scar, my nervousness over the Yule Ball that was supposed to take place in a few hours. I let it all go and just breathed, if only for a little while. Eventually, even this blissful little break had to come to an end. I heard the greenhouse door open with a loud creak and turned my head to the right, witnessing Neville come out of the greenhouse. I still marveled at the boy, from time to time. Ever since he'd confronted his grandmother and gotten himself a new wand, he'd changed. He didn't transform into a new person, per se. He was obviously still the humble boy I'd always known, but there was certainly something else there. It was a confidence he'd never dared to show before. Had he been that beaten down by everyone around him that I never noticed the hidden potential he carried? Had I been letting Neville down these past 3 years? You could have helped him. I hadn't known he was suffering that badly. The signs were there. The sly part of me pointed out. You saw them, but like everyone else, you ignored him because you felt he truly was beyond notice. The sad part is, I had no way to even argue that. It was all true. I had been so caught up in being in a world of magic, so pleased to have an outgoing friend like Ron as well as a smart friend like Hermione that I hadn't even bothered talking all that much to even Dean and Seamus. Let alone poor Neville. I felt the swell of guilt as I sidled up to my friend, beginning the trek back to the castle proper. You've had a moment to calm down, I see. Neville pointed out yet another thing he would never have done before, had he not had his talk with his grandmother. Yes, I nodded in agreement. The air out here is perfect. At least one of us thinks so. Neville chuckled as he wrapped his cloak around him tightly. I'm not much of a fan of the cold. I prefer the greenhouse temperatures. Trust Neville to be like his plants in more ways than one. I smiled in amusement, but nodded politely nonetheless. So, your trouble with Charmeleon? Neville said as we entered Hogwarts Castle proper, aimlessly walking through the hallways. We had nothing but free time until the Yule Ball was set to start. It would be perfect to just chat and relax. Perhaps even procrastinate. One could only hope. Yeah, I frowned, thinking of the handful that Charmeleon was being right now. Ever since his evolution, he's been very difficult to get along with. From what I've seen, yes. Neville agreed, rubbing at his still sore spot. Even with salves, it would still take some time to fully heal the burn he'd received. Any ideas on how to deal with this? That's the thing. I took a calming breath as we leaned against a wall in one of the many hallways. Students throwing the both of us curious stares as they passed us by. I don't know. I've had a few ideas that I've rejected. What are they? Neville cut me off. I frowned and recalled one of them. Well, one idea was to just beat him down successively until he acknowledged me once again. In the corner of my eye, Neville winced. That was my reaction, too. I snorted, amused. For one, he's too strong to keep beating down like that. 2. I don't actually want to do that. True. Neville allowed. What else, then? Wait it out. I repeated Red's words to me before scoffing. I don't think that'd work. It seems as if this behavior is going to get worse with every win I give him. I don't think I should let him win. The both of us went quiet for a while, as Neville absorbed the comment. I could tell that the cogs in his brain were working overtime in an attempt to help me. I smiled and made to tell him that it was all right, that I'd figure it out myself when he fixed his gaze to me and spoke. Why not have him fight to his heart's content in the forest? Was the boy's suggestion. I was going to reply before frowning. I'm not sure. Think about it, Neville continued, moving a step forward to me, with a bit of an excited look. You said he's got plenty of pent-up aggression, right? I processed the information and nodded in agreement, the idea quickly growing on me. And he can work it off in the forest. And he may eventually fight something he can't beat. Even now, Charmeleon could still not truly damage the dead basilisk's hide, so there was bound to be something in the forest that would at least give him a hard time. Precisely, Neville smiled. This could be your solution. I smiled back, feeling grateful for the boy's help. He really liked to put others' needs first, didn't he? I'm really sorry about barging into the greenhouse like that, Neville. I said suddenly, catching him by surprise. He stuttered, looking away. It's all right. No. I shook my head. I could have gotten you into serious trouble with Professor Sprout. For that, I truly am sorry. I said it's all right. Now he seemed a little more annoyed than flustered. It's been a bad few days. Like you said. Plus, you didn't really do any damage. Just moved a plant. I nodded, remembering the failed attempt at making a hybrid of an acorn and an apricot. About that, rediscovering an old hybrid is a process which takes time. Neville answered as if he knew exactly what I was about to ask. What you saw was the cross between today's apricots and acorns. I've researched the individual plants, of course, in all of their variations. I nodded, soundlessly urging the boy to continue with his explanation. The thing about growing specific strains of plants is that each generation is different from the one which came before it. Neville obliged. Modern tomatoes, for example, look nothing like the first wild tomatoes discovered hundreds of years ago. Through selective breeding, we were able to increase their size many times over, from the size of a berry to the size of an apple, in fact. I absorbed the words, before replying. So, what you're saying is that the apricorn from thousands of years ago will have to be rediscovered through this selective breeding. You've got it, Neville confirmed, looking a little excited. I'm not sure how you'll be able to make that plant do what you described, but it's only a matter of time until I find the perfect strain for you. I nodded. How much time? Here, Neville shrugged. Could be weeks, could be months, even could be years. A long-term project, then. I thought. It seems fair. I replied before another, more worrying thought came to me. Do you think Professor Sprout will let you keep that spot for yourself? Harry, Neville snorted. I've owned this spot since my first year of Hogwarts. Oh, I scratched the back of my head, feeling a little sheepish. I know it's not as brilliant as the Nimbus 2000 you received back then, but I guess I impressed Professor Sprout enough that she let me have this space. Neville mused. The spot actually belongs to her. She just lets me use it and, in exchange, I simply maintain the health of the plants of the greenhouse. Good deal, that. I nodded. That way, he could pursue his own goals while still making Sprout's workload easier. A stray thought made me frown. You've helped with the mandrakes 2 years ago, as well. A moment of silence passed. Yes, Neville said. Hermione's my friend, too, you know. You and Ron were, the only ones feeling lost without her. Lost without her, an odd choice of words for someone who was just an acquaintance, back then. I thought, could it be an even longer, more awkward moment asked as the subtle implications of what the boy said came to me. Neville, I said slowly. Do you, you and Hermione. What do you? Neville mouthed an O of realization, blushing slightly. I used to feel that way. It's hard to explain. I shook my head. I'm sorry, mate. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Neville looked away. I should go get ready for the ball. All right. I seized the chance. Take care. I watched him go, feeling immensely relieved at having dodged that particular conversation. Best to let that situation play out on its own and far, far away from me. I muttered as he turned a corner and disappeared from view. Close. You're telling me, Red's synthesized voice finally replied. I perked up, pulling the sleek, red device from my pocket and opening it, revealing a tired-looking Red. You all right? I frowned at the man's haggard sight. I hadn't known that an artificial intelligence could even look tired. Come to think of it, I pulled off one of my gloves and pressed my fingers against the back of the Pokédex. This was a little trick I'd seen Dudley do with one of his many machines last summer. The back of the Pokédex was towing E-line between being uncomfortably warm and hot, a sign that the machine in question had been pushed close to its very limits. Still, how would that translate in terms of Red's appearance changing like it did? Was artificial intelligence sentient enough to unconsciously change its displayed appearance depending on how taxed the machine was? In the end, I shrugged. This was yet another mystery that likely wouldn't be solved in the immediate future. Plus, if people in portraits could change their clothes and appearance, then there was no reason that Red couldn't do the same. His existence was something akin to a portrait, after all. Honestly, I'm probably not, Red admitted. I got a little carried away with the simulations. Immediately, my expression turned serious. Anything good? Actually, yes, was Red's answer. You'll be pleased to know that using this method of transference could increase your chances by up to 25%. 20% if I'm to be realistic. I had no words. That's great. We were already up to 55% chance of survival. Not even a month ago. Granted, these are simulations. There's a chance the real thing would be different when Albus gets around to Mackin. These simulations happen in a controlled environment. Red quickly made sure to point out. But I've been running the processors on overdrive in order to simulate scenarios as close to real life as I can. I'm sure you can tell by how warm the Pokédex is right now. I nodded, feeling better about the situation already, despite Red's warnings. 55% was a step beyond 54%, after all. I remembered, a bit less than a month ago, when Professor Dumbledore had dropped the news onto me. He'd more or less said that I would need to die in order to defeat Voldemort. I hadn't taken it well, at all. It was pretty warm, I confirmed, and I know what you're trying to tell me. You don't want to get my hopes up for nothing. I get that. Still, I can't shake this feeling, you know. Red didn't answer, his expression instead turning contemplative. The feeling that, maybe, just maybe, everything's going to turn out all right in the end. I smiled ruefully. I know, it's strange for me to even say this. No, you're right, Red agreed. Today is one of your people's happiest days, after all. Christmas Day. I reckon this all might be a little strange to you. I said, I'm sure your people would have had different days to celebrate. Mostly the same, to be honest. Red shrugged, his appearance slowly improving as we continued to talk alone in the hallway. Much like your people, we had our harvest festivals, our holy days, and so on. Sometime around now, actually, we would be celebrating the Day of Frost. Here, Red's image was replaced with a Pokemon's, or, at least, I thought it was a Pokemon. It wasn't like any Pokemon I'd ever seen before. The image began to move, a recording, I realized. Surrounded in gentle mist, the creature unfurled its massive, blue wings and let out a haunting cry. The mist swirled powerfully, concentrating itself into chunks of ice before shooting out every which way. The camera moved away from the blast for a few moments before focusing back on the Pokemon in question. A gigantic, blue bird with ice-like feathers and snow-like belly. It fixed its red eyes on the camera, before letting out its aurora-like cry once more. Just as the majestic bird made to attack, the display abruptly shifted back to Red's visage. What was that? I asked, feeling shock reverberate through me at the sight. I hadn't even taken the recording and I was awed by the creature's power. Charmeleon couldn't even hope to compete with something like that. That, Harry, Red said, his face deadly serious, was the legendary bird of ice, Articuno. Articuno, I repeated, frowning. Wait, no, it looks nothing like the one in the files. It doesn't, Red repeated. That was intentional. What do you? I felt nothing but confusion. Why would Red have bothered hiding the facts? Articuno is or was, I suppose, important to us. All of the legendary three were. Red explained. It's an old practice we'd kept in place even with the emergence of the Pokédex. It's been so ingrained in me that I hadn't even considered showing it to you, despite my people being long gone. Did they do it to protect a rare, cherished species? It made sense, in a roundabout way. How does changing its appearance protect it? Quote, well, for one, if one doesn't know what Articuno's true form looked like, they would have that much more trouble finding it, wouldn't you agree? Red noted, his serious expression softening slightly. However, the protection isn't for Articuno, no. It's for cocky trainers who dare to treat the legends as your run-of-the-mill Pokemon. I frowned. But, aren't they? I thought they were just Pokemon which were simply stronger than the, for lack of better term, normal ones. Oh, no. Red smiled again, though there was no mirth this time. Legends are forces of nature. Natural disasters given form and sapience. They'd shaped the planet in accordance to their whims. Articuno's power lay in the cold, and it's able to transform a desert into an icy wasteland in midsummer. Mind you, when it exerted its full power. I've seen it happen firsthand. For a moment, I remembered one of Red's titles. Defeater of Legendaries. Red winced. You of all people know how overblown titles are. I didn't defeat a legendary. I merely held it at bay, long enough for the cavalry to arrive. I frowned, struggling to come to terms with this new information. If the legends are as powerful as you say, what happened to them? There was silence. I wish I knew. Red finally replied, eyes slightly glassy, as if he were lost in his own world. Another second passed before Red shook his own thoughts away. But, enough of that. You should go, and get ready for the ball. Just like that, the seriousness of the moment faded away into nothing. I groaned, the nervousness surrounding the fast approaching event coming back with full force. Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten all about it. You've not. Red smiled. Is it too late to skip out? I asked, beginning to resign myself to the tedious proceedings. You wouldn't disappoint poor, sweet Luna, would you? Red put his hand over his heart. Such cruelty. I taught you better than this, Harry. I sighed. Tonight would be a long night. Wait, do I put this on first, or what? I stared at myself in the mirror feeling utterly confused. I assume you put the tie on before the dress robe, Harry. Red commented, sounding beyond amused. You could have said so before I wasted 5 minutes trying to figure it out. My words came out harsh and uncontrolled. It was then that Red uttered the two words I most certainly didn't want to hear at that moment. Calm down. He's just trying to help. Don't break the Pokédex, Potter. Don't throw the Pokédex into a pit of lava. It's not worth it. I let out an explosive breath, and unbuttoned my overcoat. Over-robe, dress robe. Why does this have to be so complicated? It's just a ball, I muttered, a flash of annoyance coloring my words. Go in, dance for a bit, get out. A truly timeless grievance, that. Red replied. I remember dealing with the same issues. Still, it's Luna. You don't have to be so nervous, trust me. But, what if I screw this up? I asked, the anxiety building within me. So much could go wrong, here. I never should have asked her to the ball. I thought in a mix of trepidation and resignation. Then you screw this up. Red cut through my thoughts with the finality of his statement. You faced down that dragon type. Battled for countless hours in the forest, and faced odds most people would have had trouble with, and you're worried about a date. It's just important to me. All right, I felt the heat creep up my cheeks. I've never been on a date, was what I wanted to say. Trust me, it'll go well. Red insisted, and continued before I could inject my skepticism. And, even if it doesn't, so what? Do the past few months suddenly become irrelevant to either you or her? I opened my mouth to answer, before closing it again. Besides, you two have already been going out together for a while, now. Red pointed out. That's different. I shook my head in disagreement. We just look for magical creatures. It's nothing like this, and you know it. True, this Yule ball of yours is different. Red aloud, frowning in the display. But the point I was trying to make is that you shouldn't treat it any differently than you would when you're alone with Luna. Updating the post-apocalyptic index. I swallowed and began to fiddle with the tie. I guess you're right. I stared at myself in the mirror as I looped red tie around my white dress shirt's neck. Say what you will about Neville's grandmother. I thought as I fastened the tie around my neck. But she certainly has good taste in clothes. A white, formal shirt, a red tie, a pair of black pants and a black dress robe with red trimmings. That was the outfit she'd had me fitted for when I'd been in Diagon Alley recently. I put the robe on and buttoned it in again. It doesn't look half bad. Not at all, came a familiar voice, making me tense. I turned to see Ron, standing in the doorway and looking extremely hesitant. Ron, I kept my voice level, as I addressed my once-upon-a-time friend. How long were you standing there? Long enough, Harry. He replied, giving an uncomfortable wince as he corrected himself. I wanted to speak to you, away from anyone else for once. Quote, I shouldn't have been talking to Red. Now he knows. I stifled the sigh. I had been so careful to hide it, too. I won't ask about the voice around you. He said. Even now. His ability to predict my thoughts and behavior was borderline ridiculous. Merlin knows I've lost that right. Ron, just let me say my piece, otherwise I'll never work up the nerve to say it again. Ron cut me off. I opened my mouth to reply, before closing it and nodding for him to go ahead. All my life, I've been unnoticed. Ron began, fiddling with his red hair. Sure, Mum fed and clothed me, and made sure I didn't get hurt. But as far as I can remember, She's never paid any real attention to me other than scoldings or to compare me to my brothers. She's certainly good at sending howlers, all right. I mused in agreement. Everyone had something. Ron continued after a moment's hesitation. Bill was a talented curse breaker. Charlie was ace at Quidditch and an even better dragon handler. Percy's quickly moving up in the ministry. Fred and George, they don't care much about school, but they're brilliant at magic. I'm just Ron. He paused to take a breath, his expression hardening in resolve. Just Ron. Nothing remarkable. Then Ginny came along and it was like I didn't even exist, sometimes. I frowned, remembering all sorts of little instances over the times I've spent with the Weasleys. Having you as my friend changed that for me, Ron said, but cut me off before I could reply. Let me finish. You were a legend, Harry. Kids all over the world know your story. I'd become friends with a legend. It made me feel like I was special. I sat down on my bed and gestured for him to sit across me, on his. With a grateful nod, he sat in front of me. And I had my chances to shine. I thought I did well, the few times I helped. He said, looking down at his leg, where Sirius had bitten him the year before. We all did what we could. I replied, still not sure where he was going with this. Yeah. Ron kept looking down. But this year, I wanted to show everyone that I wasn't your friend because you were famous, that I could stand on my own, outside of anyone's shadow. And that wasn't exactly a bad thing, I decided. It wasn't like I wanted him to be in my shadow, either. I really made a mess of things, this time. Ron raised his head and met my eyes with his own. I'm truly sorry, Harry. I swallowed the sudden lump down my throat. What brought this on? Why now? Ron didn't answer immediately. I remembered our Christmas in first year. I remembered how much you loved the sweater Mum made for you. He paused, again. I remembered the time in front of the mirror. I looked away, the memory of it still raw, no matter how many times I tried to ignore it. My parents. You saw your parents, Ron repeated. And what did I see? Myself when I was older, as head boy and Quidditch captain, utter tripe. A silence spread around the room, and neither of us attempted to break it. Finally, when I thought the tension couldn't rise any further, Ron finally continued, reaching under his bed and taking a wrapped package. He held it in front of me. I asked Mum to send it to me, so I could hand it to you personally. I had a feeling I knew what was in it. A Weasley sweater. Ron nodded in response, still holding it up for me. What brought this on? I asked again, feeling out of my depth. I've had time to really think, to look at myself in the mirror. If you can't find it in yourself to forgive me, then I understand. I just want you to know that, here. Ron's voice broke. That I'm grateful for everything you've done for me and my family, Harry. The silence came back, now an expectant one. Should I forgive him? That was the question, wasn't it? Could I still find it in my heart to trust him again? He never spoke about Sirius. He never sold him out. I thought. He also tried, in his stubborn and roundabout way, to warn me about the dragons. Still, I hesitated. Could he betray me in the future, again? It was hard to tell. His confession, just now, was genuine. I was sure of it. However, how long would it last until he reverted back to his old ways? Maybe you're the one being stubborn right now. Another part of me interjected. It was right. I was being stubborn, too. I forgive you. I decided. You do. Yes. I nodded and took the sweater from him, unwrapping the packaging and admiring the present. I smiled. Just like that, the enormous weight that had been there for months began to lighten and slip away into the void. Thank you. I set the present aside and leaned forward to him. We clasped our hands together in the universal show of masculine friendship. I missed you, mate. Ron admitted. I did too. I agreed. Don't get any ideas, though. I already have a date to the ball. Ron snorted, breaking the clasp and moving towards his trunk. I do, too. I'd have thought you were going stag at least. What with Hermione? Don't remind me, Harry. Ron almost wailed. That was awful. So, who then? I asked, genuinely curious. Lavender, maybe. Ron shook his head. You wouldn't believe me, even if I told you. Try me, I challenged. He looked at me for a moment before shrugging. Tracy Davis. I stopped whatever reply I had and stared at him, instead. What? Ron shifted, an uncomfortable look spreading over his face. She's a Slytherin, I pointed out, incredulous. That doesn't mean anything, Ron quickly replied, a little heat entering his tone. I opened my mouth to reply, and closed it again, raising my hands in a placating manner. You've changed, I decided on saying. I suppose I did, came the simple reply as he pulled the ugliest-looking dress robe I'd ever seen. What is that? I looked aghast as I slowly realized what I was looking at. These are your dress robes. Yes. Ron sent a miserable look my way. Tracy's going to be miserable. Quote. I took a breath and pulled my wand out. Not if we fashion you something better. Shall we? Thanks, mate. Everything was all right, again. It took a lot of wand waving, cursing and general wailing, but we managed to turn Ron's horrifying dress robes into something that would pass muster. Transfiguration, color change and liberal applications of the cutting charm to get rid of the frills, and we were good to go. I can't thank you again, mate. Ron smiled as we moved through the halls of Hogwarts. For everything. Don't worry about it. I nodded. Water under the bridge, right. Right. He hesitated a bit when he said that. But it was just as I expected, really. After months of ignoring each other, starting over from scratch was bound to be rocky ground. I should go and meet up with Tracy. Yeah, I said. I should find Luna, myself. See you at the ball, Ron. Right. Bye. Ron gave an awkward wave, turned and left. I watched him go. I didn't expect that. Red piped up from my pants pocket. You're telling me. I sighed as Ron disappeared from view. I never thought he'd work up the nerve. Better late than never, right? Red commented. I've had my fair share of fights with Green in the past, myself. But when push came to shove, we always had each other's back. That's what friends do. We fell into a contemplative silence as I continued to process today's events. It had been a long day, for sure. Come on, Potter. You've faced down dragons. Surely an evening of dancing is easier. It didn't matter however I tried to spin the situation. I couldn't help but feel the sheer nervousness creep up on me. It was my very first date, and it was going to be in sight of everyone. I had to lead the dance, myself. Did they expect me to be good at it? Part of me raged at the ridiculousness of it all. What does any of this have to do with the tournament? Cooperation between the nations was the ministry's thing. I had a feeling that the ball was just for the minister to curry favor with the other ministries of Europe, as well as the wizards of Britain. It's all political, but I can't discount the possibility that I'm contractually obligated by the Goblet of Fire to attend this event. For all I know, I could skip it and find myself unable to cast the simplest of spells the next day. I'm glad the two of you have made up. I jumped at the familiar voice, swiveling to see Luna. Harry, she greeted me with a smile. Luna, I said with wide eyes. You look. Luna shifted in place, looking a little nervous as she tugged at a light, yellow gown made of soft, satiny fabric, long and loose. She's gorgeous. How have I never seen it before? It was to be expected, if I really thought about it. Luna always had this distinct gaudy air around her that she maintained almost at all times. Of course, I knew some of it was an act, a mask to keep away the negative feelings brought about by her own experiences, as well as the unkind words her house had to offer on the regular. So, I'd never looked at her as anything more than a little sister. But, now, I swallowed, my nervousness growing to match hers. Wow, I finished lamely, scratching at the back of my head. I feel like I'm underdressed. You're beautiful. Quote. Luna looked away, a red tinge making itself known on her cheeks. Thank you, Harry, Luna struggled to say, and it was all I could do to stop myself from hugging her. You look really good, too. She's so nervous, I realized, feeling myself relax in minute ways. Simply knowing that she was likely as nervous as I was helped me get my thoughts in order. I smiled at her and held an arm out awkwardly, like I'd seen people do on those television shows Aunt Petunia loved to watch. Ah, shall we? In response, she looped her arm into mine, lightly pressing herself against me as she held onto my bicep. It was a pleasant sensation, I decided, feeling the heat creep up my neck. I began to lead the way to the Great Hall, only to slow down once I realized that Luna wasn't able to keep up. Sorry, quote, I was so totally out of sorts, wasn't I? It's all right, Harry. Luna tightened her grip and adjusted her pace as well. The Raxperts aren't making it easy. They certainly are not. I smiled, feeling like a weight was lifted off of my chest. Thanks, Luna, whatever for, she asked as we finally came close to the entrance to the Great Hall. The sheer hustle and bustle of the crowd cutting off whatever reply I was about to utter. This place is packed, I commented as we reached the large group proper. Harry, a voice called from our left. It was Neville. All right, Neville, I greeted the fellow teen, looking around. Ginny's not here yet. No, he mirrored my movement, looking unsure. Maybe she's not coming. I winced and shook my head. Don't say that, mate. I'm sure she's still preparing. Yes, Luna agreed. Hello, Neville Longbottom. You're looking sharp. Thank you. Ah, Luna, right. Neville tried and sighed in relief when she nodded in confirmation. She always liked to take things slow. Ginny, I mean, Luna offered up with a waving gesture. I'm sure she'll be here, soon. Soon enough to save me from the Weasley twins. Neville gave a nervous laugh, jerking his head to the left. I turned my head to see one of them staring right at us. He locked gazes with me, nodded towards Neville and winked. I laughed, the sheer ridiculousness of the situation getting to me. What's so funny? Neville tensed. He looked a little upset at my reaction. I think they're just taking the mickey, mate. I placed my hand over my mouth and got the laughter under control when the students in our immediate surroundings started staring at us. Don't worry. Just be confident, trust me. If only I could live by my own advice. Ah, Mr. Potter, you have arrived. Professor McGonagall made her way past a few students, dispersing them with her disapproving gaze alone. And I take it that Miss Lovegood is your date? Yes, Professor. I gave her a nervous look. I'm supposed to lead the first dance, is that correct? Indeed, Mr. Potter. To my dismay, McGonagall confirmed it. I knew that she would, of course, but the fearful, illogical part of me still held out hope that I wouldn't have to embarrass myself in public. If you'll come this way, Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood. We stared at McGonagall's directing gesture and followed it like we were heading to the execution block. Do you know how to dance? Luna asked me abruptly. Number. Not at all, Luna. I stuttered my confession out. You, a little, Luna replied with hesitation. My mother taught me a little before she died. I had never really broached this subject with the girl, but I had done a bit of research on her family when I was trying to figure out the extent of their knowledge on magizoology. I'm sorry, Luna. I tried to be as sincere as I could. She gave a gentle squeeze to my arm in response. I can lead the dance, if you like. Luna offered. All you'd have to do is move with me. Aren't I supposed to be the one who leads? I asked in confusion. Do you care? Red's voice was low enough for me to hear without others picking up on it. As long as you dance, you should be safe from the effects of the goblet. He's right. Luna squeezed my arm again. I'll help you. I made to answer, but we were finally joined by my fellow Hogwarts champion, Cedric Diggory, with Ravenclaw's Cho Chang by his side. All right, Harry, came the expected greeting. Yes, I responded, focusing my eyes on him and not Chang. I felt Luna grip my arm a little tighter. Just hoping I don't make a mess of myself tonight. I'm sure you'll define. He chuckled as the Beauxbatons champion joined us, a googly-eyed Roger Davies at her side. I frowned, feeling the girl's aura, like wispy tentacles trying to interlace with my own. So that's what Avila's trick is. I'll have to ask Red about it. Scan, I muttered in a low tone. As I exercised control over my own aura, flaring it out in such a way that made Fleur feel like she'd just been slapped. Or so I'd hoped. I do not appreciate having my autonomous control wrested from me, Delacour. Judging from her instinctive flinch, I gathered that it worked. I felt that. Luna murmured. Sorry. I winced at the thought of having accidentally hurt Luna. Did it hurt? Merlin, I'm sorry. No, it didn't. She shook her head. It sort of felt safe. Like a blanket. I was going to reply, when the Durmstrang champion, Victor Krum joined us. And at his side, Hermione. First Luna, and now Hermione. This is insane. You look great. And she did. Hermione had styled her hair to look sleek and shiny, twisting it up into an elegant knot at the back of her head. Her periwinkle robes complemented her figure well. I noted. Hi, Harry, thank you. Hermione's mouth dipped into a smile, eyes glittering as they settled on Luna. Luna, you look wonderful. Thank you. Luna held onto me more tightly. You don't have as many rackspurts as normal. Perhaps you should keep your hair styled that way. I snorted at Hermione's flummoxed expression, before giving Krum a nod. Krum, Potter. The burly man returned the greeting, looking a little awkward as Hermione ditched her confused expression to beam at him. We watched as everyone began entering the Great Hall, taking turns gawking at both Hermione and Luna. Much to the displeasure of Fleur and Chang. I smiled encouragingly at Neville and Ginny, as well as Ron and Tracy, the latter of which were receiving baleful looks from the Slytherins. Ron is with her. Once again, Hermione looked flummoxed. Weird, right? I laughed, staving off my nervousness as more and more students passed us by. I didn't believe it when he'd told me, either. Soon enough, it was our time to enter. I gulped and fell in line with the other three couples, feeling strangely reassured by Luna's grip and smooth aura. The Great Hall looked completely different. The walls were covered with sparkling silver frost. The enchanted ceiling now featured an uncountable number of garlands, mistletoe and ivy. The house tables were gone, replaced by much smaller ones. I held on to Luna as we matched paces. Dumbledore was smiling at us, Karkaroff looked like he'd eaten something sour when he gazed upon Crumb and Hermione. Madame Maxime was, as always, the epitome of cold politeness. No wonder where Fleur gets it from, if she's mentored by someone like this. Crouch, to my relief, was not there, replaced by Percy, of all people. I briefly wondered if his name on the office log was Weatherby. Still, better Percy than Crouch. It would have been a bit awkward sitting at the same table as the man I'd told to polish off my wand, as it were. As everyone began to get seated, Percy sent me an expectant look as he pulled out the chair beside him, an obvious invitation from the pompous lad. Presumptuous shit, isn't he? I ignored him and pulled up a seat at the edge of the table, giving Diggory a dangerous glance. Do you mind? I need another space. The Hufflepuff seeker looked like he wanted to argue, but the look in my eyes held the promise of unpleasant intent. He acquiesced. Thank you, Luna made sure to add, in an attempt to soften the blow. Cedric smiled and waved it off, seating himself on the adjacent chair. Nicely done, I complimented as we both got seated. Thanks for the assist. I most certainly did not want to be subject to more discussions about the standards regarding cauldron bottoms. Luna nodded in agreement. Percy's mind is a hive of nargles. At the moment, he must have been too close to the mistletoes above. Scans. Red piped up once again. Scans, you know what? You don't even need to ask. Scan to your heart's content. I snorted. Who are you talking to, Harry? Hermione asked as she got settled across from us. Just a friend in a red box. I decided to answer with, knowing she'd quickly pick up on that. Luna hummed and picked up the menu. I mirrored her movement and began to read through it as well, faintly noting that Dumbledore simply had to speak his choice, and food appeared. House elf delivery, has to be. Soon. I was digging into a fine plateful of steak and mash, mostly ignoring Bagman's attempts at getting my attention. Fortunately, Crumb's displeased expression was keeping the grubby man at bay. What are you having? I asked my date, who was still staring at the menu, trying to figure out what she wanted. Sunday roast. And like that, her plate was full of roasted meat, potatoes, vegetables and gravy. I now regret ordering steak and mash. May I have some gravy as well? I asked the heir. A small bowl of gravy appeared beside my plate. Thank you. After a few minutes of eating, I leaned back in my chair with a satisfied sigh. I needed that. I turned to Luna. She was taking her time with her plate. I noted as she locked eyes with me and smiled. I smiled back in reflex. You two look great together, Hermione commented, catching my attention. I swiveled my head to see her and Crumb look oddly amused, though the older boy quickly schooled his expression into a mask of ice. I snorted. Thanks, Hermione. Before long, Dumbledore declared that the meal was at an end, and waved his wand, sending all the tables back along the walls, leaving the floor clear. Time to face the music literally. I licked suddenly dry lips as I felt Luna's gentle tug on my arm. I followed her to the center, idly noting the Weird Sisters stomping their way onto the stage, much to the enthusiasm of the attendants. The Weird Sisters began their first song, a slow, mournful tune that made me want to get on my knees and thank them for the mercy. Slow was good. I could do slow. Just focus on me, all right, Luna said and guided my hand to her waist, while keeping the other hand in her own. She pulled close enough to me that I could smell her perfume, a rich, lavender aroma, as we rotated on the spot. I would say I held my own quite well on the dance floor, but there had already been a few close calls with me almost stepping on Luna's feet. Luna, bless her, was able to dodge my accidental stomps, smiling as she did so. You really are bad at this, she said, her smile widening. A snort burst out of me, and I relaxed into her rhythm, focusing onto her as she'd requested. I felt our oars mingle and intertwine as she slowly picked up speed, matching the steadily increasing tempo of the Weird Sisters. Being so close to Luna, touching her, feeling her essence mingle with mine, it was intoxicating. I'd never had a drink in my life, but I decided that this was likely better. My grip on her waist tightened a little as I began to follow her movements more closely. My movements flowing more naturally than they ever had done before. Much better. Luna smiled, her eyes glittering with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Shall we keep going? I finally noticed at the sisters had switched to a faster-paced song, watching as people began to join in on the dance floor. Before I'd entered the Great Hall, I had hoped to do the bare minimum and get out of there as quickly as I could. Now, on the other hand, yes, I said and continued to dance with the girl. I'm really glad you said yes, Luna. Luna pulled a little closer to me, whispering, I'm glad you asked me. Before we knew it, we were both tired and sweaty from the activities. We moved away from the dance floor, over to where Ron and Tracy were seated. Tracy seemed nervous as we approached, I noticed. Why wouldn't she be? You aren't exactly on friendly terms with the girl. Harry, Luna, Ron greeted, looking as tired as I was feeling. Taking a break. Yeah, Luna and I are getting knackered. I confirmed as Luna took a seat. Sighing in relief. Hermione's getting drinks for us. He said and cursed. I'll get some for you. Much appreciated, mate. I nodded in acknowledgement, before turning to Tracy. Tracy, Harry, she greeted back in hesitation. Was I really that intimidating? You are, Luna confirmed. No, you didn't say it out loud, but I can tell from your face. Plus, your head's swarming with raxperts. What are raxperts? Tracy blurted out, nervousness forgotten if only temporarily. Well, you see, raxperts are, I tuned the rest out, having memorized her explanation. As well as the Pokédex entry Red had come up with for the creatures in question. It was amazing that the Pokémon from his era had somehow managed to survive the calamity that had destroyed Red's world and adapt to the new one that rose from the ashes. Minutes later, Hermione, Krum and Ron came back, carrying various drinks and chatting with each other. When Ron sat next to Tracy and handed her his drink, he honestly looked happier than I'd ever seen him. I smiled, and quietly wished him good fortune. Luna and I sat with the group for a while, chatting about anything and everything before, eventually. The others decided to get back to the dance floor. Watching them go, I then turned to Luna. Would you like to dance some more? No. Luna shook her head and took my hand in her own, dragging the chair she sat on closer so she could lean against me. I'm quite happy where I am. I smiled as I felt her weight against me. I feel the same. Luna kissed my cheek. Way, I finished, my neck flushing with heat at the affectionate gesture. We stayed there for a while, entertaining our friends as they took breaks from dancing to sit with us or in the twins' case, Ake inappropriate comments like the utter Burks they were. We'd gone on the dance floor a few more times at Hermione's insistence, pairing myself with her and Luna with Krum, much to the chagrin of the Bulgarian Seekers fan club. Before long, though, the pace of the music slowed to a crawl, signifying that it was time to pack everything up and head to bed. Accompany me to the dorms, Luna asked, as the remaining students began to file out of the Great Hall, looking tired but satisfied with the night's activities. Of course, I smiled and let her loop her arm around mine, exulting in the girl's warmth. Was this how my dad felt all the time with Mum? They'd always looked so happy in the album Hagrid had given me. Maybe they really weren't faking it like my Aunt Petunia did at all times. He trip to Ravenclaw dorms was spent in a pleasant quiet, broken only by the sight and sounds of students sneaking around unsupervised, in varied ways of getting intimate with their dates. Eventually, we made it. I felt the strangest thing I didn't want to let Luna go. She tugged at my arm, smiling up at me. Harry, I was startled out of my thoughts, realizing that she couldn't pull her arm away from me. Oh, sorry, Luna, she giggled and gently extricated herself from my grasp. It's all right, I said as she moved to stand in front of me. I had a good time. I did, too, Luna agreed, her eyes meeting mine, as if she was searching for something. And then she kissed me not on the cheeks, this time. It was a soft, hesitant kiss, but it quickly gained some steam as I returned it. Our auras writhing in an embrace of their own. Seconds later, Luna pulled away from me, a mad smile on her face. Let's go out again, sometime. Yeah, definitely, I said, feeling breathless as she turned and walked into the dorms without another word. She's insane, I thought, an equally mad grin settling on my face as well. And I love it. Dodge, I called out. From where he was, Squirtle leapt to the side, just barely dodging Charmeleon's stream of flame. Squirtle's tail twitched, the fire not really hurting him, but making the poor turtle Pokémon sweat. Bulby sat by my feet, crying out in encouragement for her friends. Bubblebeam, I said, swiping my hand to the left. Slow him down and use tackle. Getting a little flamboyant in your gestures, aren't we? Red said. I was suddenly feeling ridiculous. Shut it, Red. I stomped on the urge to swear and cried. Now, Squirtle, with a look of determination. Squirtle dodged another stream of fire, reared his head back and opened his mouth. Shining bubbles blasted out, converging into a beam which flew into Charmeleon at incredible speed, filling the chamber with a roar of pain and anger. Well, Squirtle's screwed. I sigh. Ed embraced myself for the upcoming beatdown. Charmeleon didn't even wait for the dust to settle, rushing through it and slashing his claws at his victim, not even bothering to wreathe them in fire. It was a testament to his restraint. To his credit, Squirtle managed to dodge a series of slashes, and even managed to take quite a few when he withdrew into his shell, but Charmeleon was having none of it. instead blasting the immobile turtle with fire until he emerged, looking like he was going to pass out at any moment. "That's enough," I called out, ending the skirmish. "Charmeleon wins." Charmeleon didn't even bother reveling in his victory, instead stomping his way to the side and lying down as if he hadn't even been in a fight. Squirtle, dazed and sweaty, cried in frustration but made no move to attack Charmeleon. "You've done well, Squirtle." I walked over to him, kneeling to get a closer look. Charmeleon was careful not to cause any permanent injuries. I smiled and pointed to the irritable lizard. "Look, see how he's favoring his right side. That's where you hit him with Bubble Beam." Squirtle stared at the spot for a long time before smiling in satisfaction. "Told you it would work," I said. "Why don't you take a break in the water, over there?" Squirtle nodded and quickly dove into the cold waters of the chamber, crying in delight as he floated around. "Cute," said, before turning to Bulby. "Ready for more practice?" Bulby nodded, gaining a look of determination. "It's going to be the same as before," I said, getting into position, 10 feet away from her. "You attack with Vine Whip, and I use my shield." Bulby cried out in acknowledgement. "Here goes." I pulled my wand out and held it at the ready. "Protega," I incanted, watching as the bright, translucent shield came into being. Looking over at Bulby, I nodded to show her that I was prepared. With a cry, Bulby sent her vines towards me, whipping the shield for all it was worth. It flashed with every strike, sending wisps of green and white into the air as my arm buckled under the strain. I kept my breathing steady and focused my will. My aura responded in kind, infusing the spell with my intent and power. Right before my eyes, the previously small, white shield maintained its thickness even as it spread to cover my entire form, turning green as it did so. "Protect. You did it," Red called out in fascination from his spot by the basilisk. Bulby continued to whip my shield, but this time, I felt absolutely nothing. I marveled at the barrier just long enough for me to lose focus. Instantly, the green shield cracked and then shattered under Bulby's last strike. I felt the whip slam against my shoulder, sending me tumbling over the stone floor of the Chamber of Secrets. I curled into a ball to minimize the damage, but still took a hit to the head, dazing me. Eventually, the tumble ended and I lay still on the cold stone floor. I tried to move, but even the slightest motion sent me into a world of dizzying nausea. There were other noises, frantic and hurried, but I couldn't make them out. And so, I laid still some more. That was until I felt Bulby's vines jostling me. Harry. Red's voice was blaring loud and painful. "Can you hear me?" I groaned, scrunching my eyes shut. "Too loud. Bulby, get me closer to him so I can run a scan." Red ignored me as he gave clear and concise directions. A few seconds later, and I could hear the soft humming of the Pokédex. I was being scanned. Scraped left knee, right elbow. Bruised ribs, big bruise on the left shoulder not dislocated. Luckily, Red listed off my injuries. One by one. "Bruise on the side of your head, no wonder you're telling me to quiet down." I grunted. "Squirtle, bring the healing salve from his backpack." "You know the one," Red continued. The sound of water rushing, followed by rustling filled the air, my backpack being searched before Squirtle cried out in success. "Good," Red praised. "Bulby, I want you to start applying the salve on his scrapes and bruises. Do you think you can do that?" Bulby made a noise of uncertainty. I took a deep breath and tried to sit up, propping myself up with my arms. It was a big mistake, I realized as my left shoulder flared in pain. Falling back down, I was assaulted by another wave of vertigo, accentuated by the pain coursing through my body. "Harry, don't move," Red spoke, his voice urgent. "Just lie still and let us do our work. You'll be right as rain in no time. Right as mud, more like." I thought, but didn't say anything. "It's all right, Bulby." Red's voice turned softer as the Pokédex beeped. "You only have to put the salve on his head, here. It should cure his dizziness. He'll be able to do the rest, on his own." I kept my breathing steady as Red continued to give the scared Bulbasaur instructions. Moments later, I felt Bulby's vine softly caressing my head wound, covering it with the healing salve. I felt much of the tension leave my body as the healing salve did its work. Daphne makes some crazy quality stuff. I don't think even Madame Pomfrey can match her skill, there. I thought and sighed in relief. The rest of me was still in a lot of pain, but the reprieve from the vertigo did much to heighten my spirits. I finally opened my eyes. Bulby was hovering close by, her red eyes wide with worry and anguish. Squirtle wasn't far behind. He looked scared, as well. Charmeleon made eye contact with me, and snorted a dismissive puff of smoke, as if telling me to walk it off. I smiled at that, What a tough guy. I needed that, I said, taking a deep breath and propping myself up with my right arm. My left shoulder pulsed, sending flares of pain through my body with every movement, but this time, I was able to grit my teeth through it and sit myself up. Bulby's vines helping me all the way were most welcome, as well. Easy, now, Red said. How do you feel? I considered the question as I tried to get my bearings, my eyes roaming around the chamber. Like I just ran headfirst into a wall. It looks like the salve did its work, Red said, still analyzing me. I don't recommend making any sudden movements, but you should be fine after a couple of meals. All right, I said, wincing as my shoulder flared in pain. I lightly patted it. I guess I have a few injuries to deal with. 24 minutes later, and I was feeling like I was back to my old self. Amazing what a little magic can do, I said as I checked myself over for any remaining injuries. You're just lucky that your barrier negated much of the move's damage, Red said, the Pokédex shifting its image to show his annoyed expression. I told you that it was a bad idea to try and learn protect while you're being attacked. I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose in annoyance. I know you've said it, but I've tried every other method, and nothing ever works. Have you considered the possibility that it will take time and practice? Red asked, his annoyance increasing with every second. There's less than a month left for the task. Injuring yourself like this only hinders your chances. I got fixed up pretty well, didn't I? I said, getting heated. Besides, the deadline coming is all the more reason for me to push myself further. Harry, Red said, his expression almost pleading. He sighed, resigned. I know. Just take it easy for a while, will you? I'm not telling you to stop practicing. He added quickly when I was about to argue some more. But just take it easy. You've already hurt yourself. I sighed and accepted his advice with a nod. Sorry, I just want to be as prepared as I can for this thing. That's perfectly all right, Red said. Just remember that you've gone above and beyond this past month. I said nothing as Bulby came closer to me, nuzzling her face against my arm. I smiled down at her. Thank you, Bulby. You're a treasure, you know that. She made a noise in the affirmative, snuggling into me. And thank you, too, Squirtle. I waved him over. Squirtle ran to us, joining in the snuggles. I'd expected to get wet, but he was completely dry. I guess he really needed that water. Charmeleon. I turned my attention to my third companion. But he gave me a dismissive look before wailing on the basilisk's corpse, filling the air with the roaring of fire and the scraping sound of claws against scales. I guess this is what the teenager phase looks like to a parent. I thought, my mood turning melancholic as I began to think of my parents. How would Mum and Dad have dealt with me if I was behaving like this? Bulby wrapped her vines around me, as if giving me a hug. My heart melted as I looked down at her at both of my friends. I love you, I blurted, all of you. This only made them cuddle me harder. I winced at the sudden pain. Easy, guys. They relented. I looked up to see Charmeleon's gaze locked onto mine. He nodded in acknowledgement before going back to his self-imposed training. Coming from him, that's like a declaration of eternal adoration. Red seemed amused, a nostalgic look crossing his face. Like mother, like son, I suppose. His mother was just as bad, huh? The Charmander line is especially prideful. As you know, Red said. But my Charizard, she took it to the next level. Like Charmeleon here, she had almost endless excess energy. She craved for a good fight. That's all she wanted. I smiled, looking over to Charmeleon. I know, I'm just glad the trips to the Forbidden Forest helped him get a grip. The road to taming Charmeleon's newfound wild side had been a long and tiresome one. He'd been a nightmare in the first few days, refusing to obey even a single command. Getting him to do anything I said was a miraculous feat, back then. Fighting Overwhelming. Odds in the forest over extended periods of time had broken him out of that particular mindset. An endless horde of Acromantula would do that to anyone, really. I thought. Acrotherapy. I snorted at my dumb joke. Wincing as Squirtle shifted in my arms. Easy, Squirt. I patted Squirtle's shell. Those new claws of yours are digging in deep. Squirtle corrected his position and made a noise of apology, but I waved it off with a smile. These things happen. Don't worry about it. As Squirtle snuggled back into me, more carefully this time, I stared down at him. Those claws are getting sharper every day. I mused out loud and scratched the back of Squirtle's head. It's a good sign, Red said. Young Squirtle is nearing his evolution. Squirtle looked up, his brown eyes meeting my green. You hear that? I smiled and ruffled his head some more. Soon you'll be a mighty Wartortle. From his spot near the basilisk, Charmeleon grunted dismissively, as if to say, about time. Yes, Charmeleon. My smile widened. We know you've been itching for a worthy opponent. Charmeleon glared and went back to abusing the basilisk's hide. I rolled my eyes, turning my eyes to the Pokédex beside me. How long do you think? Until? I'd say a week, Red answered. 2 at most. At some point in his growth process, Squirtle will simply evolve, no need to battle or do anything so grandiose. That's a relief, at least. He could even evolve in the Pokeball, and you wouldn't notice until you brought him out again. Red laughed. Really? I felt a hint of unease bleed into my voice. Is that, safe? What do you mean? Red asked. I didn't answer immediately, considering my question instead. I mean, what with the cramped space and all? I said, wouldn't it be an issue? Cramped? Red looked incredulous. It's everything but cramped, Harry. I didn't say anything, instead mulling it over in my head. Isn't the space inside finite? I asked. How much could you possibly fit into one ball? You'd be surprised at the answer, came Red's immediate reply. Besides, it's very comfortable inside, almost like being in the perfect bed. Speaking from experience, I said as Bulby's V.in started gently poking me in the head. Hey, quit it. Bulby smiled up at me, but did not stop. Little rascal, I sighed, resigning myself to my fate. An old friend of mine, Bill. Red took a moment to smirk at my predicament. He once got himself put into a Pokeball. After that, it was the only way he could comfortably sleep. Right, I said, not really knowing what else to add. Bulby's vine moved to poke Squirtle instead. Her poor victim squirmed and smacked Bulby in the face with his tail. Bulby growled. Hey, calm down, you two. I held them tighter, putting a stop to it before things could get heated. They relented. You were saying, Red. Yes, how the Pokeballs actually work, Red said, shrugging. I wasn't going to cover any of this with you so early, but I suppose a general idea wouldn't hurt. You wizards use expansion charms. Correct. I remembered the tent I'd stayed in for the Quidditch World Cup last summer. Yes, from what I can surmise, your space expansion RMS give you the ability to set certain sizes. Red explained. They don't change. At least, none of the charms I've analyzed or studied in books, so far. And you're saying your method allows for change? I asked. Oh, yes, Red nodded. Pokeballs are a one-size-fits-all creation. A true wonder of aura manipulation. I frowned and reached for one of the balls. I wondered how something so obviously technological had roots in magic. I know what you're going to ask, Red said before I could open my mouth. The ball in your hand isn't the kind I'm talking about, the kind you will be making. No, what you hold there is one of the last remnants of Sylph Company. I stared at it as Red continued to speak. While the traditional Pokeballs are impressive examples of what you could do with aura, Sylph Pokeballs were a wonder of science. I don't have the faintest idea on how they work. Sylph's secrets were their own. I guess they are gone forever, now. My gaze hardened. I'd never truly looked at the balls all that much. They were so small, so sleek, and forgettable when compared to the creatures they held within. And yet, looking down at it now, I couldn't even imagine the level of work put into perfecting this. So many people, working in concert over years, no, decades even. All of those people, annihilated by whatever calamity befell Red's people. Not just his people, a part of me added. All of the Pokemon, too. What kind of disaster could bring down entire armies of Pokemon? I stared down at Squirtle and Bulbasaur, still snuggling into me. They had somehow escaped annihilation, but only by being in the most remote part of the planet. Harry, are you paying attention? Red's voice cut through my thoughts. I started. Sorry, you were saying. Red sighed. I was going to explain how the Pokeballs worked, but maybe you should really head to the Great Hall for a meal and some rest. I was just thinking. I'll get some rest later, I protested, feeling annoyed. Though, I felt my stomach gurgle. I wouldn't say no to some food. I smiled down at my companions. Do you guys want to stay here, or come with? My eyes followed Squirtle as he hopped off and ran to Charmeleon, challenging him to another fight. I guess I have my answer there. Bulby. I turned my attention to her. She responded by giving me another vine hug, before tapping her head against the center of Pokeball in my hand. With a flash of white, she was sucked back inside. Grabbing the Pokédex, I placed it in my pocket before getting up and stretching. Shall we? Red hummed in agreement, and we were off. Exiting the chamber, I was met with Myrtle, who looked ecstatic to see me. Harry, Myrtle, I greeted as the entrance to the chamber closed behind me. Keeping well? Oh, yes, Myrtle said. I'm always well when you're around. I stifled a wince, trying to figure out how I can get out of this predicament without angering the fragile ghost. Well, it's nice to see you, too. I stalled, smiling as I finally found my answer. I'm going to do some preparations for the task, so I can't really talk right now. Rain check. She grew silent, and I feared she would burst into tears at any moment. You promise, she ended up saying. Instead, of course, I said. Myrtle brightened in an instant, before whooping in joy and flying into her favorite toilet, flooding the stall with water. I grimaced at the sight. The things I do for privacy, I thought as I exited the bathroom with a sigh. The chamber needed to be somewhere other than a girl's bathroom. Good save. Red complimented me. For a second, I thought she'd blow her top. I admitted to the older man. Ah, yes, it's always a risk, isn't it? He said. We fell into a companionable silence as I made my way through Hogwarts halls, my mind running a mile a minute. Turning a corner, I spied Neville ahead of me, walking alone. Hey, Neville, I called out and ran towards him to catch up. The pudgy boy turned to me with a smile. Out it disappeared as he saw my ruffled state. All right, Harry. Oh, just a bit of practice. I smoothed over my clothes as well as I could, feeling a little self-conscious all of a sudden. It got a little intense. Charmeleon, again, Neville asked, half smiling and half wincing. No, actually, I shook my head as we fell in step. It was Bulby, this time. Little Bulby. Neville's eyes went wide. There's no way. Oh, dear me, you know Bulby's a grass type, right? I said, trying to hide my smirk and failing. Neville Longbottom underestimating his much-loved plants truly, these must be the end times. The boy scowled in response, though it was half-hearted at best. Very funny, Harry, but, really, it was just a few bruises and scrapes. No big deal. I assuaged his concerns. A decent meal and I'll be fine. That's good to hear, at least Neville said, turning to me with an excited look. I almost forgot to tell you. Tell me what? I blinked at the sudden change in demeanor. I think I got it. Neville blurted. Got what? I asked, starting to get confused. You're killing me with the suspense, mate. Oh, sorry, he apologized. The apricorns, I think I've got it. I won't know until a few hours from now, but it looked just like the image you'd shown me. That's, I said, not knowing what to say. So soon, I thought, for sure, it would take ages. Months, maybe years. Here, Neville smiled, as if to say, do you even know who you're talking to? Right, of course. I gave him a nod. Your mythical green fingers. You're sure you've got it? Well, not completely, Neville admitted, smiling a little sheepishly. I was hoping I could get another look at the image. It's been a while since I've last seen it. Oh, of course. I stopped walking, pulled the Pokédex out and opened it. The image of an apricorn was already on display. Thanks, Red. You're welcome. Neville ignored this and examined the apricorn and its measurements, before deflating. Maybe I got it wrong. It looks to be the same size, but what? It's just a different color. Neville admitted, frowning in frustration. What color is yours? Red asked. Oh, it's black. Neville revealed, eyes widening as the screen switched to show a black apricorn. Just like that, they come in different colors. Correct, Red said. Red, green, blue, yellow, black, white and pink. Any difference between the balls made from them? I asked. Nothing that should interfere with their functionality. Red waved it off. Any apricorn will do, though some are better than others at certain tasks. I nodded, closed the Pokédex and placed it back into my pocket before resuming course to the Great Hall. Do you think you can get me one? Maybe not yet, Neville said. I want to say, if I can plant another apricorn tree with the one that I just got. The tree should bear fruit once a day, Red said, muffled as he was by my pocket. Oh, Neville said, my previous attempts each took weeks to bear fruit. I don't think it'll take a day. Well, maybe if I change the soil content to compensate, but it would require a lot of nutrients to be able to bear fruit every single day. We're not in a real hurry, Red said. The apricorn tree, itself, should be fine. They've been known to grow in all climates, in all regions. Whether it takes a few days, or a few weeks doesn't really matter. I added, take as much time as you need, mate. Thanks, Harry. He smiled as we were joined by the remaining Gryffindors right at the doors to the Great Hall. Seamus, Dean and the others nodded to us as they entered, while Ron and Hermione stayed behind. Harry, bloody hell, mate, you look awful, Hermione and Ron greeted, respectively. Ronald, she chided and swatted his arm, Maki. The redhead mutter about violent bookworms. It only seemed to make her hit him harder. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Ron, Hermione, I smiled and entered the Great Hall with them, mouth watering at the scent of lunch. Are you all right, Harry? Hermione asked as I got seated at the table, helping myself to some chicken. You look a little. I'm fine, Hermione. I waved her concerns away, suppressing the flash of annoyance. Just took a bit of a tumble. If one more person asks, my eyes flashed with the promise of pain to whomever irked me next. The group seemed to pick up on this, immediately changing the topic. How are you and Tracy? I asked, snatching the plate of potatoes before Ron could get his hands on it. He glared, but it died quickly as he started talking about Tracy. Brilliant, I think. Quote, you think? Hermione asked, one eyebrow raised in question. He looked like he was having trouble coming up with the words. It's just that, yes, Hermione pressed. Well, it's great, Ron said, voice rising slightly. It really is. It's just that I feel like she's keeping something from me. Hermione made a noise and took a small bite. Everyone's got their own secrets, Neville said, a little quiet. I know that, Ron said quickly, eyes scrunching in frustrated resignation. But, I can tell it's eating at her, and I don't know what I can do. A moment of silence passed before Hermione spoke. You can be there for her, she said, as if it was obvious. If she wants you to help, she'll tell you. Yeah, Ron nodded, Santa, RTING to pick at his food with more enthusiasm. Yeah, you're right, maybe that's all there is to it, huh? Thanks, Hermione. Thank me by not talking with your mouth full. I'm not even eating. That was for the future. And here we go. I snorted at the sight of my friends arguing, face breaking into a wide smile. Everything was looking up. Consciousness slowly came back to me as I reveled in the blissful feeling of weightlessness. I shifted to my side with a yawn, and faintly began to notice a slight discomfort building around my right shoulder. Still, I maintained my position for a while longer before laying on my back. Once more, a faint, persistent beep gradually made itself known. I half opened my eyes, the light piercing through the organ and jump-starting my brain. I blinked a few times, my vision foggy and blurred, before closing them again. Maybe a few more minutes wouldn't hurt. Harry, Red's muffled voice came from under my pillow. Harry, you need to wake up. A wave of irritation built in the front of my brain, creating an uncomfortable pressure. I let out an inarticulate grunt of aggression before closing my eyes and going quiet again. That'll make him think twice before bothering me again. I felt my mouth quirk in a smile of faint amusement. However, Red didn't think twice. Get up, you lazy butt. You've overslept already. It's 7:30. That got me into action. As quick as I could manage. Though still sluggishly, I rose to a sitting position, only to fall back into the pillow, the wave of dizziness laying me low. Bloody hell, I muttered in Anno. Jansen waited for the world to stop its horrible spinning. 7:30. Really, I could have sworn I set the alarm. You did, Red said slowly as I rubbed circles into the temple of my head. Yo, you just slept through it like it wasn't even there. Oh, I said, wincing as the headache made itself known. Damn, I was hoping I could get some last-minute training before the second task, I thought, my sleepiness dying in the few instants it took to continue my line of thought. It's today, you did what you could, Red said diplomatically. I palmed my face and rubbed the sand out of my eyes, hoping it would help with my headache. Surprisingly enough, it did. Attempt number 2, I thought, and slowly rose to a seated position in my 4-poster bed. All of the other occupants of the dorm room were missing, with the exception of Ron, who loudly snored as he tossed and turned. I took a deep breath, feeling it turn into a yawn as I stretched. You pushed yourself a little bit too hard last night, you know, Red said. I sighed, remembering the events all too well. With Squirtle, I shook my head and shut my mouth, not knowing what to say. You took on the dragon with Squirtle, Red pointed out calmly, his voice soothing my growing anxiety. Squirtle, Charmander and Bulbasaur. I corrected the man, but now, even with Charmander evolved, he's pretty much useless underwater. Bulbasaur, too, and wasn't that a disappointment? I thought with a sigh. I'd been hoping that Bulby, with her affinity against the sea creatures of the Black Lake, would be a great help. Much like with myself, I'd planned on using the Bubblehead charm on her so that I'd have 2 partners underwater, instead of 1. What I hadn't accounted for was the sheer level of cold the water would reach. Bulby was ill-equipped to deal with the temperature shifts. Don't worry about only having Squirtle as your companion, Red said, correctly reading my mood. Having Bulby along wouldn't have helped us over much, despite the type advantage. I frowned, taking the Pokédex in hand and flipping it open, displaying Red in full view of me. I thought you said, the type advantages are something we taught children, Harry. Red interrupted. There was no judgment in his gaze. The actual specifics of it all was something left for trainers with higher proficiency, each district's respective gym leaders, Pokemon professors, breeders and researchers. I nodded, mind whirling with images of the old world my mechanical friend hailed from. I wonder what it would be like to visit the world in those times. I thought of ancient heroes and masters. You can't really teach anything more than the basics. Red continued over my thoughts. Take your care of magical creatures class, for example. How much do you truly learn of the creatures you've previously studied? I blinked, considering the question. In my opinion, care was a great class, but was it really what I expected it to be? The course taught us how to properly treat magical creatures. This included lessons on how to feed them, maintain their care, breed them, among other important protocols. A flash of Malfoy bad-mouthing Buckbeak came to the front of my mind. I nodded. Certainly, the class was quite useful. But it's nothing like the information I've seen on the Pokédex display. I thought, recalling the sheer amount of information which had been available on all of the Pokémon which had existed back then. Its newer scans, of course, were less detailed. However, even those possessed a great deal more information than I'd ever seen in a creature care book. The academic weakness of the wizarding world, maybe. I thought of the Muggles, with their X-ray machines, incredibly detailed books on all facets of biology, whether it be virology, zoology, anatomy and more. Wizards focus too little on the physical, and much more on the spiritual. Was that a good, or bad thing? I had no answer. Still, there were bigger things to worry about. It's a shame that Bulby can't safely consume any fire seeds or the serum. I took a deep breath and got out of bed, closing the Pokédex. I need to get ready. That'd be best, Red said and went quiet. Digging through my trunk, I put on my trainer get-up, the same one I'd worn on the day of the first task. I adjusted my cap, staring at myself in the mirror. Think I can get clothes like that, do you reckon? Ron's voice startled me. I spun to see the boy sitting on his bed. With a yawn, he waved me hello. Morning, I said and returned the greeting with a nod, before checking over my clothes. I'm sure there are plenty of places in the Muggle world that sell clothes like this. Ron frowned in thought before flopping backwards into his bed again. I wonder if Tracy will like it. I thought about it. You'd know her better, I reckon. Ron winced. She's sorry about, you know. It took me a moment to realize what he was talking about. I remembered an encounter with the girl in the past. It hadn't been pretty. I shrugged. Yeah, I'd gathered as much. Mate, no, I said, raising a hand in a calming gesture. I get it. We probably need to clear the air, anyway, right? I'm fine with Tracy, mate. Ron opened his mouth and closed it, before speaking again. All right, thanks, Harry, it's nothing. I sighed and moved to the trunk, grabbing my Pokebelt and clasping it around my waist. I needed something to keep my mind off of the task today, anyway. You'll do great, Harry. You always do. I smiled. Thanks, Ron. I stared at the full plate before me. Come on, Potter, I said to myself. Just half. Just eat half. Harry, Neville said from beside me. I turned to see his concerned look. You need to eat, build up your strength for today. What does she think I'm trying to do here? I thought in annoyance before replying. I know, it's just that. My gaze drifted towards the Ravenclaw table and then to the Great Hall's entrance, hoping to see Luna, but she still wasn't there. No sign of her. She must have been taken like Red and I had suspected. I couldn't help it. My anger rose to the surface. How could they do something like this? Didn't they know just how much danger they were putting Luna in? She hadn't signed up for this. What sort of damage would she be receiving by being at the bottom of a lake, surrounded by possible predators and the like? She could be sleeping in. Opposite of me, Ron offered, though he winced at his own faulty logic. Forget what I said. With Hermione's missing, too, it can't be a coincidence. I nodded. That had been the first thing we'd noticed when we went into the common room. Hermione hadn't been there. We'd even waited. A quick check down the Ravenclaw showed that Chong was missing, as well. I turned my attention to the Hufflepuff table. Diggory was staring right at me, his face a mixture of stress, anxiety and anger. I nodded towards the Ravenclaw table. His expression turned severe, and he nodded in confirmation. I leaned back in my seat, pushing my plate forward, my appetite completely gone. It's a few hours until the event begins. Ron said quietly. What are you thinking? Neville turned his attention to the boy. Maybe rescue them before the task even starts. Ron offered. I shook my head. I want to. I really do, but I don't know if that's going to be taken as a breach of contract by the Goblet of Fire. Bloody hell. Ron pushed his plate forward as well. Hermione, Neville lowered his voice. She's crumbs, goal. I nodded, ignoring the way he said that, for the moment. There were bigger things to worry about. I'm going to save her, too, all of them, if I can help it. Neville could only nod in reply. Right, right, I'm sure you've made your preparations. I smiled at that, patting my pocket. I'm as ready as I could possibly be. I hear Looney Lovegood's missing, Potter. I turned to see Draco standing behind me, Crabbe and Goyle standing on either side of the arrogant boy. How does he even Daddy dearest, is it? He continued, knowing full well that he was currently pushing just the right buttons. Think you can rescue her before the time runs out? Potter, care to make another wager, Malfoy? I forced myself to smile, not rising to his obvious bait. I was tempted, so tempted, to say, to hell with it, and punch him in the face. Ron and Neville shared smirks. That was one of the more popular stories making the rounds in Gryffindor. I believe you still have to hold up your end of the first one. My smile widened. Or did you forget? I never agreed to that. Draco turned red and stomped away, his two guards following along. At least, he was smart enough to recognize his defeat and cut his losses. Still doesn't make him any less of an unpleasant piece of shit. I thought to myself. Wicked, Ron said, laughing. Neville and I joined with him, and I felt my stress lighten with the outburst. Did you see his face? Neville said, still laughing in between words. A few minutes passed before someone else made themselves known to me. Mr. Potter. I turned to see a ministry official, eyeing my clothes with distaste. Yes, I graced him with a glare. The man was taken aback by the hostility, but gathered himself quickly enough. The champions are being called, he said, keeping his voice level. I've been told to accompany you to the meeting point. I nodded and pushed off of the table, telling the two boys my farewells. You'll do great, Harry. Neville said. You'll win it all, mate. Ron added in. Thanks, guys. I followed the ministry official out of the Great Hall, also joined by Diggory, who was stone-faced. I didn't get 10 meters away from the doorway before someone called out for me. Potter. I stopped in my tracks and turned to address the voice. It was Daphne. I winced. This was definitely not the time for that particular discussion. I hadn't met up with the Slytherin girl ever since I started going steady with Luna. Hey Daphne, I can't talk right now. I know, Daphne said, but approached anyway. I'm sorry, miss. The ministry worker started. Cedric kept quiet, tapping his foot impatiently against the stone floor. Greengrass, Daphne said, and this won't take long. The ministry worker looked annoyed, but nodded anyway. We've some time. Daphne nodded. Perhaps some privacy. At that, the worker looked even more annoyed, muttering about children and their juvenile relationships. Cedric moved to lean against the wall, still completely silent. I stared at Daphne, the implication of what he was saying hitting my mind like a ton of bricks. Me and Daphne, I thought incredulously. No way, we beat the crap out of each other. As she approached, however, all I could remember was the moment of closeness I had with her. I gulped. I know you've been avoiding me. Daphne went straight to the point. I winced and tried to answer, but she beat me to it. I get it, you don't want your girlfriend to get ideas. Daphne tucked her hair behind her ear. But I just want to practice magic with someone who's smarter than the average flobberworm. I nodded, seeing where she was coming from. Right, glad you agree, Potter. Daphne cut me off again and walked away. Friday, 8 p.m., same place. Don't be late assuming you don't get killed today, of course. Good luck, by the way. I could only nod dumbly, watching her disappear as the Great Hall's doors closed behind her. That one's going to be a Spitfire, for sure. The ministry worker said as he came back. She already is, I thought. Yeah, the worker nodded, amused at my confusion before gesturing for us to follow. Shall we? The rest of the trip was spent in silence. Watching Bagman get punched in the face by Delacour was the highlight of my day, so far. You put my sister at the bottom of a lake en février. Fleur cried angrily, slipping into French on accident. Imbecile. Connard. Fleur. Madame Maxime held a hand over her mouth in shock. That is unacceptable. C'est moi, sir. Je m'en fous. Fleur sent a heated glare at the tall woman, before visibly composing herself. Bagman, hand pressed against his jaw, gave the blonde lady a wary stare. He cleared his throat, laughing nervously as he attempted to address us once again. As you can tell, your next task will occur in the lake. Bagman inched away from Fleur, who looked ready to punch him again. I hoped she would. You will have 1 hour to find your lost treasure. He was really trying his luck, wasn't he? It's a simple contest. Whoever Turns first with their appointed charge wins. And if we can't save our charge? Cedric asked, eyes as hard as steel chips. Why, you will receive last place, of course. Fleur visibly stopped herself from punching the man again, but her reaction seemed to startle him into a fit of stammers. I think what Cedric is asking is, what will happen to the hostages? I took a step forward, hoping I sounded as aggressive as I felt on the inside. Nothing, of course. Bagman laughed nervously again. We're committed to making everything as safe as it can be. Tell that to the fucking Hungarian horntail I faced. I almost gave in to the urge to punch him, myself. You'll excuse me if your commitment doesn't fill me with confidence. Bad track record. Crumb chimed in with a nod. Ah, there you are. Dumbledore entered our tent. Are you all ready? In the wake of the man's words, a long, tense silence followed. We are, Cedric said, stepping past the old man. He and Chong must have gotten very close. I thought, following the older boy. As I stepped out of the tent flap, I was assaulted by the booming cheers of the gathered crowds. At that moment, I felt nothing but contempt. 4 people's lives were possibly in mortal danger, and all these people cared about was the spectacle of it all. I shook off these thoughts and made my way forward, standing beside Cedric at the edge of the water. A few moments later, we were joined by Delacour and Crumb. I briefly pondered the merits of forging an alliance or at least a truce with the other champions, but kept my peace. Who knew whether that constituted a breach of contract or not? Magic was as fickle as it was wondrous. I suppressed a sigh and steeled my resolve. I'd save everyone, myself, if it came down to it. I couldn't just walk away from that sort of thing. As Bagman began to play to the crowd, I closed my eyes and breathed in deeply. Squirtle hadn't evolved. Bulby and Charmeleon were useless in the water, but that was all right. I could work with this. I'd prepared as well as I possibly could have, given the circumstances. Just because a hostage was involved, this time, didn't mean that I couldn't complete the task. Fishing out a small, orange vial from my pocket, I downed its contents quickly. Almost instantly, I felt its effects take hold. The icy, late February wind suddenly began to feel like a cool, summer breeze. I could already feel myself beginning to sweat. Are you ready? Bagman called out, to which the assembled crowd roared. Then, begin. I held my wand at the ready and moved it in an almost squiggly omega-like pattern. Picturing the effect I wished for. Bulla capitis. Without waiting to see if the spell had taken effect, I jumped down into the water, the sound of the cheering crowd muffled by the water and sighed in relief as the icy waters soothed my hot skin. Much better. I took a moment to double-check that the bubble around my head was well formed, before setting off at a sedate pace. A few moments later, I stopped, held my wand against my glass's side frame and incanted, Apoximize. I winced, feeling the frame stick to my skin. I cast the spell on the other end, just to make sure. It wouldn't do for my glasses to suddenly fly off. Even if I could summon them back, it would have been an egregious waste of time and resources, when I could simply stick them to my head. Let's go, I said, resuming my pace again. Red, active scans enabled, Red said, his voice distorted by the water around us. Keep note that, in this environment, I can only detect things in a 2-meter radius. I nodded, feeling dismayed. That's fine. It's better than nothing. I picked up the pace, keeping my breaths even and steady. That had been one of the most important things I'd learned while practicing for the second task. If I didn't pace myself correctly, I would most likely be exhausted within 20 minutes, let alone the hour it would require for me to complete said task. I reached the lake bed, picked a random direction, and began to search. 5 minutes passed, and there was no sign of anything but fish and algae. What do you think? I said quietly. Change direction. I couldn't tell you, Red said. I'm near useless, here. I nodded, and unclasped Squirtle's Pokeball, pushing the button at its center. In a flash of white, Squirtle appeared before me. His dark brown eyes widened at his surroundings. Before turning to me with a salute, I smiled. Hey, buddy, think you can help me out? I'm looking for Luna and Hermione. Squirtle's expression shifted into one of incredulity. Yeah, I said, feeling my anger rise again. They took them for the task. We have to save them. Squirtle nodded, raising his cyan head higher in the water and closed his eyes. I felt my nervousness rise. What if he couldn't find their scent? From my Pokédex studies, I knew that Squirtles weren't the best trackers. Still, this was all I had to go with. I gave off a sigh of relief as Squirtle turned to his right and began to swim, anger leaching away into the cold water. I followed, doing my best to keep up. I stared down at my jacket and pants. I'd been a little wary of putting them on. Knowing that clothes dragged you down, but these barely even hindered me. I had the same thoughts in the past. Red chimed from my pocket. Sylph makes some good stuff. I shook my head in amazement and continued to follow the turtle Pokemon through a large reef. A few moments in, and I felt my nervousness rising. Flora and fauna of all sorts writhed, darted and swam around the reef, driving me crazy with each sudden movement. I was starting to think something had its eyes on me, but nothing happened for several minutes. I tried to shake it off. Get it together, Potter. Luna's counting on you. Taking a deep breath, I sped up, hoping to just leave this damn place. 4 o'clock. Even as Red was speaking, I had already turned to engage my enemy. My eyes widened. Just seeing one Grindylow was quite horrifying. But now, there was a whole swarm of them surrounding us. Squirtle, I'll handle this lot. Keep me safe if they come too close. I ordered, and leveled my wand in the direction of the swarm. Defendo. Quote. The severing charm cut through one's head, filling the water with dark green blood. Not waiting for the rest of the swarm to react, I continued to recast the severing charm into the chaotic swarm, reducing half of them into nothing more than fresh meat for the bottom feeders to feast upon. A good thing I didn't stop, the remaining Grindylows descending upon me in a wave of razor-sharp fangs and tentacles. Squirtle kept my back safe, liberally blasting bubble beams at the lot and whipping the ones who'd got in close with his tail. I felt one take hold of my arm and bite down, drawing blood. I suppressed the cry of pain and drove the wand into the offending creature, casting the revulsion jinx on it with a loud relatio. Its cry of surprise only lasted for a moment. Cut off by the severing charm through its neck, I registered its flailing limbs for a single moment before turning my attention back to my attackers, keeping to the same tactic. I lost track of the time, launching curse after curse into the attackers until, finally, they relented and swam off, leaving their fallen behind. I frowned, checking my wounds over. My arms were covered with scratch and bite marks, but the rest of my body was completely fine. My attention turned to the massacre I had just committed. Nothing about this had felt right. Sure, Grindylows were prone to ambushing others, but to see them behave like this feral and vicious, I didn't know what to think. I shook my head. I'd wasted enough time. Red, time. 40 minutes left. Red said after a moment. You should take another fire seed solution. I nodded. It was starting to feel very chilly. I fished out another vial and turned to Squirtle, who looked completely fine. Rain dish hard at work, I see. I smiled down at the little guy. He hadn't evolved, but he was certainly still a force to be reckoned with. Mind lending me a bubble? I asked, holding the vial up towards him. Squirtle took the vial in his hand and blew a bubble around it, before pushing the bubble towards my head. As the bubble joined my bubble head charm, I cast a levitation charm around the vial, pulling its cap off with my teeth and tilting its contents into my mouth. I swallowed the solution, feeling myself regain my previous warmth. This truly was an amazing idea. I wondered how the others were dealing with the effects of the cold for a moment, before turning to Squirtle. Ready. Squirtle saluted again and resumed its path. I followed it through the cloud of dark green blood, giving it one last look of mild regret before steeling myself again. Luckily, for the next 5 minutes, there were no more encounters. Squirtle gave a cry, and I found myself staring down at what looked to be an underwater village. It was unlike any place I'd ever seen, with primitive huts of stone, algae and sand circling its perimeter. And, at its very center, I found my objective. Luna was held at the bottom of the lake with a rope tied around her ankles. Beside her were Hermione, Chong and a little blonde girl, Delacour's quarry, most likely. A little fucking girl. I hardened my gaze and swam towards the town's center, Squirtle moving along with me. There don't seem to be any further traps, I said as I entered the village proper. 5 mermen burst out of the dwelling near the hostages, forming a guard around them. They kept their eyes trained on me. Is it just me, or do they not like me? I wondered as I slowed my pace, grasping my wand more tightly. Squirtle, be ready. Squirtle nodded, though his expression turned curious. Still, I knew that, if push came to shove, he'd have my back just like with the Grindylows. Should I try to talk to them? I said, stopping a few meters away from them. They maintained their stare, but I realized that it wasn't directed at me, but at Squirtle. Here. Something was wrong. I'd never had any close encounters with the merfolk, but, by all accounts, they were a peaceful sort, only resorting to violence if they were threatened. So, why were they looking at us as if we'd killed their people? Maybe Delacour or one of the others tangled with one of them already. I could give it a shot. Red suggested. I can speak their language. I winced. I'd rather not hear any screeching. It sounds normal when underwater. Red said as one of the mermen approached us, his eyes still trained on Squirtle, who met him halfway with a wave. The merman tensed, almost brandishing his trident at the Pokemon, before shaking his head in confusion. Squirtle got close enough to touch the creature. Whoa, easy there, I said. Squirtle, something's wrong here. You need to. The merman near Squirtle snarled, driving his trident towards Squirtle's head. Squirtle yelped and twisted his body, retracting his limbs into his hard shell and spinning in place. The trident bounced off, causing no damage. That attack came out of nowhere. I thought as Squirtle's tail popped out of his shell, ching the merman in the face as he maneuvered over to me. The remaining mermen charged at us. Red, I cried. Damn it, Flipendo. Quote. Red began to try and communicate with them, even as I blasted a few away from me with well-placed knockback jinxes. One got close, enough to skewer me, only to find itself with a bubble around its head. It let go of its trident, choking as it was unable to breathe the air in the bubble. Thanks, Squirt, I said quickly. Make a wall of bubbles, keep them busy. Squirtle complied and opened his mouth. A wall of fist-sized bubbles flew out of his maw and surrounded us in a sphere. The mermen cried in dismay and shoved their various weapons against the bubbles. I watched them bounce against each other, creating further confusion. Red, anything. No, he said. They're just speaking gibberish. I can understand the individual words, but unless, right fin of reef fish, or, gill my tail down, means anything to you, then I'm at a loss. What? I thought. What the bloody hell is going on? Hold me up, Harry. I obliged, watching as the green light went through the bubbles and over one the merman, who shrieked and stabbed at the light, his fellows joining in. It's like they're rabid, I said, readying myself for a fight as the bubbles began to float up. Squirtle looked quite tired from the exertion, even with the water around us slowly rejuvenating him. I suppose that was a bit too much for the poor guy. I thought as Red finished his scan. I pocketed the Pokédex. Anything. Their hormone levels are spiked. Red said quickly. Analysis shows a massive increase of aggressive behavior. I frowned, noticing that more merfolk formed up around the initial 5, their weapons held at the ready. Oh boy, I thought. 7, 10, 14. Ambush. Ed said as the last of the bubbles floated up. 8 o'clock. I swiveled and channeled my aura. A green shield formed on my wand, expanding just in time to deflect 3 tridents thrown at me. Their source, 3 more fucking mermen, raged as they rushed me, bearing their claws and fangs at me. That brings us up to 17. I'm so glad I learned Protect. I thought and blasted 2 of them back with a wide knockback jinx, buying me some space to deal with the last one. Don't hold back, Red said as it quickly approached. Play defensive, strike when you can. Way ahead of you, I said, barely avoiding its vicious swipe to my midsection and pressing my wand against its chest. Impulsum. I watched as its chest caved in with a flash of light blue, blood spewing out of its now corpse and forming a dark cloud of red in the water around us. Turning to my left, I snapped my wand in a cutting motion, the severing charm lopping the merman's arm off at the elbow. Its scream was stopped by a well-placed stupefy. Even as my most recent opponent slowly began to float towards the surface, I was already dealing with the third, coming from below. I tried to swim away just as he reached me, but it was a futile effort. A few months of swimming practice were nothing in comparison to a sea creature, born and bred in the embrace of the water. I readied a spell in response, knowing it would be too late to defend. If I'm going down, I thought viciously as I readied to cut the merman's head off. You're coming with me. However, I didn't have to worry, as Squirtle's telltale brown shell spun through the water at incredible speed, crashing into the merman's skull, instantly pulping it on impact. Rapid spin, I realized, crying out in a mix of joy and relief. Great hit, Squirtle. The Pokemon in question quickly exited his spin and moved to float beside me. It was then that I realized the poor guy had taken a lot of hits. I winced at his tail. They'd cut part of it off, the ends bleeding was only kept at bay by the Pokemon's ability. Tenacious little guy, I nodded, staring down at the remaining 12 mermen, eyes widening as I counted 6 still conscious in the fight. The rest had been taken out, floating uselessly in the water. Definitely tenacious. Just a little more, Squirtle, I said, and launched a stunner at the closest merman. The red beam missed him by a few inches. Damn, I thought, and prepared another spell, Expelliarmus. This time, my aim was true. The merman's weapon flew out of its hands and embedded itself into the one beside it. Ignoring its cry of pain, I launched another stunner at my foe, taking him out of the fight. 4 left. Just a little more, I thought, but I could barely move, at that point. My adrenaline was fading, and I was slowing down, hard. Squirtle deflected a trident thrown at me with a blast of bubbles. It still tore into my side, filling my world with agony. Squirtle gave a weak cry before sinking down onto the lake bed in exhaustion. The burning pain making me cringe, I nonetheless followed my friend down, determined to keep him safe. No one's touching him. I blasted the lake bed underneath the remaining merman with a loud reducto. Instantly, the ground exploded, filling our surroundings with a cloud of water and disorienting my enemies. Above me, there was a rush of water. I weakly raised my head, noticing the familiar form. It was Crumb, at least. It was a creature wearing his clothes. Vaguely shark-like in appearance, a transfiguration, I realized. Has he come to help? I thought, but quickly realized that wasn't the case as he zeroed in on Hermione, cutting her loose and pulling her up to the surface. The only indication he'd even noticed my presence was a slight pause in his movements. I suppose it was too much to hope for. I sighed, beginning to see the darkness around the edges of my vision. Harry, I heard Cedric's cry from behind me. A moment later, he was floating in front of me. What happened? Merlin, you're bleeding pretty bad. He checked over my form, trying to find the source of all the blood floating around me. He was right. That is way too much blood. Behind you, Red's voice cried out. Cedric, not knowing the source of the voice, still turned, silently bringing his shield charm to bear. It rippled and clanged as it took the direct charge of 2 trident-wielding mermen, head-on. Dispelling his shield, Cedric conjured a swarm of fish and set them upon the 2 mermen. Huffing, he rubbed his side. If I was still fresh, this would have been over quickly. With a few more snaps of his ash wand, his 2 opponents were unconscious. Cedric immediately turned his attention to me. Don't worry, Harry, he said. I'll get us all up to the surface, all right. I opened my mouth to speak, but found that I could barely mumble. Th3. There were 3 of them. Red's voice came again. That voice. Who was talking? Cedric looked around in a mixture of confusion and alarm. Show yourself. Never mind that, you have to find the 3rd. The 3rd merman burst forth from the sandy floor, catching Cedric in the head with the butt of its trident. He floated away, sent unconscious by the blow. Harry, I tried to raise my wand to cast a spell at the remaining merman, but failed. My body refused to respond. This is it, huh? A moment of clarity overrode my sluggish, tired mind. I was going to die at the bottom of the lake, having failed to save Luna. It wasn't supposed to end like this. Try as I might, I still couldn't move. I watched as the merman took his time in leveling his trident at me. He snarled and thrust his weapon forward, aiming for my throat. I'm sorry, Luna. A cloud of bubbles rushed around me, throwing me to the side, away from the merman and his wicked trident. With a cry of rage, the merman retracted his weapon and made to kill me once again, throwing his trident with enough force to snap a boulder in 2. Squirtle's last-ditch effort was in vain. I was still going to die. A white silhouette, blurred by a massive flurry of bubbles, appeared between me and the trident. What the? The weapon bent as it impacted against the blur, snapping into 2 pieces from the pressure. A moment later, and the blur smashed against the merman, bisecting him at the waist and filling the water with its blood. This is. The light began to fade, revealing Squirtle. No, Wartortle, I realized in astonishment, watching as the turtle made his way to me, concern shining in his brown eyes. Twice the size as he was before, I could still tell that this was my little Squirt. Squirt, I said weakly. Don't worry, Harry, Red said. I got this. Wartortle, cut the hostages loose and get everyone to the surface. Thank YY, I tried to speak, to fight it for longer. But my exhaustion finally caught up with me. I felt my eyes roll back as the darkness fully encompassed me. The last thing I heard was Wartortle's cries of worry.